The Locomotive by Joel M. Reed. Chapter 1. School was over for another day, and for the Whittle brothers, their journey home was the only time they could truly relax and enjoy themselves. Lasting a little over an hour on foot, conversations during this time were sparse. As was usually the case, they preferred the quiet solitude their daily trek provided to any idle chit-chat about their day. Ed, the eldest, was fairly short for his age, with dirty blonde hair, and a way about him that seemed to exude self-doubt and a general mistrust of others. He found it difficult to connect with kids his own age, so he spent most of his time in the school library, his head buried in books. Most of his classmates couldn't see past his reserved nature and regarded him as stuck up, but this didn't bother him in the slightest. Charlie, the younger of the two, was a bit more outgoing, though he shared many of the same struggles as his brother. In appearance, however, they were quite different. Charlie was several inches shorter than Ed, with an unruly mop of dark brown hair. A few of his teachers were concerned he might have a learning disability, despite a clean bill of health from the school psychologist. Both boys were also deeply private about their home life, a secrecy that only made things harder for them socially and academically. As was usually the case, the walk home gave them a chance to decompress and put their troubles behind them. When Ed and Charlie finally rounded the corner to their house, they could already see their father's red AMC Eagle parked in the driveway, which meant that he had finished work early that day. Ed stopped short of the walkway leading to the front steps and grabbed his brother by the arm. "Remember, Charlie, don't tell Mom and Dad what I told you earlier, or I'll get in a lot of trouble." "But it's not your fault," Charlie argued. "I know," Ed responded, "but just promise me that you won't say anything to Mom and Dad." "All right, I promise," Charlie agreed. "Good," Ed said with a relieved sigh. "Let's head inside before we get into trouble for being late." The brothers walked slowly down the pathway and pulled open the battered screen door. "Is that you, Ed?" their mother shouted. "Your father wants to speak with you in the kitchen." Charlie glanced up at his brother and saw a chilled expression creasing his face. Dropping their backpacks by the front door, the two made their way slowly down the hallway toward the kitchen. Their mother stood at the stove, tending a pot of boiling water, while their father sat on a chair next to the dining room table, sipping from a glass of what the boys assumed was some kind of alcoholic beverage. "Do you have anything to tell me about your day?" the older man asked, turning in their direction. "No," Ed said, placing his hands in his pockets. "Nothing at all?" his father persisted. "No, sir," Ed responded. "Don't lie to me, boy," his father said sharply. "Your teacher told us that you were late for class this morning, and I warned you what I would do if it happened again." "I didn't mean to," Ed stammered. "But one of the other boys spilled a drink all over my pants, so I had to—" "I'm sick of your excuses." His father stood up from his chair and began loosening his belt. "He's telling the truth," Charlie interjected. "I didn't ask for your 2 cents, their father said, never taking his eyes off Ed. "Go to your room." Charlie froze in place and turned towards his brother. "It's okay," Ed said reassuringly. "Get moving," their father bellowed. Charlie reluctantly made his way out of the kitchen and down the hallway leading to his bedroom. He turned back briefly, only to see his father pulling the belt free from his trousers, the leather snapping as it slid through the loops. Charlie pushed open his bedroom door, slipped inside, and shut it quietly behind him. He pressed his ear against the wood, his stomach twisting into knots. His father's muffled voice carried through the walls, followed by a silence that felt heavier than any words. Moments later, Ed's strained cries broke through, faintly echoing across the house. A few minutes later, Charlie heard his brother's hurried footsteps storming down the hallway, followed by the slam of a bedroom door. He waited only a few seconds before tiptoeing across the hall and knocking gently on Ed's door. "Come in." Charlie stepped inside the room, sat down on the bed next to Ed, and waited patiently for him to speak. "I hate this place," Ed finally muttered. "Me too. We have to get out of here, Charlie. But we have nowhere else to go." "I know," Ed said with a sigh. "But even the streets would be better than living with those tyrants." Dinner was an especially loathsome time for the Whittle brothers. Not much was said among the members of the family, and if anything was discussed, it was mostly relegated to small talk between their parents. Once Ed and Charlie had finished their meals, they pulled on their shoes and headed straight for the front door. "We're going out for a while," Ed said as he led his brother out of the house and down the front steps. "You two had better be back before your curfew," their mother shouted from behind the screen door. Ed and Charlie ran the first few blocks towards the end of their street before gradually slowing their pace as they neared a set of railway tracks leading off into the wilderness. The brothers always enjoyed walking along the rails whenever they had something pressing on their minds. The sights and sounds of nature did much to free their thoughts from the never-ending burdens of everyday life. It was a natural form of therapy that they seldom took for granted. Heading down the railway tracks, the boys stopped every now and then to examine objects of interest, such as an old shack, an underground culvert, or an abandoned bridge they thought were worth exploring. "Ed," Charlie said as he balanced precariously on one of the rails, "do you really want to run away?" "I do," Ed said with a frown. Charlie kept quiet as he struggled to keep up with his brother, who was walking several steps ahead of him. "Why do you think Mum and Dad are always so mean to us? I think they actually enjoy hitting us." "I don't know," Ed said absently. "But I remember Grandpa used to treat Dad the same way. He was always yelling at him whenever he stayed over at our house during the holidays. You'd think Dad would learn from his own experience, but I guess he's just too stubborn." "I don't remember Grandpa," Charlie admitted. "You were only 3 when he died," Ed responded. "You were probably too young to remember." "I guess so." Ed suddenly stopped dead in his tracks and grabbed Charlie by the sleeve of his jacket. "Look, Charlie, the track is splitting up ahead." Charlie turned his attention towards the railway track stretching out before them and could immediately see that one set of rails veered off into the forest to the right. "I don't think we've been this far before," Ed said. "Why don't we check to see where those tracks lead?" "Good idea," Charlie replied. As the boys neared the junction, it was apparent that the tracks branching to the right were no longer used by the main services. The rails were badly rusted, and the clearing through the forest was partially overgrown with vegetation. "This place gives me the creeps," Charlie admitted. "We should probably head home before it gets too dark." "Don't worry," Ed said, waving his hand dismissively. "We still have plenty of time. After all, we've never been here before. Who knows what we could end up finding?" Ed and Charlie quickly made their way along the rail siding, moving deeper into the wilderness with every step. The trees were much larger than what they were used to seeing back in town, and the branches housed great patches of moss which hung down eerily overhead. A few moments later, the tracks crossed a small wooden bridge that spanned a shallow ravine. The pair made their way over the ancient structure as Charlie peered down into the waters below. "Look, Charlie," Ed said, pointing towards a gap in the trees. "I think I see something up ahead." Charlie strained his eyes as he peered off into the distance. "I don't see anything." "Come on, Charlie, follow me." The brothers picked up their pace, carried away by the excitement of the moment, yet their progress was hampered by the unusual spacing of the ties which governed the length of their strides. When the boys had finally made it around the bend, they stopped dead in their tracks. Standing before them was an enormous steam-powered locomotive. The body of the locomotive was made up mostly of a large cylindrical boiler that was used for holding water and a small driver's cab fixed to the back. The entire structure was painted jet black, and 2 additional rail cars were attached to the rear. The first car appeared to be used for hauling coal, while the second looked like some sort of passenger carriage. "I can't believe my eyes," Ed stammered as he approached the ladder leading up to the front cab. "What's a train doing out here?" Charlie asked. "I have no idea," Ed said with a shrug, "but I'm glad we found it. Come on, Charlie, let's check it out." Ed quickly climbed the ladder into the driver's cab with Charlie following closely behind. Once inside, they were surprised by the amount of junk that was strewn across the floor, including several articles of clothing, empty pop bottles, old newspapers, and a dozen tin cans. A large iron furnace was situated in the middle of the room, and a couple of chairs were mounted next to each of the side windows. "This thing needs a lot of work," Charlie said, wiping the dust off one of the seats. "But it looks like this junk was left here recently. Do you think someone lives here?" Ed kicked a can out of the entryway and picked up an empty bottle off the floor. "I doubt anyone lives out here. This stuff was probably left here by a bunch of kids. Or maybe a drifter," Charlie said with a smile. Ed threw the bottle out the window and turned back to his brother, who was now standing by the entrance. "Come on, Charlie, let's check out the other car." Ed and Charlie spent the next hour examining the train with a fine-toothed comb while the sky slowly started losing its light and the creatures of the forest began their ritual of nightly chatter that sent a chill up Charlie's spine. "I think we should head home," Charlie said. "You're probably right," Ed agreed, "and we'll have to hurry if we want to make it back before our curfew." The journey home was particularly unsettling for the brothers, their minds consumed by the encroaching darkness and the strange sounds emanating from the forest. More than once, Ed was sure that he heard something moving in the trees just beyond the clearing, and at one point he swore that he heard the sound of a branch breaking only a few feet from where they were walking. Despite their fears, the pair made it home without incident, albeit 10 minutes past their curfew. "It's a good thing Mum and Dad went to bed early," Ed whispered, pausing briefly by the doorway. "Let's try not to make any loud noises, or we might wake them up." No sooner had the words come out of his mouth than Ed turned to see the door swing open and their father standing in the entrance with a look that could melt ice. "Get inside, both of you!" Ed and Charlie hesitated briefly before slowly making their way inside. The brothers threw their jackets onto a hook by the door and reluctantly turned back to their father. "We told you boys not to come home past your curfew, but you chose to disobey our orders once again." The older man's face turned a bright red as he slowly pulled the belt loose from his pants and held it up in front of Ed's face in a threatening gesture. "If you're not willing to listen, then I'm going to teach you a lesson that you won't soon forget." Suddenly, Charlie leapt forward and shoved his father with all of his might, pushing him back towards the wall. "Leave him alone, you big bully." As the older man stumbled back, he slammed his heel painfully against the edge of the baseboard. He paused for only a moment, then lunged angrily at Charlie, striking him hard with the back of his hand, sending him to the floor. "That's enough," Ed shouted, his voice trembling as he swiftly moved in front of his brother. "Our teachers are already suspicious of our bruises. I'm sure you wouldn't want another visit from the police, would you?" The boy's father stared down at his sons in stunned silence, taken aback by Ed's sudden display of courage. He scratched absently at the exposed hairs on his belly for a few seconds as he considered his options carefully. "Take your brother back to his room," he finally said, "and I don't want to hear another peep from either one of you for the rest of the night, or you'll be sorry." Ed nodded nervously as he helped his brother up from off the floor and led him carefully down the hallway towards his bedroom, slamming the door behind him. Chapter 2. Sleep was mostly intermittent for Ed and Charlie during the night, as they remained on a heightened sense of alert due to the unpredictable nature of their father. Every sound made them stir anxiously under their bedsheets, and they were only able to drift off once the noises settled down. The remaining hours of the night eventually passed, and before they knew it, the sun was shining in through the curtains, and the boys were climbing out of bed to get ready for another day. Once they had finished with their morning routines, they made their way into the kitchen for some breakfast. Seeing their father passed out on the couch, they grabbed a few snacks from the fridge and ran out the door. The walk to school was largely uneventful. Ed and Charlie didn't say much during their commute, despite the harrowing events of the previous day. School had often served as somewhat of a distraction from all the chaos at home, but the brothers still struggled in many areas relating to their academic lives. Ed was just finishing his last week in 8th grade and was already starting to feel the pressure of having to start as a high school freshman in the fall. Likewise, Charlie would be moving on to the 6th grade, but several of his teachers were expressing growing concerns about potential problems at home, which had become more apparent due to his unusually guarded nature. It was obvious to most of the other students that the boys largely depended on each other for companionship and support, since neither one of them had many friends to speak of and were growing increasingly concerned about having to attend separate schools in the fall. Despite the brothers' many concerns, the remainder of their day went off without a hitch, and before they knew it, Ed and Charlie were back on the sidewalk leading home. "How was your day?" Ed asked as he kicked a small pebble down the length of the sidewalk. "It was okay," Charlie responded absently. "What about science class?" Ed asked with a smile. "Did the teacher let you dissect a frog?" "No," Charlie said robotically. Ed turned his attention towards his brother, noticing for the first time that Charlie was staring blankly at his feet, with a worried expression creasing his face. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Charlie said indifferently. "I just don't feel like going home right now. Do you think Mom and Dad would care if we stayed out until supper?" Ed glanced down at his watch before responding. "Actually, I think Mom was planning on running errands this afternoon, and Dad just started his shift an hour ago, so that should give us enough time to do some exploring." An enormous smile spread across Charlie's face. "Do you want to go back to the train?" "All right," Ed agreed, "but we should probably find something to eat at home before we go." The brothers picked up their pace for the last few blocks and were relieved to find the house empty when they arrived. In the kitchen, a note was taped to the refrigerator door. Ed pulled the note off the door and read it out loud. "Ed and Charlie, I'm going to bingo, so I'll be back in a few hours. Fix yourselves something to eat and stay out of trouble." Ed grinned as he crumpled the note into a small ball and tossed it into a nearby garbage can. "It looks like we're on our own." Charlie smiled. "Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches?" "Sounds good to me," Ed said, picking up a loaf of bread. "And the faster we eat, the more time we'll have to explore the train, so hurry up and pass me the jam." The boys hastily assembled their peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and devoured them within seconds. In less than 10 minutes, the pair were back outside and running straight for the railway tracks leading out of town. It wasn't often that Ed and Charlie got to enjoy such uninhibited freedom, but when they did, they took every opportunity they had to explore the world around them. It really didn't matter where they were going or what they were doing. They were just thankful to be out on their own. Ed and Charlie had walked for well over an hour before they had even realized that the clouds had become noticeably overcast and rainfall seemed inevitable. "I wish I brought an umbrella," Charlie complained as the first few drops splashed against his face. "Me too," Ed agreed. "But at least we'll be able to stay out of the rain once we make it inside the train." A few minutes later, the brothers branched off on the abandoned siding, and before they knew it, had rounded the final corner leading towards the locomotive. "Wait a minute," Ed said, coming to a sudden stop. "I think I saw something moving inside the cabin." The boys quickly stepped into the trees next to the rail bed and hid behind a dense shrub. Ed peeked his head out from the bush to see if he could spot the elusive figure. "What do you see?" Charlie asked. "Nothing," Ed said, stepping behind a large fallen tree to get a better look. "Let's move in a little closer." Crouching, Ed took Charlie by the arm and led him towards a small clearing in the trees only a dozen feet from the train. The pair then eased their way towards the back of the passenger cabin and knelt down below the rear platform. "I don't like this," Charlie whispered. "What if there's a maniac wandering around inside the train?" "Don't be stupid," Ed said dismissively. "It's probably just another kid from the neighborhood. I doubt we're the only ones who know about this place." A sudden thumping noise from within the cabin caught the boys by surprise. Ed peeked his head around the corner and searched for any signs of movement. "I'm scared," Charlie insisted. "I don't think we should be hanging around this place." Ed glanced over at Charlie and could already see the panic in his eyes. He placed a reassuring hand on his brother's shoulder and let out a defeated sigh. "All right, Charlie. Follow me." The boys stood up and slowly made their way back around the side of the train. It was then that they came face to face with a disheveled-looking man standing directly in their path. The stranger appeared to be in his mid-60s, with a long grey beard and a pair of tattered overalls. His deep brown eyes stared intensely at Ed and Charlie, causing them both to freeze suddenly in their tracks. "Who do we have here?" the man asked with a grin. "How did you boys end up all the way out here?" "We didn't mean to intrude," Ed stammered. "We just wanted to see the train, but we don't mind leaving." The older man smiled as he scratched thoughtfully at his chin. "Nonsense, my boys. I'm happy to welcome you to my humble abode. It's not much, but I call it home." "You live here?" Charlie asked. "I certainly do," the man replied. "One of the railways down south sold it to me for scrap, and I've been working on her ever since. I have big plans for the old girl." The brothers looked at each other in disbelief as they slowly began letting down their guards. "Are you the engineer?" Charlie asked. The old man laughed. "I suppose you could call me the engineer of this little beauty, but it still needs a lot of work before it's fully operational. Would you like a tour?" "Sure," Charlie said excitedly. "I don't know," Ed said reluctantly. "We should probably head home before it gets too late." "I won't keep you long," the man said reassuringly. "Besides, you didn't come all the way out here for nothing." "I guess it wouldn't hurt to stay a little longer," Ed responded, "as long as we're back before our curfew." "Then it's settled," the man said, extending his hand. "The name's James Smith, but you can call me Jim. I'm Ed Whittle, and this is my brother Charlie." "Glad to meet you," Jim said, shaking their hands. "Why don't we start the tour in the passenger carriage?" The old man led the boys up the short ladder and into the dimly lit confines of the cabin, being careful to watch out for any exposed nails or missing floorboards. He made his way over to a long bench located near the rear window and picked up an old lantern that was hanging on the wall. He then turned a small switch on the side of the device, igniting a pale yellow light that slowly brought the room into focus. The cabin was filthy, but it had a number of fascinating objects strewn about. There was a large couch pressed up against the far wall with a lamp on either side, and a coffee table placed directly in front of the couch. "As you can see, the cabin consists of 4 separate compartments," Jim explained, pointing down the narrow hallway in front of them. "The room we're in now is the main lounge area for the crew, which leads directly into the bunkhouse. I always leave the door to the bunkhouse open because it makes the room feel a lot larger than it really is." The brothers smiled as he ushered them through the doorway and into the sleeping compartment. Each side of the bunkhouse contains 2 sets of beds, one on the top and one on the bottom. The kitchen and the bathroom are found on the other side of the bunks, and the back door leads into the captain's quarters. That's where I've called home for the last few months. Ed and Charlie's eyes darted in every direction as they listened intently to the older man's words. "I've worked on the railway for many years," Jim continued. "I spent most of my time in a car just like this one and made a lot of good friends over the years." "What was your job?" Charlie asked. "I've had many," Jim explained. "I was a brakeman for a number of years, but as technology advanced, my job became obsolete, so I trained to become an engineer." "You mean you got to drive the trains?" Charlie asked excitedly. "I'll bet you've seen the whole country." The old man smiled, taking a seat on the bench. "I've seen nearly every square mile of this great nation. I've travelled from coast to coast and had so many adventures that it would take a dozen books to write down all of my stories. I've been to the far reaches of the north, to the barren deserts of the south and everywhere in between. I've seen just about everything there is to see during my time on the railway. That is, until I lost my job." "Why did you lose your job?" Ed asked. "I got too old," Jim said with a frown. "The boss thought that he needed a younger man to do my job, so I was given my pink slip and sent on my merry way. A few months ago, I found out about this little beauty, so I decided to buy it, restore it, and start my own shipping company." "She's really something," Ed offered. "I'm sorry to say that she's seen better days," Jim admitted. "But there's still a lot of work left to do on the old girl if I want to get her back up and running." "You really plan on restoring this thing?" Ed asked. "Of course," Jim said enthusiastically. "How else would I be able to carry on with my adventures?" "I wish I could travel the world," Charlie said with a hopeful grin. "That way I'd never have to go home again." The old man looked at Charlie with a curious expression. "Are you having problems at home, son?" "It's nothing," Ed said dismissively. "I wouldn't say it was nothing," Charlie continued. "Mom and Dad are always yelling at us, hitting us and—" "Be quiet, Charlie," Ed said, nudging Charlie with his elbow. "He's not interested in hearing our problems." Jim leaned back and flashed a sympathetic smile. "I know what you boys must be going through. I had parents who treated me the same way. They were always telling me what to do and how to behave. I had absolutely no freedom as a child, and that's why I decided to run away from home." "You ran away from home?" Charlie asked. "We want to run away from home too, don't we, Ed?" Ed emitted a low-sounding grunt. "Don't worry, gents," Jim said reassuringly. "Your secret's safe with me. As a matter of fact, how would you boys like to—" "No, never mind. I couldn't possibly ask you to do such a thing. It's far too dangerous for boys your age." "What is it?" Charlie asked curiously. No, Jim insisted. "I was foolish for even considering something so daring. You're far too young." Ed glanced over at the older man who had now begun pacing back and forth across the room. "What were you going to say?" "Well," Jim said, scratching thoughtfully at his beard, "I was thinking that if you boys would be willing to help me fix up this old train, you might want to come along with me on my next trip. I'm planning to start a shipping business in the fall, and I'm going to need some help getting started." Charlie laughed with excitement at the older man's words. "Do you mean it? You'd really take us with you?" "Of course," Jim said with a smile. "That is, unless your big brother has any objections to the idea." Ed turned in Jim's direction and fiddled nervously with his hands as he considered his options carefully. "Come on, Ed," Charlie pleaded. "This might be our only chance to get out of this town. Just think of all the fun we could have travelling the country on a train." "All right," Ed finally said. "Count us in." "I'm glad to hear it," Jim said as he rose to his feet. "And let me be the first to welcome you both on board." The two boys stirred excitedly at the older man's words, Charlie looking especially pleased with his decision. "Although I feel I should warn you that we still have a lot of work to do before we get this train up and running. I hope you boys don't mind getting your hands dirty." Chapter 3. The next several weeks were especially exciting for Ed and Charlie. They carried on with their studies during the day and spent most of their evenings and weekends working on the train. Jim would often send them out to pick up supplies from the local garbage dump, and they were more than happy to oblige. The majority of the requested items consisted primarily of scrap wood, pipe fittings, tools, and sporadic furniture pieces. The brothers, however, spent most of their time working on the interior of the crew's quarters, which they outfitted with several new items, including stools for the kitchen and curtains to hang over the bunks. When their final week of school had passed, and Ed and Charlie had begun their summer vacation, they spent most of their time working on various projects inside the train. The pair had done an admirable job renovating the passenger cabin, and it was finally beginning to return to its former glory. As they were applying the final details to the cabin using a few cans of paint, Jim entered the room. "Good work, gentlemen," Jim said, admiring their handiwork. "It looks like $1,000,000 in here." "Thanks," Ed replied as he replaced the lid on one of the cans. "We had just enough paint to finish the lounge." "I'm glad to hear it," Jim responded. "Listen, boys, I'm going to need you to pick up another part for me. I just realized that the rear axle on the back of the coal car is badly damaged and needs to be replaced, so I'm going to have to send you out to find me a new set of wheels." Ed placed his brush down on the bucket and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. "We'd be happy to help, but where are we going to find a new set of wheels? Charlie and I have already picked through most of the items in the dump, and I don't remember seeing any train wheels." "You're not going to find that sort of thing at the dump," Jim responded. "You're going to have to make a trip to a scrapyard, and I know just the place." "You want us to buy them for you?" "Not exactly," Jim said with a sly grin. "You see, the owner of the scrapyard still owes me money from a poker game, but I don't think he's planning to pay me, so I figured I'd just take the wheels as payment for what he owes." "You want us to steal them?" Ed asked. "It's not exactly stealing," Jim explained. "I'm only taking back what's rightfully mine. I do it myself, but I'm going to be busy tracking down a generator and hydraulic lift. I think I've located one about 20 miles west of town, but I don't have enough time to pick up both. I want to get my business started as soon as possible, so I'm going to need you to sneak into the scrapyard just after midnight tonight and bring me those wheels. You should be able to find them near the back of the yard by an old caboose, but just make sure to keep an eye out for old Rusty." "Old Rusty?" Charlie asked. "That's the guard dog at the scrapyard," Jim replied. "He's got a mean bark and an even meaner bite." The words sent a chill down the boys' spines. Ed and Charlie were quite familiar with the reputation of the local scrapyard and the vicious dog that patrolled the grounds. It was part of an urban legend that the boys had never shown an interest in substantiating one way or the other. "I know you can handle this," Jim said reassuringly. "After all, just look at what you've already accomplished." Ed and Charlie smiled at the older man's words. "And remember," Jim continued, "if you get caught, you can't tell anyone about the train or I'll get in a lot of trouble. I don't have the proper permits to run it just yet, so we don't want the authorities finding us out here." Ed swallowed hard at the unexpected warning, knowing full well the risks posed by this daring mission. Jim leaned back, clasping his hands together. "I'll see you back here tomorrow, gentlemen. Good luck." It was just before midnight, and the brothers were pacing anxiously inside Ed's bedroom. They had been waiting for the right opportunity to sneak out the window, but they could still hear various noises coming from the living room as their father wandered aimlessly around the house. "When can we go?" Charlie asked. "Soon," Ed responded. "We just have to wait for Dad to settle in for the night or he might catch us." Ed walked over to the bedroom door and peeked his head down the hallway. He wasn't able to see much at first glance, but he had to make sure that the coast was clear before putting their plans into action. He then pushed through the door and crept down the hallway leading into the kitchen. The only noise he heard was the television blaring loudly in the background, so he continued slowly through the kitchen and peered around the corner into the living room. He could now see his father sprawled out in his recliner with an empty beer can lying on the floor next to him. When Ed finally heard the distinct sound of his father snoring, he turned and tiptoed his way back to his room. "Now's our chance," Ed said, closing the door behind him. "But we have to be quiet or we'll wake him." The boys pulled their backpacks over their shoulders and made their way over to the window. Charlie pushed it open with both hands and then wedged a long board under the base of the frame to hold it open. "I'll go first," he offered. Charlie lifted his legs over the edge of the windowsill and then gently eased himself onto the ground. Once Ed had joined his brother outside, he removed the board from the frame and shut the window behind him. The brothers then moved behind the shelter of a small bush and crept slowly across the lawn towards the sidewalk. Once they had reached the end of the block, they raced the remaining distance and quickly crossed the tracks leading out of town. The scrapyard was located less than a mile from their house. Ed and Charlie carefully scouted the perimeter of the yard, and once they had found a suitable location to enter, Ed pulled the backpack off his shoulders and unzipped the bag. He then pulled out a long set of bolt cutters and carefully began cutting away at the fence one link at a time. "This is going to take forever," Charlie objected. "Why don't we just cut the lock at the entrance?" "Because we don't want to be seen by anyone driving along the road, or they might call the police." "Do you think old Rusty's asleep?" Charlie asked. Ed shook his head. "I doubt that dog ever sleeps. That's why we have to be extra quiet once we're inside." Ed cut away at the fence for several more minutes before finally placing the bolt cutters back into his bag. He then pushed open a large section of fence, revealing a gap that was big enough for them to easily fit through. Sliding through the fence, he then ushered his brother forward. "Come on, Charlie." Once they had made it through the opening, the boys quickly scanned their surroundings. There were about a half-dozen floodlights hanging from long poles high overhead, illuminating a yard that was scattered with debris in every direction. Dominating the area were stacks of crushed cars, and a wide assortment of scrap metal was grouped into large piles. It was obvious that the owner of the yard was very meticulous about his sorting methods, no doubt to help him locate a particular part that one of his customers might request at any given moment. The brothers quickly navigated their way through the maze of scrap metal, being careful not to make any noise that might attract the attention of any unwanted guests. "Do you see any wheels?" Charlie whispered. "Not yet," Ed responded. "But Jim said that we'd be able to find them somewhere near the back of the yard." Ed and Charlie continued on with their hunt, skirting the odd piles of junk that obstructed their path. And it wasn't long before they found themselves near the back of the yard, only a few feet away from an old repair shop. Ed then glanced over at a pile of equipment that lay strewn about the vicinity and gestured towards his brother. "There's the caboose Jim was talking about," Ed whispered. "The wheels must be around here somewhere." The pair crouched down and navigated their way around a rusty pickup truck, keeping a careful eye on the entrance of the repair shop. The brothers knew that the building wasn't large enough for anyone to live in on a permanent basis, so it wasn't likely that the owner would still be on the property. But they didn't want to take any chances running into Rusty, the yard's watchdog. "I found the wheels," Charlie said excitedly as he squeezed past the rear end of the caboose. "Good work, Charlie." The brothers were surprised to learn that the wheels were attached to each other with a thick metal bar, so it only took a few firm pushes to orient them in the right direction. The boys then positioned themselves behind the rear axle and began pushing the apparatus back towards the opening in the fence. It was a slow and arduous process due to the weight of the wheels, but they had managed to make it roughly a dozen feet from the fence before they were forced to stop for a quick break next to a pile of large tractor tires. "This thing's a lot heavier than I thought it would be," Charlie complained. "I hope it gets easier once we get it onto the road, otherwise it'll take us all night." Ed took a deep breath as he sat down on the rim of a tire. Don't worry, we'll manage somehow." Charlie sat down next to his brother in an attempt to rest his legs, only to find that the added weight caused the back of the tire to shift upwards, forcing Ed and Charlie to rise suddenly to their feet. The tire then slammed down onto a large piece of metal that had been wedged underneath, making a loud crashing noise that echoed across the yard. A moment later, the boys heard the sound of barking in the distance, and they looked back in horror to see the outline of an enormous dog heading straight in their direction. The pair quickly scrambled into position and began pushing the wheels with all their might. It only took a matter of seconds to cover the remaining distance towards the fence, where Charlie quickly jumped through the opening and landed safely on the other side. Ed tried desperately to maneuver the wheels through the gap in the fence, but one wheel seemed to be stuck on an exposed tree root. With one final desperate heave, Ed managed to free the wheel from its obstruction, forced the clumsy apparatus through the opening of the fence, and then dove in after it. In the same instant, he turned to see a massive German shepherd launch himself through the air and bite down hard onto his right leg. Ed cried out in pain as he began kicking frantically at the dog with his other foot in an attempt to free himself from the jaws of the vicious animal. Charlie quickly snatched a stick from the ground and, after taking careful aim, jammed it directly in the dog's face, causing him to release his grip from his brother's leg. Ed then pulled his leg through the fence and sealed off the opening by wedging in a few sticks between the links. The pair then toppled onto the ground in exhaustion and waited for their breathing to return to normal. Old Rusty pawed at the fence and barked at the boys for several long seconds before finally giving up and disappearing back into the junkyard. After regaining control of his breathing, Ed proceeded to roll up his pants and inspect his injured leg, relieved to discover that, apart from a few minor puncture wounds, the damage was mostly superficial and didn't necessitate stitches. He then pulled the backpack off his shoulders and placed it on the ground next to him. Once he had unzipped the bag, he took out a small first aid kit and began rummaging through the front pouch. The kit was old and cheap, but he still managed to find a bandage roll and some gauze that he used to stop the bleeding. "Do you think the dog has rabies?" Charlie asked. "I doubt it," Ed responded. "Will you still be able to walk?" "I think so," Ed said as he slowly rose to his feet. "Besides, we can't just leave this thing out here, or the owner might find it in the morning and all of our work would have been for nothing. We've got to get it back to the train." "I'm ready when you are," Charlie offered. Ed and Charlie slowly moved into position behind the wheels and gave it a forceful push down the hill towards the road. Once there, the smooth surface of the pavement made it much easier for the brothers to navigate, but they were still forced to hide themselves in the ditch whenever they saw the headlights of a car approaching in the distance. It didn't take long before the boys had made their way back to the tracks on the edge of town. There, they quickly hoisted the wheels into position on top of the rails and began the long journey back to the locomotive. They were most grateful to learn that the wheels now glided smoothly along the tracks with very little effort on their part. Despite the fact that this made their jobs a lot easier, it still took them well over an hour to reach their destination. Ed and Charlie felt every ounce of energy draining from their bodies as they rounded the final corner leading to the locomotive. They could tell that Jim had not yet returned from his own trip out of town, so they parked the object in front of the train and placed a few small sticks under the wheels to prevent them from moving. Once the task was complete, the boys took a deep breath and headed for home. Chapter 4. The remainder of Ed and Charlie's night went off without a hitch. The pair made it back to the house before sunrise and snuck in through the window without being noticed. They felt strangely invigorated by what they had accomplished, despite only getting a few hours of sleep. Morning, however, came far too quickly, but the brothers wasted no time getting ready for their day and headed straight out the front door. The walk back to the train took them a little longer than usual since their legs were still a bit shaky from the previous night's work. Despite their pain, they pushed forward, and before they knew it, they had arrived at their newfound sanctuary. They could already see Jim working near the back of the coal car, but didn't expect to see the strange piece of machinery parked next to the tracks. "Good morning, gentlemen," Jim said as the boys approached. "Congratulations on a job well done." "It was nothing," Ed replied with a grin. "Don't be so modest," Jim continued. "I appreciate all the work you've done these last few weeks. I couldn't have made it this far without your help." The brothers smiled at the older man's words. "What's that thing?" Charlie asked. "This is the hydraulic lift that I was talking about," Jim explained. "I have to replace the wheels on the back of the coal car, and I need something strong enough to do the job. It took some time, but I finally managed to track down this lift. All I have left to do is raise up the rear of the car and replace the old set of wheels with the new one." Jim stepped over to a small gas generator and gave the cord a few hard pulls. A few seconds later, the engine roared to life. He then walked over to the hydraulic lift and pulled the plastic cover off the front control panel. "Where did you get this?" Charlie asked. Jim fumbled around with a few buttons on the panel, being careful to avoid eye contact with Ed and Charlie. "I borrowed it from a friend." The brothers nodded as they moved in closer to the generator. Charlie reached out to touch one of the dials, but Jim lurched forward and grabbed him by the arm. "Don't touch that!" Charlie took a step back from the machine and shot an embarrassed look at the older man. "I'm sorry," Jim said apologetically. "I don't mean to shout, but that's an expensive piece of machinery, and I don't have time to deal with any mistakes. Why don't you boys keep yourselves busy and split some logs for the boiler?" "No problem," Ed said with an awkward smile. Ed and Charlie made their way over to a pile of logs stacked next to the passenger car. They grabbed a couple of axes wedged firmly into a nearby stump and spent the rest of the morning chopping up wood for the furnace. It was a few hours before the brothers decided to take a break for lunch. They sagged down wearily next to the pile of wood as Ed pulled out 2 sandwiches from his pack and handed one to Charlie. Hard work had a way of building up an appetite, so the pair devoured their meals within seconds and lay back against a large stump to bask in the afternoon sun. A moment later, they heard the sound of the generator shutting off and watched as Jim placed his tools next to the coal car and slowly made his way towards them. "That should do it, gentlemen," Jim said proudly. "The new wheels are in place and the boiler's already starting to heat up. What do you say we finish loading up the car with the last of our wood and put the engine to the test?" The boys jumped to their feet excitedly. "Are we leaving?" Charlie asked. "Soon enough," Jim said reassuringly. "But we still have to test out everything before we can go anywhere." Jim led Ed and Charlie towards the locomotive and climbed up the ladder leading into the driver's cab. It had been several weeks since the boys had seen the inside of the locomotive. Jim had always insisted on working alone, so it was especially exciting for them to see all the progress that had been made during that time. Dozens of levers, switches, and valves were shining brightly above the furnace, most of which were attached to long, winding metal pipes leading into the boiler. Jim walked over to the front of the furnace and stepped down hard on a pedal on the floor, causing the furnace doors to slide open like a large pair of scissors. The brothers could see the furnace glowing red-hot as Jim threw a few pieces of wood into the firebox. A moment later, he took his foot off the pedal, and the doors slammed shut. He then shuffled over to the right side of the cabin and began twisting a series of valves and nozzles until a sudden blast of steam shot out from the top of the boiler, and the engine roared to life. Jim then took hold of a thick hose dangling above his head and gave it a few hard tugs. The piercing sound of the train's whistle echoed loudly through the forest, filling the boys with a surge of excitement. "Do you know what that sound is, gentlemen?" Jim asked with a broad smile. "That's the sound of freedom." Ed and Charlie jumped up and down excitedly as they savoured the pure joy of the moment. After nearly 2 months of back-breaking work, the crew had finally managed to get the old train up and running, and the boys were now beginning to see the results of all their hard work. "Can we go now?" Charlie asked anxiously. "Soon," Jim answered with a grin. "But I'm afraid we're still missing one final piece of the puzzle." "What's that?" Ed asked with raised eyebrows. "Our permits," Jim replied. "We can't start our new business without the proper permits. The only problem is that I don't have enough money to buy them." "I have $23 in my piggy bank," Charlie offered. "Is that enough to buy them?" Jim smiled. "That's a good start, my boy, but I'm afraid we'll have to come up with a bit more than that." "How much more?" Ed asked. $500 more, Jim replied. "That's a lot of money," Ed said with a frown. "How are we going to come up with $500? "Well," Jim said, scratching his head thoughtfully, "you wouldn't happen to know someone who might have that kind of money, would you? Perhaps your parents have some extra cash tucked away for a rainy day?" Ed and Charlie stared at each other in silence as they considered the older man's words carefully. "Mom told me that she saved some of her winnings from bingo a few weeks ago," Charlie offered. "The only problem is I don't know where she keeps it. Do you, Ed?" Ed gazed absently out the window as his mind raced with a handful of possibilities. "Do you know where she put the money?" Jim asked. "This could really help us out of a tough situation. After all, we won't be able to travel without buying the permits first." Ed hesitated for a moment before answering. "It's in a shoebox in her closet." "I knew I could count on you, son." Ed flashed an awkward smile at the older man. "Here's the plan, gentlemen," Jim continued. "We'll head out first thing in the morning, so go home and pack your belongings for the trip. You're going to have to bring enough food and water to last for a few days, so choose your items carefully. I'm also going to need you boys to cut your hair. That way, if you show up on a missing persons report, the public will have a hard time identifying you." Ed and Charlie looked at each other nervously as the weight of their situation finally began to sink in. "I'll meet you back here at 7 a.m. sharp," Jim said as he grabbed Ed by the shoulder. "And don't forget the money." The walk home took on somewhat of a somber tone for Ed and Charlie as their thoughts raced at 1,000,000 miles an hour. They were excited at the prospect of starting a new life on the run, but they were still left with a strange mix of emotions. On the one hand, they had a chance to leave their pasts behind them, free from the never-ending drama caused by their ongoing neglect and abuse. On the other hand, they didn't know where their new lives might lead them, and it was this uncertainty that the boys found so disconcerting. "Do you think we're doing the right thing?" Charlie asked as they rounded the corner leading to their house. "What other choice do we have?" Ed responded. "You and I both know that we can't stay in that house any longer." "I know," Charlie replied doubtfully. "But do we really have to steal from Mom? It just doesn't feel right." Ed stopped and glanced over at his little brother. "We can't back out now," Ed said with a frown. "This might be our only chance to get out of this town, and I don't want to miss it. I'm tired of dealing with all the bullies at school. I'm tired of always getting yelled at by Mom. I'm tired of being Dad's punching bag. And most of all, I'm tired of worrying about what might happen to you." Charlie could see the anguish in his eyes. He knew that life at home had become increasingly difficult over the last several months, but he never fully understood the toll that it was taking on his brother. "I'm sorry, Ed," Charlie said with a frown. "I don't mean to doubt you. I'm just scared, that's all." "I'm scared too," Ed said sympathetically. "But just try to remember that we're in this together. No matter where we end up, we'll always have each other. And I promise not to let anything happen to you, Charlie. You have my word." Chapter 5. The morning sun was just beginning to peek through the curtains, as Ed stuffed the remaining items of clothing into his bag and set it down on the floor next to him. "Hurry up," Ed said, gesturing towards his brother. "We have to do this before Mom and Dad wake up." The boys crept out into the hallway and made their way into the bathroom, being careful not to make any noises that might wake their parents. Ed closed the door gently behind him and began rummaging through the cupboard before pulling out a large pair of scissors. "Sit down, Charlie." Charlie sat down on a small plastic stool, and Ed immediately began cutting his hair. It wasn't often that Ed and Charlie were given money from their parents to get haircuts, so they had no choice but to let their hair grow while they worked on the train over the summer months. After a few brief minutes, Ed was already putting the finishing touches to Charlie's hair and then quickly switched places with his brother. Charlie immediately got to work on Ed's hair, hacking it off piece by piece until it was roughly the same length as his own. Once he was satisfied with his creation, he grabbed a broom and dustpan from the closet and began sweeping up the mess. After the boys finished tidying up, they dumped the hair into a basket near the sink and then turned towards the bathroom mirror to examine their handiwork. The brothers laughed quietly to themselves as they took in the peculiar sight. Their hair was sticking up in every which direction, and Ed could see large swathes of uneven patches scattered across his head. "At least we look different," Charlie offered. "You can say that again," Ed said with a frown. The boys placed the stool back inside the closet and returned to Ed's room. Once inside, Ed quickly picked up his backpack and secured it tightly over his shoulders. "All right, Charlie," Ed said nervously. "There's only one thing we have left to do before we go." Charlie swallowed hard as he considered the task before them. The boys knew the dangers that lay ahead and knew there was no turning back once the job was done. "What's the plan?" Charlie asked. "Mom's still sleeping, so how are we going to get the money?" Ed began pacing back and forth across the bedroom as he gradually formulated a plan in his mind. "I'll sneak into Mom and Dad's room while you wait for me outside. We don't have much time left before we have to meet up with Jim, so we have to make this quick." Ed shuffled over to his bedroom door, peeked through the crack, and then gestured towards his brother. "Follow me." Charlie picked up his bag from the floor and hoisted it onto his shoulders. They then made their way out the door and tiptoed across the hallway towards their parents' room. Their mother had quite the reputation of being a heavy sleeper, and they were glad to see that their father was still passed out on the recliner in the living room. As the pair inched their way closer to the bedroom door, Ed stopped abruptly and turned towards Charlie. "Wait for me outside," he whispered. Charlie nodded. "Good luck." Ed crept down the remainder of the hallway and was relieved to see that the door was already open a crack. He could hear his mother snoring inside the room, so he pushed the door open and took a few tentative steps inside. Pausing briefly, he then inched his way across the room and moved into position in front of the closet doors. Sliding the closet doors open, he began rummaging silently about in the dimly lit area in the hopes of uncovering the money. After only a few minutes, he finally found the elusive box tucked away in the far corner. Carefully, he opened the lid and was relieved to see a large wad of cash tied together with an elastic band. He quickly scooped up the money, but before he even had time to stuff it in his pocket, he felt a cold hand grab him painfully by the arm and yank him to his feet. "What are you doing in here, boy?" his father shouted angrily. "Are you trying to steal our money?" Ed's mother rose up suddenly from her bed. "What's going on?" she asked with a yawn. Ed's father turned sharply towards his wife. "I caught the boy stealing." "Let me go," Ed exclaimed. "Hold still," his father shouted, squeezing Ed's arm tightly. "Don't make this any harder on yourself." The older man quickly unbuckled his belt with his left hand and began sliding it through the loops in his pants. He then held it up towards Ed's face in a threatening gesture. I'm going to teach you a lesson that you're never going to forget," he said with a sadistic smile. "That's right," his mother shouted enthusiastically. "You'll be sorry you ever tried to steal from us." Ed's father turned abruptly in her direction. "Why don't you shut up and let me handle this?" Sensing his opportunity, Ed leaned back and kicked his father with all of his might, striking him directly between the legs. His father immediately released his grip on his arm and dropped to his knees. Ed quickly shoved the wad of bills into his pocket and made a break for the front door, running out of the house as fast as his legs could carry him. "Run, Charlie!" The two boys took off like a flash down the street, racing towards the tracks leading out of town. Ed's heart beat wildly as he ran, peering over his shoulder several times to make sure that they weren't being followed. A few minutes later, the brothers came to the edge of the tracks and stopped for a moment to catch their breath. "What happened?" Charlie asked. Ed bent over and placed his hands firmly on his knees, taking several deep breaths before responding. "Dad caught me," he said between gasps. "Did he hit you?" Charlie asked. Ed smiled. "I never gave him the chance." Charlie laughed nervously as Ed described what had happened, and the seriousness of their situation slowly began to sink in. The boys knew that they would never be able to return home, because if they did, they would both be beaten within an inch of their lives. The only option they had left was to continue moving forward with their plans and get out of town as quickly as possible. "Let's get moving," Ed said with a stern nod. The pair continued on down the tracks, feeling a certain sense of pride at what they had accomplished, but it wasn't long before they realized that this may be the last time they would ever see their hometown again. The thought made the entire experience feel somewhat surreal, since neither one of them had been away from home for more than a few days at a time, and the idea of starting a new life on the run had a sobering effect on them. Ed and Charlie's newfound sense of freedom was not unlike that of a near-death experience. They had an overwhelming sense of appreciation for all of the beauty that surrounded them. Somehow, the birds sang more sweetly. The flowers offered a new and pleasing aroma, and the sky took on a much more vibrant shade of blue. They felt like caterpillars finally emerging from their cocoons, ready to begin their new lives as butterflies. Then, just as their minds were drifting towards the endless possibilities of their new life on the run, they found themselves rounding the final corner leading towards the locomotive. "Gentlemen," Jim said as they made their approach, "I'm glad you could make it. Did you bring your supplies?" "Yes, sir," Ed responded. "And what about the money?" Ed reached into his pocket, pulled out the roll of bills, and held it out in front of the older man. "I knew I could count on you," Jim said, taking the money. "This should just about cover everything." "Are we ready to go?" Charlie asked. "We're all set," Jim said proudly. "But we still have a few things to take care of before our departure. First and foremost, I think it's important for us to establish our ranks while we'll be working together, so from this point on you will refer to me only as Captain. Is that understood?" "Yes, Captain," the boys responded proudly. "Good," Jim replied. "Now on to our next task at hand. I'm going to need you boys to clear out any debris between here and the tracks leading to the main line." Jim picked up a couple of axes and handed them to the brothers, who nodded their heads in approval. "All right, gentlemen, we'll head out in a few minutes, but you can join me in the driver's cab for the time being." The boys followed closely behind Jim as he led the way towards the locomotive. Once inside, the crew began the arduous task of stoking the boiler with fresh wood, then set to work on the final steps for their departure. When the engine finally roared back to life, Jim reached up and took hold of the thick cord that dangled above his head and gave it a few hard pulls. The piercing sound of the steam whistle gave the crew a renewed sense of exhilaration, and after only a few brief seconds, the boys felt the train lurch forward and slowly begin inching its way along the tracks. "All right, gentlemen," Jim shouted over the roar of the engine. "Every time I stop, you'll have to climb down and clear out any debris that's standing in our way." "No problem," Ed replied. "It shouldn't take long to make it to the main track, but you'll have to throw the switch when we arrive. Once I move the train onto the main line, you'll then have to move the switch back into position. Do you understand?" Ed and Charlie nodded nervously. The locomotive continued its way further down the tracks while the boys admired the passing wilderness. A moment later, the train came to a screeching halt, and the brothers exited the cabin to remove a large tree that had fallen across the rails. They repeated this process several more times before the train came to a final stop behind the siding that joined up with the main line. The pair then scrambled over to the switch that was next to the tracks and positioned themselves behind the large metal lever. Ed and Charlie hoisted the lever into a vertical position and then promptly slid it to the left. They then watched in amazement as Jim eased the massive train out onto the main track, and once he had moved it into position, they forced the lever to the right and raced back to the locomotive. "Good work, boys!" Jim shouted as Ed and Charlie climbed into the cabin. Jim then gripped the throttle on the control panel and pushed it gently forward. The rails squealed loudly as the massive wheels set the train into motion. Little by little, the locomotive began picking up speed. The brothers rushed over to the side window and stuck their heads outside, where they felt a strong gust of wind rushing swiftly through their hair. Ed and Charlie had made the trip to the locomotive more than a dozen times over the last several months, and what normally took them over an hour to walk took them less than 5 minutes to travel by rail. The signal lights, standing next to the edge of the road, rang loudly as the train rolled swiftly by, almost as if to bid them a fond farewell as they embarked on their new and exciting journey. "This is it, boys," Jim said with a smile. "You're on your own now. Free to do as you please." Ed glanced over at Charlie as a tremendous sense of pride and relief washed over him. "I already have our first job lined up for us," Jim explained. "It's not much, but it's a good start." "What's the job?" Ed asked curiously. "A friend of mine asked me to pick up a few boxcars that are parked in one of the rail yards a few hours north of town. He said that we could use them for a few weeks to help us get started with our new business." "That's great!" Charlie shouted. "The only problem is that we're going to need a few more men to help us out with the job. After all, we can't get all the work done with just the 3 of us." "We're picking up more people?" Ed asked. "That's right," Jim said with a wry smile. "And I've already found 2 men that have agreed to join us." "What are they like?" Charlie asked. "They may be a little rough around the edges, but I'm sure we'll all be getting along in no time at all." Chapter 6. The afternoon rain had been coming down in sheets for several hours, leaving the crew with little to do but stare out the window of the locomotive. Jim spent most of his time reviewing an assortment of maps and schedules as they continued rolling northward. Ed and Charlie found their journey through the wilderness most exhilarating and savoured every moment of their newfound freedom. The brothers took turns throwing logs onto the fire to keep the train moving, but quickly realised that their supply of wood wouldn't last as long as they had thought. "We're going through a lot of wood," Ed remarked. "Don't worry," Jim explained. "I've got a map of every station in the country, so we'll stock up on supplies when we need them. As a matter of fact, we should be arriving at our first destination soon, so why don't you boys take a seat?" Ed sat down on the chair on the other side of the cabin and then gestured towards his brother. "You'll have to sit at the back, Charlie." Charlie shuffled towards the rear of the car and sat on a bench that was fixed to the wall adjacent to the coal car. A moment later, the wheels locked up and the train came to a slow, screeching halt. Once the locomotive had moved into position next to the station platform, Jim turned a few nozzles above the furnace, and the boys promptly covered their ears as a loud burst of steam shot out from the pipe above the boiler. Jim then walked over to the doorway of the cab and gestured to Ed and Charlie. "Let's go meet the rest of our crew, gentlemen. Jim led the brothers down the ladder and walked across the wooden platform towards the main entrance of the building. The station was constructed entirely out of red brick, but was in a desperate state of disrepair. When the brothers pushed their way through the front doors, they felt as if they had just emerged from a time machine. The building appeared to be at least 50 years old and was rarely used by the locals. The main lobby was filled with a dozen hard wooden benches draped in red leather, while derelict newsstands stood forlornly at the far end of the building. Only a handful of people were wandering around inside the station, including two dishevelled-looking men standing next to a payphone near the back entrance. One of the men was heavy-set and wore a large black apron reminiscent of those used by blacksmiths, while the other was slim and wore a tweed sports jacket and a tattered newsboy cap. "Jim!" the heavy-set man shouted as the two strangers made their approach. "It's good to see you again." "It's been far too long, gentlemen," Jim said, shaking their hands. "I'm glad you could make it." The thin man eyed the boys suspiciously. "Are these the kids you were talking about?" "They are," Jim said cryptically. "These two have proven themselves to be quite the dependable workers. Go on, boys. Why don't you introduce yourselves?" Ed flashed an awkward smile as he edged closer to the other men and stood firmly at attention. "I'm Ed, and this is my brother Charlie." "It's good to meet you," the big man said, shaking their hands. "I'm Lamont, and this is Sully." "Just try to stay out of our way," Sully said with a scowl. "I didn't sign up to be no babysitter." Ed and Charlie nodded nervously, taken aback by the man's unexpected hostility. "I'm sure you'll both be a big help," Lamont said graciously. "We're glad to have you on board, lads." The boys smiled at the unexpected gesture. Sully reached into his front pocket, pulled out a large manila envelope and handed it over to Jim. "Here are the documents you asked for. I had to call in a few favours, so these two had better be worth it." Jim ripped open the envelope and reached his hand inside. He flipped through a number of files before pulling out two small cards and handed them to Ed and Charlie. "What are these?" Ed asked curiously. "This is your new identification," Jim explained. "They weren't cheap, so you'd better take care of them." The boys inspected the cards carefully, then quickly placed them in their pants pockets. "All right, gentlemen," Jim finally said. "The day's not getting any younger, so we'd better get a move on if we're going to make it to the rail yard before sundown." Jim led the way out of the building, followed closely by the other men. Ed and Charlie were surprised at how differently the two men carried themselves. Sully walked with a limp on his right side, and his eyes darted suspiciously in every direction, acting as if he were being followed. Lamont, on the other hand, moved at a much more confident pace, seemingly without a care in the world. Once the crew had reached the locomotive, Jim drew the boys aside. "There's not enough room for everyone in the front cab," Jim explained. "You're going to have to ride in the passenger cabin from this point on. Is that understood?" "Yes, Captain," the brothers replied. Ed and Charlie reluctantly made their way towards the back of the train and climbed into the passenger car. A few minutes later, they heard the engine stutter back to life, and the train lurched forward. The boys then raced over to a window on the opposite end of the lounge and watched as the station slowly disappeared from sight. Charlie glanced over at Ed and let out a long sigh. "I never thought I'd say this, but I feel homesick." "I know what you mean," Ed said sympathetically, "but just try to put it out of your mind. You know what would happen if we ever stepped foot in that house again." "I know," Charlie said with a frown. "Don't worry," Ed said reassuringly. "It's going to take time getting used to living on our own, but as long as we work hard and do as we're told, we'll be just fine." Charlie stared up at his brother and forced a smile. "Come on, Charlie, it's going to be a long day. Why don't we find something to eat and enjoy the ride?" The brothers spent the remainder of the afternoon toiling away at a few small projects inside the cabin. They spent an hour cleaning the kitchen after they finished with their lunch, and another hour tidying up the bathroom. They were just getting started with a game of cards when the train came to an abrupt stop, and Jim entered the cabin. "You boys stay here while we fill up the boiler," Jim instructed. "We'll be leaving again in a few minutes." The boys nodded absently as they continued on with their game, and it wasn't long before the engine roared back to life and they pushed on towards their next destination. Jim and Sully had passed through the cabin several times during the first few stops, but the brothers had only seen Lamont once since he had arrived on board. They assumed that he must have been placed in charge of the locomotive while the others were busy preparing for the trip to the rail yard. But it wasn't until the train made its final stop a few hours later that Lamont joined them inside. "Good afternoon," Lamont said with a broad smile. "I trust you've been keeping yourselves busy?" "Yes, sir," the brothers said, standing at attention. "You don't have to stand on ceremonies with me," Lamont said, waving his hands dismissively. "Feel free to treat me just like any other member of the crew." Ed's shoulders dropped as he stared awkwardly at the older man, not knowing what to say next. "We cleaned the cabin today," Charlie said proudly. "We even scrubbed the toilet in the bathroom." Lamont laughed loudly. "I'm glad to hear it." Ed shot an embarrassed look at his brother. "Listen, lads," Lamont continued. "We'll be making our way inside the rail yard in a few minutes, but Jim wants you to stay in the car until further notice. Sully and I will be manning the front cab while Jim talks to the men in the yard. It shouldn't take more than a few minutes to get clearance, but it's important that you remain here." Ed and Charlie nodded their heads in agreement. "Good," Lamont replied. Suddenly the door swung open and the boys turned to see Sully standing impatiently by the entrance. "Let's go, Lamont," Sully shouted. "We don't have time to waste on these kids. We've got a job to do." "I'll be there in a minute," Lamont said as he rolled his eyes in frustration. "Just wait for me outside." Lamont turned back towards Ed and Charlie and could already see the defeated expression on their faces. "Don't worry about him," Lamont said as he placed a reassuring hand on Charlie's shoulder. "He's just mad because he's been stuck feeding the furnace all day." Charlie forced a smile as he watched Lamont turn and head towards the rear of the cabin. "I'll see you boys in a few minutes." The brothers settled back down onto the couch as Charlie let out a long, exaggerated sigh. "Why do we always have to stay in the cabin?" he asked in frustration. "We're the ones who helped fix up this train, so we should be the ones riding up front." "Maybe Jim's embarrassed by us," Ed replied. "He probably thinks that we'll just get in the way." "It's not fair," Charlie complained. "The rest of the crew are out there having all the fun while we're stuck in here doing nothing. We should be up front with the others." Charlie got to his feet and walked over to one of the windows on the opposite side of the cabin. He gazed out at the darkening sky and caught a brief glimpse of the rising moon shining brightly through the trees. "I say we join the others," Charlie suggested. "Lamont told us to stay here." "I don't care," Charlie shouted angrily as he moved towards the entrance of the cabin. "I'm leaving." As Charlie slid open the back door, they immediately heard two loud banging noises echoing in the distance. "What was that?" Ed asked nervously. Charlie quickly shut the door and watched as his brother began pacing back and forth across the cabin. "Was that an explosion?" Charlie asked. "Something must be wrong with the boiler," Ed suggested. "I've read about steam engines exploding before." "What do we do?" "I don't know," Ed said with a worried expression. "But we should probably check on the others." Ed grabbed Charlie by the arm and pulled him towards the door of the cabin. They then raced down the ladder and ran towards the rear of the locomotive. As they climbed up into the front cab, they could already see Sully and Lamont standing nonchalantly by the window. "Did something happen to the engine?" Ed asked nervously. "We heard an explosion and—" "We told you to stay in the car," Sully interrupted, holding up a fire iron in a threatening gesture. Ed and Charlie took a step back as Lamont reached out towards Sully and grabbed him firmly by the arm. "Calm down, Sully. Don't lose your cool." The sound of approaching footsteps helped to ease the tension as Jim climbed back into the cabin. "What are you boys doing in here?" "Charlie and I heard a loud noise, so we just wanted to make sure that everyone was okay." "Oh, that," Jim said calmly. "I just fired a few rounds into the air to scare off some stray dogs." Jim pulled out a revolver from the back of his pants and placed it on the radio in front of his chair. The brothers' eyes widened as they stared down at the object in stunned silence. The boys were accustomed to seeing firearms due to their time spent with relatives on a farm, but somehow this felt different. Ed and Charlie, however, were careful to hide their concerns from the rest of the crew, as they didn't want to make the situation any worse. "How did it go?" Sully asked. "The cars are ready for pickup," Jim responded, "but we have to be quick about it." Jim moved a few of the dials on the console and then eased the throttle forward. The train instantly came to life and inched ahead until it had moved into position directly in front of a siding near the main gate. "Why don't you boys make yourselves useful and slide open the fence?" Jim instructed. "Yes, Captain." Ed and Charlie scrambled down the ladder and ran over to the partially opened gate which secured the yard. The brothers then forced the gate open while Lamont switched the siding into the correct position. A moment later, Jim reversed the train into the yard until the rear end of the passenger cabin was only a few feet from the boxcar. He then eased the train back into position until the cars locked firmly into place. Sully then jumped down from the cabin, moved towards the rear of the train, and removed a long hose that was attached to the back of the passenger car. He quickly fastened it to a socket on the base of the front boxcar. "It's secure!" Sully shouted. "Let's move!" Within a matter of seconds, the train was rolling back out of the yard, and the boys found themselves scrambling to secure the gate. Once the gate was shut, Ed and Charlie raced back to the passenger cabin and quickly climbed inside. "Why are they in such a hurry?" Charlie asked as he stared out the window. "And why does Jim have a gun?" "I don't know," Ed responded, "but I've got a feeling that they're up to something." Several hours had passed since they had retrieved the boxcars, and the train was making its final stop on a siding about 100 miles north of the yard. The calm of the evening was just beginning to settle in as the brothers washed up for bed and crawled under their blankets. Once the locomotive was shut down for the night, each member of the crew made their way into the cabin one after the other. Jim was the first to make an appearance, but only passed through the kitchen briefly to grab a bite to eat before retiring to the captain's quarters. Sully was next to arrive, spending just a few minutes in the washroom before heading to bed. Lamont was the last to enter and the only member of the crew to check in on the boys. "Are you still awake, lads?" Lamont asked, knocking gently on the wooden panel next to their bunks. The brothers slid their curtains open and smiled. "Good evening, Lamont," Charlie whispered. "Good evening, Charlie," Lamont said with a polite smile. "I trust you two have had an eventful day?" "It's had its moments," Ed responded. "Having you boys on board brings back a lot of fond memories from my childhood," Lamont said as he leaned up against the wall. "My father used to take me with him to our local train station whenever he went out of town, and I can't tell you how many hours I spent exploring that old building, meeting all kinds of fascinating people. A few of the workers would even take me with them on tours of the trains, so I'd get to learn how everything worked behind the scenes. That was where I first developed a love for the railway." Charlie's eyes lit up at the older man's words. "Did you get to drive any of the trains?" "I was a bit too young for that," Lamont said with a chuckle. "Although I did get my certification a number of years ago, but I've never had much of a desire to get behind the wheel. Maybe I'm just stuck in my ways, but I've always enjoyed my time spent working as a mechanic." "Did you get to travel a lot?" Charlie asked. "I spent some time traveling the country when I was a younger man, but that was a long time ago." "That sounds like fun," Charlie said diplomatically. You must have had a lot of exciting adventures. I've had my share, Lamont admitted. But life on the rails isn't for everyone. You have to work a lot of long hours and sometimes you don't get to see your family for weeks on end. It can get rather lonely at times. The boys watched as Lamont kicked off his shoes and hung his overalls on a hook next to his bunk. "Do you have a family?" Ed asked. "Everyone's got a family, lad, even if you're not related. I've often found that the people you work with become a part of your family one way or the other." "That might not be so bad," Charlie responded. Lamont tousled Charlie's hair playfully. "I'm sure you boys have a great career ahead of you, but we've got a busy week, so why don't you try to get some rest? You're gonna need it for tomorrow." Chapter 7. Ed was the first to wake the following morning, but he decided to lay back in his bunk and wait for the rest of the crew to rouse from their beds. He didn't get a lot of sleep during the night due to Sully's snoring, but he wasn't about to let this minor disruption ruin the rest of his day. As he lay there thinking about the week ahead, he could hear the gradual rumbling of an approaching train in the distance. Gingerly climbing out of bed, he moved over to one of the side windows to get a better look. A few seconds later, Sully and Lamont tumbled out of their beds and ran towards Jim's compartment, knocking loudly on the door. "Wake up, Jim!" Sully shouted impatiently. Charlie peeked his head out from behind his curtain as Jim flung open the door to his room. "What's going on?" Charlie asked. "It's none of your business," Jim said bluntly. Sully and Lamont were in the midst of a heated conversation when Jim forced his way between the two men and stumbled over to a window in the lounge. He then stared out suspiciously at the passing train before turning his attention back towards the other men. "It's all right," Jim said reassuringly. "It's just a long-haul sleeper. There's nothing to worry about." Jim wiped the sweat from his forehead, then walked back towards the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. "Sully, why don't you start preparations for our departure, and I'll see you both in the driver's cab." "Where are we going?" Ed asked curiously. Jim glanced over at Ed and Charlie, acting as if he had completely forgotten that they were on board. "I got a small loan from one of the men back at the rail yard, so we'll be making our way up north to buy a few supplies before we pick up our first shipment." He turned to Sully and gave him a knowing smile. "Why don't you boys get yourselves some breakfast?" Jim suggested. "We've got a delivery lined up for tonight and we're going to need your help loading up the cars." Jim made his way back to his room while Sully and Lamont grabbed a few items from the cupboard and swiftly exited the cabin. Ed and Charlie then picked up a couple of apples from the counter and followed the men outside. The boys were anxious to see the new boxcars, but couldn't help feeling somewhat underwhelmed by their appearance. "Why is there so much graffiti?" Charlie asked. "They probably spent a lot of time in the city," Ed suggested. "I guess those kids have nothing better to do." Ed reached up and grabbed a lever that was attached to one of the doors of the car and slid it upwards. Almost immediately he heard the lock release, so he forced the door open and climbed inside. He then leaned over to help his brother into the car and moved towards the center of the cabin. Despite the fact that the car was empty, it was still interesting to see what it looked like inside. "Look at all this space," Charlie said in amazement. "It's so big you can even hear an echo." "Echo!" Ed shouted. "Echo!" Charlie repeated. A voice suddenly interrupted their solitude. "What are you two doing in there?" Ed and Charlie peeked their heads outside and saw Jim standing below the entrance with his arms crossed. "We just wanted to check out the boxcar," Ed explained. "We've never been inside one before." Jim waved them forward. "Come on, boys, we don't have time to fool around. We've got work to do." The brothers climbed out of the car while Jim slid the door shut and secured the locking mechanism. "You two are going to have to stay in the passenger cabin until we reach the next station," Jim explained. "But we want to ride in the driver's cab with you and the rest of the crew," Charlie complained. "You'll do as you're told," Jim shouted angrily. And if you don't like it, you can find yourselves another train." "Yes, Captain," Charlie replied. Ed and Charlie trudged back to the passenger car like a couple of kids who had been sent to the principal's office, mumbling under their breath every step of the way. It took just over an hour for the train to arrive at the next station, and by then the pair were eager to get out and stretch their legs. As soon as the train screeched to a halt, Ed and Charlie exited the cabin and jumped onto the gravel bed next to the rails. The crew had managed to park on a siding in front of the station, and the men were already busy filling up the boiler with water from a hose that was dangling high overhead. The boys had only been out of the car for a few seconds before they were approached by Sully. "Get over here, you two." Sully handed each of the boys a couple of buckets and a pair of long-handled brushes. "Jim wants you to scrub the graffiti off the side of the cars, and we don't have time to waste, so get to it." The brothers looked at each other in confusion as Sully hurried back towards the station. "How are we supposed to remove spray paint?" Ed asked as he set his bucket on the ground. Lamont could see the puzzled expression on their faces, so he released his grip on the chain that was fixed to the water tower and walked over to Ed and Charlie. "I'll show you what to do, lads." Charlie smiled. "Thanks, Lamont." "Don't mention it," Lamont said, leading the boys over to the boxcars. "It's actually quite simple. All you have to do is use the chemicals in the grey bucket to dissolve the paint and then use the water from the blue bucket to wash it off. It takes a few minutes for the chemical to start working, so you'll have to scrub it off in small sections." Ed and Charlie placed their buckets on the ground near the front of the boxcar, as Lamont then led them over to a long metal pipe that was sticking out of the ground. He gave the nozzle a few quick turns and took a step back as water began gushing out of the pipe at full force. "If you boys need any more water to rinse off the paint, just use this nozzle to refill your bucket." Lamont turned off the water and continued on towards the front of the locomotive. "Thanks for all of your hard work, lads." The brothers smiled as they placed the ends of the brushes in the grey bucket and began the arduous task of scrubbing the paint off the sides of the cars. The task proved to be somewhat mundane, but a lot more satisfying than what they had initially envisioned as colourful streaks of paint dripped down slowly from the side of the boxcar. It took roughly 3 hours before each of the cars were completely devoid of paint and shining brightly in the afternoon sun. Ed and Charlie then placed their brushes on the ground and sat on a nearby rail for a quick break. "I have to admit," Ed said with a sigh, "this isn't exactly what I had in mind when I left home. I thought it would be a lot more fun working on the railway, but all we ever do is get yelled at by Sully and do all the grunt work." "And Jim's a lot meaner than he used to be," Charlie said in agreement. "He barely even speaks to us anymore." "At least Lamont's nice," Ed conceded. "And no one hits us anymore, so we can be thankful for that." "Maybe Jim's just under a lot of pressure," Charlie suggested. "It can't be easy running a business." "Maybe," Ed replied doubtfully. Suddenly a voice interrupted their conversation. "Finish up, lads. We're getting ready to leave." The boys turned to see Lamont gesturing towards them just as the engine roared back to life. Jim was loading the last of the supplies into the passenger cabin when the brothers climbed inside, and within minutes the train was moving swiftly down the tracks. Ed and Charlie took their place next to the window as they listened to the rhythmic sounds of the wheels clicking peacefully along the rails. A little over an hour passed before Charlie began pacing anxiously across the floor in the lounge. "What should we do while we wait for the next station?" Charlie asked impatiently. "We can't just sit around here staring out the window all day. That's boring." "What else can we do?" Ed responded with a shrug. Charlie turned away from the window and searched the room for something to occupy his mind. His eyes then caught the attention of the door to the captain's quarters. "I've got it," he said with a mischievous smile. "Why don't we sneak into Jim's room and take a look around?" "I don't think that's a good idea," Ed said hesitantly. "What if Jim finds out that we've been snooping around his room? I don't want us to get into any more trouble." "How can we get into trouble if the rest of the crew are up in the driver's cab? They'll never know." Ed said as he scratched thoughtfully at his chin. "You make a good point, but we have to be careful not to break anything, otherwise Jim will find out." "No problem," Charlie said excitedly. "All right, let's go." The boys raced past the kitchen and paused just outside the entrance of the captain's quarters. Ed held his breath as he slowly turned the handle leading inside. "It's unlocked," he said with a smile. Ed and Charlie quickly made their way inside and shut the door behind them. The compartment had very little in the way of furniture, but it did offer its own unique brand of charm. It was small, with only enough room for a bed, a desk, a lamp, a wardrobe, and a large map that was pinned to the wall on the far side of the room. The brothers then made their way towards the desk and began rummaging through the drawers. There wasn't much of interest inside the desk, but a newspaper did catch Charlie's attention. "Look," Charlie said as he held the paper up in front of his brother. "There's a story about us in here." Ed ripped the newspaper out of Charlie's hand and began reading the headline out loud. "Brothers reported missing." Ed took a minute to skim through the article, and it wasn't until he had finished reading the bulk of the story that he noticed the look on his brother's face. Charlie stared in disbelief as he pointed towards the back of the paper. "Look at the headline on the front page," Charlie muttered. "Guard killed at rail yard." Ed felt his entire body turn cold as he allowed the severity of the headline to sink in. "Do you think it's talking about the rail yard that we were at last night?" Charlie asked nervously. "There's only one way to find out," Ed said as he began skimming the first line of the article. All of a sudden, the boys felt the brakes seize up, and the train came to an abrupt, screeching halt. "We've got to get out of here before Jim catches us," Ed shouted, throwing the newspaper down on the desk. The boys scrambled through the door, slamming it shut, and raced back into the lounge. For several long seconds, they sat on the couch in silence, desperately trying to process the new information. Neither one of them knew what to make of it. Ed couldn't help but think that his mind was playing tricks on him, or that he was simply suffering from an overactive imagination. Suddenly, the door of the cabin swung open and Jim entered the room. "Come on, boys," he said, standing in the doorway. "We need your help loading up our first shipment." The brothers quickly rose to their feet and followed Jim outside as he led the way towards the back of the train. Sully and Lamont were already busy hauling a number of boxes off the station platform and into the first boxcar. "Give me a hand, lads," Lamont said warmly. "You can join me inside the car while Jim and Sully pass us the boxes from below. That should make the job a lot easier." Ed and Charlie climbed up into the car and began grabbing the items from Jim and Sully and placing them against the far wall. The boys were surprised by the weight of the boxes, as each one seemed to weigh exactly the same. "What's in the boxes?" Ed asked curiously. "It's not your job to know," Sully said bluntly. Jim looked up at Ed as he handed him another box. "It's just a shipment of medical supplies for a remote town up north," he offered. "But we have a much bigger shipment to pick up once we're finished with this one." "How far away is the town?" Charlie asked. "It's a 2-day journey," Jim replied. "We're going to have to work in shifts in order to get it there on time, so we'll only be stopping for essentials along the way." Ed nodded absently as he picked up another box and placed it in the corner. Once the crew had finished stacking the items inside the boxcars, Lamont and the boys jumped down from the rear car and slid the door closed. "Let's get moving," Jim said impatiently. "We're on a tight schedule and we don't have any time to waste. You boys get back to your cabin and keep yourselves occupied." Ed and Charlie hated the idea of being stuck in the cabin alone, but seemed resigned to their fate. Once inside, they fixed themselves something to eat, and before they knew it, the sun was just beginning its descent below the horizon. As the pair were getting ready for bed, the train once again came to a stop, and the cabin door swung open. "Good evening, lads," "Lamont!" Charlie shouted. "It's good to see you," Lamont said as he made his way through the lounge. "This is going to be our final stop for the evening. Jim and Sully are taking the first shift, which means that I'll be spending the night with you." "That's a relief," Ed said, sitting up in his bunk. "It'll be nice having someone intelligent to talk to." "Hey," Charlie said with a scowl. Lamont chuckled to himself as he made his way into the kitchen and poured himself a cup of tea. "Lamont," Ed said, hesitating slightly, "would you mind if I asked you a personal question?" "Go ahead," Lamont responded. Ed paused, seeming to gather his thoughts. "You told us that life on the rails can get lonely, so I was just wondering, have you ever been married?" Lamont frowned as he took a long sip from his mug and then placed it back down on the counter. "Almost," he finally admitted. The boys looked at each other in confusion. "What do you mean?" Charlie asked. "Well," Lamont continued, "I was once in love with a girl named Rachel, but when I asked her father for her hand in marriage, he told me that I wasn't good enough for his daughter and forbid me from ever seeing her again." "Why did you need his permission?" Charlie asked in confusion. "Couldn't you just marry her anyway?" "It wasn't as simple as that," Lamont explained. "Her family came from a lot of money, and her father threatened to cut her off if she went through with the marriage. I didn't want to be the one to cause a rift in her family, so I decided to call the whole thing off and left town the next day. The worst thing about it was that Rachel didn't even care about money or prestige. She loved me for who I am." "Do you know what happened to her?" Ed asked. "Last I heard, she moved out west." "Do you think she married someone else?" "I don't know," Lamont responded. "There were plenty of men who were interested, but knowing her father, she would have had a hard time finding a husband." "Do you ever think about her?" Charlie asked. "All the time." "Well, maybe she's still available," Charlie said with a broad smile. "Why don't you give her a call?" "She's probably already moved on," Lamont admitted. "I left her more than 20 years ago, and sometimes you just have to accept the fact that you missed your chance." "You never know," Ed said encouragingly. "Besides, her father's probably dead, so what have you got to lose?" "Good point," Lamont said with a laugh. "So are you going to call her?" Charlie asked. "I'll think about it," Lamont said with a wave. "But what do you say we get some sleep for the time being? It's been a long day, and these old bones need some rest." Chapter 8. The smell of bacon and eggs wafted through the cabin, the intoxicating aroma luring the boys from their beds like rats drawn by the Pied Piper into the streets. "Good morning, lads," Lamont greeted warmly, dropping a few more eggs into a large frying pan. Ed stretched leisurely before responding, "Good morning, Lamont." "You two had better get ready for the day," Lamont suggested as he adjusted one of the dials on the stove. "All right," Ed said, rubbing his tired eyes. Ed and Charlie took turns in the bathroom until they had both finished their morning routines. Afterwards, they settled at the kitchen table and eagerly began devouring their breakfast. Bacon and eggs were a rare treat for the boys, so they relished every bite of the delicious meal. Once finished, they washed their plates and slumped onto the couch to let their food digest. A few minutes later, the train came to a slow, stuttering halt, and Jim and Sully entered the cabin, pushing their way through the rear door. "It's your turn to take the wheel, Lamont," Jim said. "You'll have to take the boys with you to help stoke the boiler. I left the maps and timetables in the leather case up front, but remember, we're on a tight deadline, so we don't have time for any unscheduled stops." Lamont nodded in agreement as Ed and Charlie jumped eagerly to their feet. "Come on, lads, let's get to work." The brothers followed closely behind Lamont as he led the way out of the cabin and towards the locomotive. It was a surreal experience for Ed and Charlie to be given such a serious responsibility, and it was obvious that Lamont was nervous about being placed in charge of the train. "You finally get to drive!" Charlie exclaimed as he pulled himself up the ladder and into the cabin. Lamont smiled as he sat down and began sorting through a number of documents. "I've learned a lot working with Jim and Sully over the last few days. They sure know their stuff." Setting the documents down beside him, Lamont twisted a series of nozzles before gripping the main throttle and easing it forward. The train gradually accelerated along the tracks, a sensation that lasted several exhilarating seconds until it eventually reached its top speed. Ed and Charlie were thrilled to be riding up front with Lamont, eager to embrace the responsibility of being placed second in command. The brothers took meticulous care in replenishing the furnace with fuel whenever the boiler pressure began to drop, and within minutes they found their rhythm, working harmoniously as a well-oiled machine. After nearly 3 hours, the crew found themselves rounding a long bend in the track when a loud hissing noise suddenly erupted from the boiler. Lamont jumped to his feet and eyed one of the gauges above the firebox. "We're losing pressure," he shouted above the roar of the engine. "There must be a problem with the boiler. We're going to have to find somewhere to stop." Lamont slid open the door to the furnace and quickly realized that the fire was being extinguished by a steady stream of water. He shuffled through the stack of documents before settling on a large map. "Listen, lads, I'm going to need your help when we reach the next spur line. When I slow down, you'll have to jump off and switch the rails to the right. Once the train moves onto the siding, you can switch the tracks back into position. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," Ed said confidently. "Good," Lamont responded. Ed and Charlie moved into position near the ladder and waited as the train began to decelerate. "Now's your chance, lads." The wheels screeched loudly as the train came to a slow crawl in front of the switch. The boys quickly climbed down the ladder, ran over to the lever, and forced it to the right. Once the train had eased onto the siding, they reversed the lever and hurried back to the locomotive. Jim and Sully had now exited the passenger cabin, looking especially annoyed by the unexpected delay. One final burst of steam erupted from the stacks as Lamont climbed down the ladder and joined the others outside. "What's going on?" Jim shouted angrily. "I told you not to make any more unscheduled stops." "It couldn't be avoided," Lamont replied calmly. "We had a problem with the boiler, so I had to park the train on the siding before we were stranded on the main line." Sully climbed up into the cabin and opened the door to the furnace. The fire was now completely extinguished, and a thick cloud of smoke billowed out of the stack. "What's the verdict?" Jim asked impatiently. After a few more seconds, Sully walked back towards the entrance and leaned against the doorframe. "It looks like a crack in the boiler caused the water to leak out into the firebox. I can fix it with my gas welder, but it's probably going to take a couple of hours and we're going to need a fresh supply of water to refill the tank." "All right," Jim said with a wave. "Why don't you boys keep yourselves busy while we work on the engine? But don't run off too far because we're going to need your help finding a source of water once we're finished with the repairs." "Yes, Captain," the boys replied obediently. Ed and Charlie were thrilled to stretch their legs, already feeling stir-crazy from sitting inside the train. They quickly ran down the main line and rounded a sharp bend before confronting an enormous rock wall that lined the tracks high above them. Ed studied the formation carefully before moving towards the base of the cliff. "Imagine the view we could get from up there," he said in amazement. "What do you say, Charlie?" Charlie shrugged. "It looks kinda dangerous." "Don't be such a baby," Ed insisted. "This isn't half as bad as scaling the water tower back home." "I guess so," Charlie replied doubtfully. "Come on," Ed said, taking off running towards the base of the cliff. "I'll race you to the top." "Hey, wait for me!" Once the pair reached the face of the cliff, each chose their own path to climb. Charlie picked the safer route since he wasn't as experienced as his older brother, whereas Ed chose the steeper grade, which almost seemed to rise up at a 90-degree angle. The pair slowly inched their way up the side of the rocky outcropping until they had both reached the summit and collapsed onto the ground in a heap. "I win," Ed said, trying to catch his breath. "That's not fair," Charlie complained. "You're older than me, and your arms are a lot longer than mine. And I'm better looking too." "You wish," Charlie said, rolling his eyes. Ed let out a loud laugh and laid back against a large rock, breathing in the fresh summer air. The brothers basked in the afternoon sun for nearly an hour before a distant voice caught Charlie's attention. "Ed, wake up! I think Jim's calling us." Ed's eyes shot open as he quickly sat up and peered off towards the train. Jim was now standing in front of the locomotive, waving his arms frantically in their direction. "They must be finished," Ed said. "We'd better head back to the train and help the others." The boys scrambled to their feet and began the slow descent back down the side of the cliff. They were both surprised by how hard it was to climb down, but it wasn't long before they had reached solid ground and raced back towards the locomotive to meet up with the crew. "It's about time you showed up," Jim said, pulling a watch out of his pocket and studying it carefully. "Here's the plan, gentlemen," he continued. "Sully and I will stay here and finish work on the boiler, while the rest of you head out to find a fresh source of water." Sully threw a pair of buckets down at the boys' feet. "We only have 2 buckets, so you'll have to make a lot of trips back and forth to refill the boiler." "No problem," Lamont said, turning towards Ed and Charlie. "Come on, lads. Let's see what we can find." Lamont led the boys into the nearby forest, where they embarked on their search for a fresh source of water. The crew was grateful that the day had remained relatively cool and that the bush wasn't too dense, but there wasn't much conversation among them. Ed and Charlie were simply glad to be working alongside another crew member, as they were beginning to feel like outsiders. "Lamont," Ed said as he skirted around a large tree, "how long have you known Jim and Sully?" "We've known each other for about 10 years. We used to work for the same company before we were all fired." "Why were you fired?" "The government decided to sell our company to a group of foreign investors, so in order to cut costs, they shut down half the routes and laid off most of the employees." "Is that why you took this job?" "We all have to put food on the table, and a life on the rails is the only thing I know. It's not an easy job for a man my age, and there are times when it can be downright dangerous, but I guess that's what makes it so interesting." "What kind of danger?" Charlie asked. "Well, I may be exaggerating a bit," Lamont replied, "but it certainly can be a dangerous job if you don't know what you're doing. A lot of good men have died building the railway, so I take a lot of pride in what I do." "What do you think happened to the man who died at that rail yard a few days ago?" Charlie asked. "What man?" Lamont asked with raised eyebrows. "It's nothing," Ed said, shooting his brother a knowing glance. "I think Charlie's just confused." "I'm not confused," Charlie said defensively. "The newspaper said that a guard died at a rail yard north of our town the other night, and I was just wondering if it was the same place that we picked up the boxcars." Lamont flashed an awkward smile as the colour in his face suddenly seemed to wash away. "Newspapers get things wrong all the time," he said dismissively. "I wouldn't worry about it." "Do you know what happened?" Charlie asked. "I said forget about it," Lamont shouted angrily. Ed and Charlie stared at each other in uncomfortable silence as they were suddenly caught off guard by Lamont's unexpected outburst. It didn't seem to be in his nature to act with such hostility, and they weren't sure how to respond. "I'm sorry, lads," he said apologetically. "I didn't mean to lose my temper. I've just lost a lot of friends in my line of work, so I guess I'm just a bit sensitive when it comes to matters of life and death. You know what I mean?" "I guess so," Charlie said with a nod. "Good," Lamont replied. "And I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention this to the others. They have a lot on their minds, so we don't want to bother them with such news." "We won't," Ed said agreeably. "I appreciate that," Lamont said, letting out a deep sigh. "Now let's get back to the business at hand." The boys maintained their silence as they ventured further into the wilderness. To their astonishment, the density of the bush diminished, and the ground beneath their feet grew noticeably softer. Lamont paused briefly, directing their attention to a small clearing in the forest. "I think we're in luck, lads." The brothers glanced over at a creek with a steady stream flowing only a few feet away. It wasn't much to look at, but the water was clear and would suit their needs. "Let's get started," Lamont said as he bent over and submerged his bucket. "We've got a long day ahead of us." Chapter 9. The sun was just beginning to dip below the horizon when the crew pulled into the station. Once the engine let out one final belch of steam from the stack, Ed and Charlie stepped out onto the platform just in time to see the crew push their way through the front entrance. The boys could tell that the station had likely been built at the turn of the 20th century. More than a dozen Gothic archways were spread across the outside structure. Yet, despite its impressive appearance, the station was almost entirely devoid of patrons. The brothers couldn't help wondering if they had somehow been transported into a post-apocalyptic world where they were the sole survivors of some catastrophic disaster. It only took a few minutes for Jim and the others to emerge from the building, and when they did, there were two other men following closely behind. Both men were dressed in stylish suits, and one was carrying a small, leather-bound briefcase, while the other had a gun seated in a holster under his jacket. Jim led the men towards the boxcar and slid the door open, revealing the mountain of boxes stacked inside. "It's all here," Jim said confidently. "Good," one of the men said as he pulled out a thick envelope from his briefcase. "Here's your payment." Jim took the envelope, placed it inside his jacket pocket, and summoned Ed and Charlie forward. "I need you boys to start loading the goods from the boxcar into the trucks around the corner. We're running low on fuel, so I'll be heading into town for a few hours to pick up a shipment of wood. I don't want you boys getting into any trouble while I'm gone, so just try to keep out of sight." "Yes, Captain." The brothers quickly got to work unloading the boxcars with the rest of the crew, a job they chose to do in 2 stages. First, they would stack the boxes onto the platform, and then transfer the boxes into the trucks. They worked at a steady pace for well over an hour until they had finished loading the final box. Once the task was complete, the men slid the gates closed, climbed inside the trucks and sped off down the road, quickly disappearing from sight. "Why were they in such a hurry?" Charlie asked. "They probably just wanted to get back to their warehouse before dark," Lamont suggested. "I'm just glad we're finally done," Ed said, wiping his sweaty forehead. "Jim said that he'd be back in a few hours, so that should give us enough time to explore the station." Charlie smiled as he turned in Lamont's direction. "Can we check out the station?" "Sure," Lamont replied, "but don't wander off too far. We've got to be ready when Jim gets back." Ed and Charlie took off towards the station and burst excitedly through the front entrance. They were pleased to see that the interior of the building was still in good condition, but it was obvious that the station had become seriously neglected over the years. Nevertheless, they were surprised to see how much care was put into the building during its initial construction. The tile work on the floors was nothing less than a work of art, and the main interior was made up of large, overhanging arches with crown moulding and the occasional use of stained glass windows. "This place must have cost a fortune," Charlie said admiringly. "It's a shame to see it so empty." Ed frowned. "The railway isn't what it used to be. I think most people would rather fly than take the train." "Flying is boring," Charlie objected. "I know," Ed replied, "and look at what happens to all these old buildings. They just sit around collecting dust." Despite the novelty of their newfound life on the rails, the boys couldn't help feeling as if their imaginations had somehow betrayed them along the way. The hard reality of their new lives was slowly starting to sink in, and they were beginning to realize that if they were going to make it work, they'd better keep their expectations firmly in check. After a few minutes of quiet contemplation, Charlie stopped suddenly and grabbed Ed by the arm. "I think I have to pee," he whispered. "All right," Ed said, rolling his eyes. I guess we have time for a bathroom break, but let's try to make it quick." As the brothers entered the washroom, they were immediately taken aback by the condition of the interior. It was obvious that the room had not been renovated since its initial construction, because it still retained much of the same charm as the rest of the building. The stalls were built entirely out of hardwood, the countertops were made from high-quality marble, and the fixtures were of solid brass. Ed walked over to a stall in the corner of the room and pushed open the door, but to his embarrassment he was greeted by a scruffy-looking man sitting on the toilet. "Someone's in here!" the man shouted angrily. Ed's entire body recoiled in fright. "I'm sorry, mister, I thought it was empty." Ed quickly shut the door and hurried over to another stall on the opposite end of the room. "Wait a minute," the man called out. The boys froze in place as they heard the sound of a toilet flushing, followed by a belt being buckled. The man opened the door to the stall and walked slowly towards the sink. He took a few seconds to wash his hands and gazed at the boys suspiciously while he dried off with a towel. "I've seen you boys before," the man said with raised eyebrows. "I read all about you in the newspaper. You're the brothers who went missing the other day, aren't you?" "No, we're not," Ed said nervously. "Oh, yes, you are," the man said with a knowing smile. "And I seem to recall there being a reward for your safe return. $500 if I'm not mistaken." The man inched his way closer to Ed and Charlie, slowly backing them into a corner. "Don't come any closer," Ed said, staring up at the strange man. "Just leave us alone or you'll be sorry." "Why don't you make this easy on yourselves?" the man said, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "I'm warning you," Ed said nervously. Suddenly the man jumped forward, reaching out with both hands towards Charlie. Ed, however, had anticipated the man's actions. Stepping quickly to one side, he swung a sharp uppercut, striking their attacker directly in the stomach. The older man doubled over in pain, giving the boys all the time they needed to dash out of the washroom and through the front entrance of the station. Ducking behind a vacant ticket booth, the boys crouched down and searched the platform for Lamont and the other members of the crew. In the same instant, their assailant burst through the doors of the station and immediately ran out onto the platform. Knowing they couldn't hide inside the cabin at the risk of being trapped, the boys took off running down the tracks in the opposite direction. The older man made a feeble attempt to follow them, but knew almost instantly that he was no match for their youthful speed and gave up after only a few seconds. "Get back here!" the man shouted in desperation. Ed and Charlie sprinted down the tracks to where it wound around a gradual bend. There they noticed a nearby culvert and quickly ducked inside the opening. "What do we do now?" Charlie asked. "I don't know," Ed said between breaths. "But we can't risk going back to the station, or he'll catch us." Ed and Charlie remained in the culvert for what seemed like hours. Finally, they worked up enough nerve to venture out and peer off down the tracks, but there was no one in sight. The sky had already begun to darken, and they were beginning to grow tired from crouching. They knew that if they didn't make it back to the train soon, they would risk being left behind by the crew. Unfortunately, they might also risk being captured by the man at the station, so that didn't leave them with many options. A moment later, the sound of the train's whistle brought them back to attention. "They're leaving without us!" Charlie shouted. "I know," Ed replied, "but we can't go back to the station, so we'll have to find a way to get their attention." "How do we do that?" Ed carefully examined his surroundings before his attention was drawn to a tower about 50 feet away. "I have an idea, Charlie. Follow me." Ed and Charlie raced towards the tower just as the train began crawling down the tracks towards them. Ed was first to climb up the ladder, with Charlie following closely behind. Once they had made it to the top, they edged their way to the middle of the structure and began waving their arms in a desperate attempt to attract the attention of the crew. As the train made its approach, they began shouting at the top of their lungs, knowing full well that the sound of the engine would likely drown out their cries for help. But after a few tense moments, the boys breathed a sigh of relief as the train came to a screeching halt. "Where were you two?" Jim shouted as he jumped down from the driver's cab. "You were told to return to the train before I got back from town. The three of us were left loading up the entire shipment of wood by ourselves." The brothers quickly climbed down from the tower, trying desperately to think of a way to make their harrowing escape sound more convincing to the rest of the crew. "We were being chased by a man at the station," Ed admitted. "We had to hide here so he wouldn't find us." "Why was a man chasing you?" "Well," Ed explained, "we were just walking around the station minding our own business when this guy tried to grab us. He said that he recognized us from the newspaper." "I told you boys to stay out of trouble," Jim shouted angrily. "Now the police are probably looking for you." Jim took a few steps forward and slapped Ed with the back of his hand, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Don't hit him!" Charlie shouted. Lamont stepped forward and placed a hand on Jim's forearm, preventing him from any further altercation. "Easy, Jim. It was an honest mistake." "Serves him right," Sully said unsympathetically. "These boys have caused us nothing but trouble. It's about time they understand how things work around here." Lamont helped Ed off the ground and then ushered the boys towards the passenger cabin. "Why don't you head back to the lounge and give Jim a chance to cool off? I'll be there in a few minutes." Ed held the side of his face with his right hand while keeping a careful eye on Jim as he followed his brother back to the passenger car. Once the boys were inside, Ed pushed his way through the bathroom door and slammed it shut. "Are you okay?" Charlie asked, knocking gently on the door. "Does your face hurt?" "I'm fine," Ed said dismissively. "Are you sure?" Charlie insisted. "I said I'm fine," Ed shouted angrily. "I'm only trying to help." A moment later, the bathroom door opened, and Ed slowly stepped outside, his eyes red and puffy. "I'm sorry, Charlie. I shouldn't take it out on you." Charlie turned and flashed a quick smile. "I don't blame you for being mad," Charlie said sympathetically. "Jim shouldn't have hit you like that." "I guess nothing's changed," Ed said as he moved into the lounge and plunked down on the couch. "It looks like we just traded all of our old problems for new ones." Charlie sat down next to his brother and leaned back on the couch, placing his hands firmly behind his head. "I wish we were in charge of the train. We could go anywhere we want, do anything we want, and eat anything we want. We wouldn't have anyone telling us what to do or how to behave. We could even take turns driving the train." "If only it were that easy," Ed responded. Suddenly there was a noise at the rear of the cabin, and the boys turned to see Lamont enter the room. "How are you holding up?" The brothers remained silent. "Listen, lads," Lamont continued. "I know Jim shouldn't have hit you back there, but I just thought you should know that we've had to make a major change in our plans as a result of that man at the station. We're going to have to take a detour through the mountains in order to avoid any interactions with the police. We can't risk getting caught with you boys on board, so it's going to take us an extra day just to reach our next delivery point." "I'm sorry, Lamont," Ed said as he lowered his head. "We didn't mean to cause trouble. If we hadn't gone into the station, none of this would have ever happened." "Don't be so hard on yourselves," Lamont explained. "Sometimes life throws you a curveball, but what counts is how you handle it when things don't go your way. There are times when we're forced to deal with hardships, but it's important to face challenges head-on. After all, we can't always go through life running away from our problems." "But you ran away," Charlie said bluntly. "Don't you remember what happened with you and Rachel?" Ed elbowed Charlie as he glanced up at Lamont. He could see a pained expression crease the older man's face. "I'm sorry, Lamont. I didn't mean—" "That's all right," Lamont said with a forced smile. "I admit that I've made my share of mistakes, but the important thing is to acknowledge our past and find a way to learn from it. As the old proverb says, a smart man learns from his mistakes, but a wise man learns from the mistakes of others." Chapter 10. It was obvious that Ed and Charlie weren't on good terms with the other members of the crew, so they decided to make breakfast for everyone in order to alleviate any hard feelings. Despite their best efforts, Jim and Sully remained cold and distant during the meal and left the cabin without so much as a thank you. Once again, the brothers found themselves staring out the window in frustration as the train continued its journey northward. At one point, Charlie thought he saw an enormous creature swimming across the surface of a passing lake, but quickly realized that it was just an old log floating on the water. As the day progressed, it became clear that this particular stretch of track had been badly neglected by the railway. The brothers took note of how carefully the crew navigated their way around every corner, as there were a number of hazards that cropped up along the way. "We're heading into a tunnel," Ed shouted. An instant later, the engine's roar was amplified tenfold as the train entered the tunnel and their cabin was filled with darkness. The brothers felt a surge of excitement rush over them as the wheels screeched loudly along the rails, reverberating through the floor of the cabin. "I can barely see," Charlie said nervously. "The light will come back soon," Ed responded. A moment later, the room was lit up once again as the train burst through the other side of the tunnel. "Here comes another one," Charlie exclaimed. The train moved swiftly around a bend in the mountain pass, and the cabin was once again shrouded in darkness. The rhythmic sounds of the rails lulled Ed and Charlie into a blissful, hypnotic trance, when suddenly a tremendous screeching sound drowned out all other noises, and they were thrown violently to the floor. In the same instant, they felt the train come to an abrupt, shuddering halt, and a violent thud echoed through the darkened cabin. "What happened?" Charlie asked as he picked himself up from the floor and dusted off his clothing. Ed began searching blindly for the brass lamp that was hanging next to the bunks. When his hands had finally found it, he turned the small switch on the side and stood back as the room gradually filled with light. "We should probably go and check on the others to find out what's going on," Ed said nervously. Ed and Charlie hurried out of the cabin and ran down the tunnel towards the front of the train. In the dim light, the boys could already see the crew standing next to the tracks, a kerosene lantern lighting up the area around them. As the pair drew closer, it became clear that the front wheels of the locomotive had somehow managed to wedge themselves on top of some rubble, and the front of the train was now blocked by a massive landslide. The men stood in stunned silence as they took in the troubling sight. "Should we call for help?" Ed suggested. "There's no reception in the tunnel," Jim replied. "Besides, we're still trying to avoid the authorities thanks to you boys attracting the attention of that man at the station." "What do we do?" Lamont asked. "A landslide is bad enough, but a derailment makes the situation impossible." "Just let me think for a minute," Jim said, pacing back and forth between the other members of the crew. "What kind of digging tools do we have?" "Not many," Sully said as he took off his cap and began scratching his head. "We have 2 shovels, a fire iron, a crowbar, a couple of spike mauls, and 2 buckets." "That's better than nothing," Jim replied. "Go and gather all of the tools we need and bring them to me." The boys watched as Sully climbed up into the front cab. A moment later, he appeared in the doorway and tossed the tools onto the ground by the others. "Here's the plan," Jim said confidently. "Sully and I will dig out a few ties from the entrance of the tunnel, while the rest of you work on clearing out the landslide. You'll have to make do with 1 shovel and 2 buckets, but we should be able to clear out most of it by morning." "Let's get started," Lamont said as he turned his attention towards Ed and Charlie. "Follow me, lads." Lamont grabbed a shovel and led the boys over to the landslide. He immediately got to work digging away at the massive pile of rocks while the brothers took turns filling up the buckets and dumping them away from the tracks. The team worked for the next several hours until Ed and Charlie took a quick break to prepare lunch for the crew. Once the meals were distributed among the other men, the brothers climbed on top of the locomotive and sat with their legs dangling over the side of the car as they made quick work of their double-stacked bologna sandwiches. The dimly lit tunnel was damp and gloomy, with a number of large bats hanging upside down from the ceiling. Most of the bats were long since dead and had been encased in a thick layer of slime that dripped down from the rocks. The sight reminded Ed of an Egyptian mummification that he had learned about in one of his history classes. "This place gives me the creeps," Charlie said as he took another large bite of his sandwich. "I know what you mean," Ed said nervously. "How long do you think it's going to take us to dig out of this tunnel?" Charlie asked. "I have no idea," Ed said with a shrug. "But at the rate we're digging, it's going to take us all night." Suddenly, a loud clanging noise echoed through the tunnel. The boys glanced down to see Lamont banging his shovel against the side of the train to get their attention. "Come on, lads, let's get back to work." Ed and Charlie finished the last few bites of their meal and jumped down from the train. "Can we have a turn digging?" Charlie asked. "I don't know, lads. This is pretty dangerous work. Some rocks are still dropping down from the ceiling." "We can do it," Ed said reassuringly. "And we'll be careful," Charlie added. Lamont took a step down from the mound of dirt and stuck the shovel firmly into the ground. "All right, lads, I guess I could use a break. Just try to work at a steady pace and watch where you're standing." Charlie reached down and grabbed the shovel. "Can I go first?" Ed smiled. "Sure, go ahead." Charlie got to work digging away at the massive pile of dirt, working steadily for the next several minutes. It gave him a tremendous sense of pride to contribute to the project, even if it was somewhat of a mundane task. Charlie had already managed to clear out a large section of soil before eventually moving to higher ground. Ed was busy emptying another bucket of rocks when he felt the ground suddenly shake beneath him. A moment later, the rumbling was accompanied by a low-sounding thump. "What was that?" Ed asked as he ran back towards the front of the locomotive. "Did you hear that, Charlie?" Ed gazed up into the massive mound of earth, but saw no sign of his brother. He quickly scanned the surface of the landslide and could now see that another section of the tunnel had collapsed, engulfing even more of the tracks. He made his way to the top of the pile and watched in horror as a pair of legs kicked frantically out from the ground. "Charlie!" Ed screamed. "Someone help!" Ed frantically began digging away at the mound of dirt and was quickly joined by Lamont, who dropped down to his hands and knees and began digging next to him. The pair worked away at the recovery mission for a full minute before they were finally able to pull Charlie free. He was visibly shaken and took several long, ragged breaths in a desperate attempt to regain control of his breathing. "It's okay, lad, I've got you," Lamont said reassuringly. "Just take it easy and try to breathe." Ed reached down and touched his shoulder. "Are you okay, Charlie?" Charlie let out a few throaty coughs as he moved himself up into a sitting position. "I think so," he said hoarsely. "Come on," Lamont said as he bent over and picked up Charlie. "Let's get you back to the cabin." Ed followed closely behind Lamont as he carried his brother up the ladder and into the passenger carriage. "I want you boys to stay in here for the rest of the night," Lamont said as he placed Charlie down on the couch. "I think you've had enough excitement for one day." Ed took a seat next to his brother as Lamont bent over and began inspecting him for any injuries. "You'll be all right," Lamont said reassuringly. "Only a few minor bumps and bruises, but nothing serious." Lamont got to his feet and turned back towards Ed. "Take care of your brother and try to get some rest." Ed and Charlie spent the remainder of the evening lying on the couch in the lounge while the rest of the crew worked tirelessly inside the tunnel. After several hours had passed, Ed felt a hand touch his shoulder. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lamont standing quietly over him. "We need your help outside, lad." Ed sat up and shook Charlie awake. "Come on, Charlie, they need our help." Charlie looked over at Ed in confusion as he tried desperately to force himself awake. "Are you coming?" Ed asked. Charlie shook his head. "Don't worry, Charlie," Lamont said with a reassuring smile. "We only need Ed for the time being. Why don't you just stay here and take it easy? We won't be long." "All right," Charlie said as he closed his eyes. Ed followed Lamont outside and made his way towards the front of the train. He could already see the progress that was made on the landslide, but was visibly confused when he saw 4 wooden rail ties wedged tightly underneath the frame of the locomotive. The ties were all roughly 8 feet in length, 10 inches thick, and looked to be in remarkably good condition, considering their age. "All right, gentlemen," Jim explained. "I think we've settled on a plan to shift the locomotive back into position. We should be able to move the old girl back onto the rails with these ties. Thankfully, the wheels didn't slide off the tracks completely when we hit the landslide. Otherwise, we wouldn't stand a chance of moving her back into place." Jim walked over to one of the beams and held it up against his chest as he continued with his instructions. "In theory, all we have to do is lift up each of these ties and push them forward as hard as we can. It won't be easy, but we might be able to do it if we work together." The crew moved into position behind the wooden ties, including Ed, who chose one nearest the back. Each of the men hoisted a beam as high as they could, but Ed found it difficult to get any leverage due to the weight of the tie. "Is everyone ready?" Jim shouted. "Ready," the other men responded. 1, 2, 3, push! The crew lifted the wooden ties and pushed them forward as hard as they could for several long seconds before they were forced to stop and restart the countdown. 1, 2, 3, push! Once again the crew pushed with all of their might, but the train only inched forward ever so slightly. "I'm starting to run out of steam," Lamont said as he dropped the wooden tie onto the ground. "I think I only have one more attempt left in me before I call it a night." Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. "Can I help?" The crew turned back to see Charlie standing next to the train. He looked a bit shaken but was more than willing to take on the challenge with the rest of the crew. "Come on, lad," Lamont said, ushering him forward. Despite this unexpected display of courage, Sully maintained a scowl as Charlie joined his brother by the rear plank. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew returned to their positions while the pair hoisted the tie upwards. "On 3, Jim shouted. 1, 2, 3. With one final push, the crew successfully managed to slide the train back onto the rails with a satisfying clank. "Good work, everyone," Jim said with a wide grin. "But we're not out of the woods just yet. We still have to finish clearing out the rest of the tunnel in the morning." Chapter 11. The following morning dragged on with bone-aching tediousness. The crew had been working since the crack of dawn and still had a great deal of work ahead of them. Jim and Sully had removed the bulk of the dirt and rocks with their tools, while Lamont used the spike maul to break the larger rocks into smaller, more manageable pieces. "How much longer will this take?" Charlie asked. Lamont turned towards the boys and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "We should be finished by mid-afternoon." "I hope so," Charlie complained. "My arms are killing me and I really need to take a shower." Lamont laughed. "Don't worry, lad. There's a station about 50 miles from here, so you can take a shower when we refill the tanks. Unfortunately, we have to reserve what's left for drinking, so you'll have to wait until then." The crew worked until about noon, clearing the remaining debris off the tracks until they had finally hauled away the last load and breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Good work, men," Jim said as he threw his shovel up into the driver's cab. "But we're still running a day behind schedule, so we'll have to get a move on." Jim, Sully and Lamont climbed up into the front cab one after the other, while Ed and Charlie trudged back to the passenger cabin. For once, the brothers were grateful to spend a little time resting inside the crew's quarters. "I've never worked so hard in all my life," Ed remarked. "Every inch of my body hurts." Charlie nodded in agreement as he walked into the kitchen and splashed some cold water on his face. "I'll just be happy when I get to shower." I have to admit, I could use one myself, Ed said with a grin. I'm starting to smell pretty ripe. I know. I can smell you from here. Jim and Sully seem to be in a better mood today, Ed said as he plunked down on the couch. I guess so, Charlie said, sitting next to his brother. But I think Sully still hates us. He's always giving me the evil eye whenever I look at him, and he never has anything nice to say. I think he'd prefer it if we weren't here. You're probably right, Ed admitted. But maybe we just have to work a little harder to gain his respect. How much harder do we have to work? I don't know, Ed responded. Maybe Jim and Sully are just trying to toughen us up. After all, Lamont's always telling us that life on the rails isn't easy. Just then, the brothers heard a rush of steam bellow out from the top of the stacks. They raced over to the door and peeked their heads outside. The boys held their breath in anticipation as they watched the locomotive lurch forward and cautiously make its way through the narrow passageway and safely out the other side of the tunnel. The journey to the next station was noticeably more tense than it had been on previous excursions. The crew couldn't risk falling victim to another landslide, so they were careful to slow down around every corner and ease their way through each tunnel entrance. Back in the crew's quarters, Ed and Charlie savoured every moment they had by themselves, relaxing and staring out the window at the passing scenery. Craggy mountain peaks and picturesque waterfalls spread out along the valley, while a number of abandoned buildings lay scattered across the fields below. At one point, the brothers saw what appeared to be an old, abandoned church standing adjacent to a narrow dirt road. "What do you think a church is doing all the way out here?" Charlie asked with a curious expression. "I don't know," Ed said with a shrug. "Maybe there was a mining town around here at some point." "It's too bad this church was just left out here to rot," Charlie remarked. "What do you think happened?" "I'm guessing that a mine went out of business, and all the workers left when they lost their jobs." "Where did they go?" "There's a big mine up north," Ed responded. "I'm sure most of the people moved there to find work. I once heard that the mine up north produces enough gold in a single year to fill an entire swimming pool." Charlie's eyes lit up as he pictured himself diving headfirst into an endless sea of gold coins. "Maybe we can get a job at that mine," Charlie suggested. "Just think of all the money we could make." Ed laughed. "I don't think they'd be interested in hiring a couple of scrawny kids like us." "I guess you're right." A few minutes later, the boys felt the train slow down and then gradually come to a shuddering, hissing stop. Ed and Charlie ran to the door and slid down the ladder with a renewed sense of excitement. They had stopped at a station with a large awning covering the entire length of the platform and a ticket booth located at the far end of the building. The booth was operated by an elderly man, but there were no other travellers in sight. The only other signs of life were a few bits of chewing gum stuck to the platform and the odd scrap of garbage blowing in the wind. The brothers watched as the crew climbed out of the locomotive and walked towards the booth. Jim had a few words with the man at the counter before returning to the others. It was then that Lamont noticed Ed and Charlie standing by the train and promptly ushered them forward. "Come over here, lads." Ed and Charlie walked down the platform towards the locomotive and stood awkwardly next to Lamont. "Jim's planning to move the train back onto one of the sidings to refill the tanks, so why don't you boys follow me and I'll show you where you can get washed up." Lamont led the way across the platform and down a small set of stairs leading to an old wooden tower with a water tank firmly fixed to the top. Normally they would use these towers to fill up the boilers on the older locomotives, but there aren't many of them in service these days, so the station manager said that we could use them to get washed up. All you have to do is pull the cord that's dangling above your heads and stand underneath the spigot. There's still a lot of pressure in the tank, so it should clean you up in no time. "Won't the water be hot?" Charlie asked. "No, Charlie," Lamont said with a sympathetic smile. "The water coming from the towers is cold. That's why we have to heat it up using the furnace." Ed shot his brother an embarrassed look. "All right, lads," Lamont continued. "Why don't you get started and I'll see you a little later. When you're finished with your shower, all you have to do is give the cord a hard yank and the water should stop. Just try to be quick about it because our next delivery should be arriving shortly." Lamont made his way back to the locomotive while the boys quickly turned their attention towards the tower. "How does this work again?" Charlie asked. Ed reached up and grabbed hold of the long cord dangling overhead. "You just pull this cord and—" Almost instantly the water began gushing out of the hose, soaking the brothers from head to toe. "It's so cold!" Charlie shouted as he began shivering uncontrollably. "I didn't even have time to get undressed." "Just look on the bright side," Ed said reassuringly. "This will save us the trouble of having to wash our clothes." The sun's hot rays had a way of draining every ounce of energy from the body, so Ed and Charlie were thrilled with the idea of cooling off in such a spectacular fashion. Once the boys had spent a few minutes under the refreshing torrent, Ed reached up and gave the cord one final tug, which instantly stopped the flow of water. "I'm completely soaked," Charlie stuttered. "Me too," Ed agreed. "Let's try to make it back to the cabin without being seen by the rest of the crew. Jim would kill us if he knew that our clothes got wet." As Ed and Charlie approached the station, they could already see that the train had been relocated to one of the sidings, roughly 100 feet away from the platform. Jim and Sully stood near the ticket booth, engaged in a heated conversation. The boys had no desire to involve themselves in a confrontation with the rest of the crew, so they hopped down next to the tracks and discreetly took cover below the platform, making sure not to attract any attention. Slowly they crept closer, noticing the escalating intensity of the argument among the members of the crew. "I don't know why you even brought those runts along," Sully shouted. "They're nothing but a liability." "What did you expect me to do?" Jim asked. "Killing them would have only caused more complications." "I say we get rid of them before they cause us any more trouble," Sully insisted. "The last thing we need is a bunch of cops nosing around, asking all kinds of questions. Those kids could end up spoiling the whole operation." Ed and Charlie froze in stunned silence. "Calm down," Jim replied. "We can't get all of our deliveries done with just the three of us. We're going to have to keep them around for a few more days, but we can get rid of them once we finish with the job at the mine." Ed swallowed hard at the man's ominous words. "What did our source at the mine tell you?" Sully asked. "Do you think the job's still worth it?" "It'll be our biggest payout yet," Jim said in a sinister tone. "He told me that they've had another record-breaking month, so they'll be sending out twice as much gold during their next shipment. And it's all ours for the taking." "How much do you think we'll get?" "I'd say there's about $500,000 for each of us," Jim said confidently. "And it's all untraceable." Sully smiled as he rubbed his hands together. "Do you still think we can trust Lamont? If you ask me, I think he's getting a bit soft with those kids around." Jim waved his hands dismissively. "He's just keeping those little runts busy while we work out the details. He may seem soft on the surface, but he's a lot tougher than he looks. Rumor has it that he's even killed a man before." The boys gasped at the unexpected revelation. "What was that?" Sully asked suspiciously. Ed and Charlie dropped down to their bellies and slid underneath the platform. They then held their breath as they watched the men through a small crack between the boards. "It was probably nothing," Jim finally said. "But our shipment should be arriving shortly, so we'd better head back and prep the boiler. We've got a long week ahead of us." The boys remained hidden under the platform until the two men disappeared from sight. They then crawled out and sat in stunned silence for several long seconds. "I knew they were up to something," Ed finally said. "They're nothing but a bunch of crooks." "What do we do now?" Charlie asked. "We've got to get out of here." "But we're stuck out here in the middle of nowhere," Charlie said, fidgeting nervously with his hands. "And we left all of our clothing and supplies back in the cabin." No problem. We'll just have to sneak back into the cabin and grab our stuff before we leave. All right, but we'd better hurry. Keeping out of the locomotive's line of sight, Ed reluctantly led the way back to the train. Once they made it to the first boxcar, they paused with their backs pressed up against the rear, and then slowly peeked their heads around the corner. Lamont was standing next to the locomotive, with his body turned in the opposite direction, so Ed ushered his brother forward and crept along the train to the other side. The boys then dropped to their hands and knees and began crawling towards the entrance of the passenger car. Once they had moved into position below the ladder, they peeked their heads around the corner to see if the coast was clear. Sensing their opportunity, the pair scrambled to their feet and raced up the ladder and into the cabin, but their hearts sank into their stomachs as they burst through the door and saw Jim and Sully sitting on the couch in the lounge. "What happened to you boys?" Jim asked, placing his mug down on the table. "Why are you so wet?" Ed and Charlie stared at each other in awkward silence, not knowing what to say next. "Never mind," Jim finally responded. "Just get changed into some dry clothing and meet us out on the platform. Our next shipment should be arriving shortly." "Yes, Captain," Ed stuttered. The brothers quickly grabbed their backpacks from their bunks and hurried over to the washroom. "What do we do?" Charlie whispered as he closed the door behind him. "We've got to get out of here." "Calm down, Charlie," Ed said as he tried to regain his composure. "Jim and Sully have no idea that we heard them talking, so we have time to come up with a new plan. All we have to do is make it to the next station without causing any trouble, and then we'll make a break for it." "Why don't we just leave now?" Charlie asked. "Because if we run now, they'll probably chase after us," Ed explained. "Besides, who knows how far we are from the next town? If we try to run, we might not even find our way back to civilization, and we'd be left out here to die." "Can't we just ask the station manager for help?" "I don't think so," Ed said, shaking his head. "I saw him talking to Jim earlier, so for all we know, he could be in on it with the others. Besides, even if he wasn't involved, Jim might just shoot him on the spot for trying to help us." "Good point," Charlie responded. "We have no choice," Ed continued. "We have to wait for the right opportunity to make our escape, but we can't let on that we know what they're planning. Do you think you can pull that off until we reach the next station?" "No problem." "Good," Ed said as he pulled off his wet shirt and placed it inside the sink. "Let's just hurry up and meet up with the others before they get suspicious." Ed and Charlie wasted no time getting dressed into a fresh change of clothing, and then slowly made their way out of the bathroom and into the lounge. They were relieved to see that Jim and Sully had already left the cabin, but the boys knew that they couldn't keep the others waiting. Taking a few deep breaths, they exited the cabin and climbed down the ladder. No sooner had they reached the bottom than they turned to see Lamont standing directly in front of them. "Are you ready, lads?" "Yes, sir," Ed said nervously. "Then let's get to work," Lamont said with a smile. "Our shipment's arrived, so let's not keep them waiting." Up to this point, Lamont had been the only member of the crew who had treated Ed and Charlie with any amount of respect. However, in just a few short minutes, their trust in him had been completely eroded. As the brothers followed the imposing figure towards the stairs that led up to the station platform, they couldn't help but feel as though they were being led to the gallows by the executioner himself. Chapter 12. Once the train had been positioned, the crew spent the next few hours loading up the cars with their shipment of goods. Ed and Charlie maintained a mostly silent demeanor throughout the process, which was quite unusual for them. Normally, they would be brimming with all kinds of questions about life on the rails or the inner workings of the locomotive. However, they no longer felt comfortable engaging in idle chit-chat with the other members of the crew. Fortunately, Jim and Sully seemed completely oblivious to their change in behavior, but Lamont couldn't help noticing the strange shift. It wasn't until the crew had finished loading the last item into the boxcars that Ed finally broke his silence. Do you need us for anything else?" "No," Jim responded indifferently. "You can head back to your quarters until further notice." Ed and Charlie had barely started back to the cabin before a voice called out behind them. "Wait a minute, lads." The brothers turned back to see Lamont moving swiftly in their direction. "Are you boys all right?" he asked warmly. "You've been acting a bit strange lately. Is something wrong?" "No, nothing's wrong," Ed said, avoiding eye contact with the older man. "I guess we're just a little tired from all the work we've been doing the last few days." "That's understandable," Lamont said with a nod. "But we should be getting a nice break in a few days, so why don't you just take it easy inside the cabin?" "We will," Ed said agreeably. "I hope you boys don't mind, but I have a little surprise for you," Lamont explained. "However, I just want to make sure that everything's in working order, so you'll have to wait until we reach the next station before you get it." "What is it?" Charlie asked with a wide grin. "You'll see," Lamont said, turning towards the front of the train. "I'll be back in a few hours." Ed and Charlie hurried back to the passenger cabin and took their place by the window. "What do you think he's planning?" Charlie asked. Ed felt a lump forming at the back of his throat. "I don't know, but I've got a bad feeling about this." "Do you think he's going to kill us?" "I doubt it," Ed said dismissively. "He's been nice to us since the day we met, so why would he change now?" "But what if Jim was right about him?" Charlie said, staring out the window. "What if Lamont's only pretending to be nice to us in order to lure us into a trap?" "Maybe," Ed admitted. "But I don't intend to stick around and find out. We have to come up with a plan to get out of here, or we may end up dead." Ed and Charlie stared out the window as the train slowly rolled out of the station. Their journey had decidedly taken on a much more foreboding tone, as a growing sense of unease seemed to permeate their every thought. The once rhythmic sounds of the moving train now reminded them of a clock ticking closer and closer to their untimely demise. "What's the plan?" Charlie finally asked. Ed peered out the window, his eye catching a large radio tower on a distant hill. "We have to find a way to contact the police and tell them about the robbery." "But we don't have a phone." "I know," Ed replied. "But we only have a few days left before they plan on robbing that mine, so if we don't find someone to rescue us by then, we're as good as dead." Charlie looked at Ed with a defeated expression. "Well, we're stuck in this cabin until we reach the next station, so we may as well find something to do." Ed turned away from the window and smiled at his little brother. "Follow me, I have an idea." Ed led Charlie out the rear of the car and onto the metal platform, just as the train was reaching top speed. He then inched his way closer to the edge of the platform and leaned forward, taking hold of the ladder that was attached to the back of the car. He then carefully pulled himself up onto the first rung of the ladder and began his ascent to the top. Once he had reached the top of the boxcar, he laid down on his stomach and turned back towards his brother. "Come on, Charlie," Ed said, waving his hand forward. "Grab the ladder and start climbing." Charlie stepped forward and took hold of the ladder with both hands. He was a bit shaky at first, but it only took a few seconds for him to summon up the courage and climb the remaining distance and join his brother on top. The boys rose unsteadily to their feet and moved slowly towards the center of the car. In an instant, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight. The late afternoon sun had long since dipped over the horizon, and the stars were just beginning to reveal themselves between each break in the clouds. The refreshing summer air enveloped them as they absorbed the unfamiliar sights and sounds of the forest. It was evident that the train had travelled a considerable distance north since their journey began, as the air had grown noticeably colder over the past several days. Ed and Charlie laid down on the roof and gazed up at the mesmerizing blanket of stars. It wasn't often that the boys got to see the stars back home as a result of the light pollution that surrounded their town. "Look, Charlie, a shooting star!" Ed shouted as he pointed to a streak of light hurtling across the sky. "There's another one!" Charlie exclaimed. "I've never seen so many stars before," Ed said in amazement. "How many do you think there are?" "You're asking me?" Charlie asked in confusion. "I can't even do basic math without using my fingers." Ed and Charlie spent the next hour staring up at the stars as they lay sprawled out on top of the boxcar, grateful for the reprieve from all of the chaos that surrounded their lives. It was only the sound of the train slowing down that finally snapped them back to reality. "Come on, Charlie, we'd better head inside. We must be getting close to the station by now." The brothers scrambled to their feet, climbed down the ladder, and made their way into the lounge just as the train rolled to a noisy stop. A few minutes later the door swung open and Lamont entered the cabin. "Come over here, lads," Lamont said, ushering them forward with a quick wave. "I have something for you." Ed and Charlie cautiously made their way over to the older man. Lamont was holding a small electronic device which he promptly handed over to Ed. "I found this old radio a few stations back and I thought you boys might enjoy tinkering with it." Ed and Charlie stared at the device with a great sense of curiosity. They were used to seeing portable radios in their local electronic shops, but nothing quite as unusual as this. The radio was rectangular in shape and had a microphone with a long, curled wire attached to the side on a small metal clip. 3 tuning knobs had been fixed to the front of the device, along with a clear frequency display. "It doesn't look like much, but it works." Charlie smiled. "Can we talk to people on it?" Lamont shook his head. "I'm afraid the microphone doesn't work, but that's probably why the last owner got rid of it. You'll have to make do with the one-way radio." Ed's heart sank at the unexpected revelation. "Don't worry, you should still be able to hear what the conductors are saying, and I just put in a fresh set of batteries, so it should last for at least a few days." "Come on, Ed, let's turn this thing on and see what we can find," Charlie said excitedly. "Have fun, lads," Lamont said, turning towards the door. "We'll be stopping again in an hour or two to get some sleep, and then we're heading out first thing in the morning." "Thanks for the radio," Charlie said with a smile. "You're welcome," Lamont replied. Ed eyed Lamont suspiciously as he exited the cabin. "How do you turn it on?" Charlie asked. Ed placed the radio on a table next to the couch and turned the volume knob clockwise until he heard a distinct click sound, which was quickly followed by static. He then turned one of the tuning knobs until a voice appeared, but the reception was too weak to make out any of the words. Ed and Charlie fiddled around with the radio for several more minutes, but were only able to find a few weak signals. The boys knew that they had been travelling north for quite some time, and couldn't help thinking that modern civilization had left them somewhere along the way. "Let's try to find some music," Charlie suggested. "Good idea, but I think this radio only has AM." Ed flipped a switch on the side of the unit and began searching the public frequencies for any signs of life. It only took them a matter of seconds before they had zeroed in on a classical music station. The signal was faint, and the boys weren't exactly aficionados of classical music, but they were just grateful to have something to occupy their minds. The soothing strains of music wafted over the cabin for nearly an hour before the pair turned off the radio and tucked it away with the rest of their belongings. Charlie was the first to get washed up for bed, followed by Ed a few minutes later. The boys then laid back in their bunks for nearly an hour before the rest of the crew entered the cabin. Jim was once again the first to arrive, but only spent a few minutes in the bathroom before retiring to the captain's quarters. The other men came in shortly after, but neither one of them said a word to each other. Sully fixed himself a quick bite to eat before climbing into bed, while Lamont spent most of his time in the quiet confines of the bathroom. Ed could hear Lamont mumbling through the door, sounding as if he was in the midst of a conversation. A few minutes later he exited the washroom and sat down on a small stool in the kitchen. Ed then peeked his head through the curtain and watched as the big man stirred anxiously in his chair. After Lamont took a few long sips from his mug, Ed watched as the older man bowed his head and began to pray. The last thing Ed expected to see was a criminal saying his nightly prayers, but somehow this strange act gave him a feeling of comfort. Perhaps it was nothing more than a false sense of security, but he was grateful for the reprieve. Once Lamont finished with his prayer, he rose to his feet and climbed into bed without saying a word. Ed peered curiously down into his brother's bunk, hoping to gauge his reaction to this unusual event. However, a quick glimpse revealed that his brother was already sound asleep, snuggled comfortably under the covers. He sighed, turning onto his back and fixing his gaze on the ceiling. His mind began to wander aimlessly, reminiscing about the day's events and pondering the uncertainties that lay ahead. Chapter 13. Ed and Charlie were sleeping soundly in their bunks when the shrill sound of the steam whistle jolted them awake. Ed shot out of bed, but his foot got caught in the blankets, causing him to tumble down to the floor. Miraculously, Charlie slept through the entire ordeal, only waking up when he heard his brother groaning on the floor below. "Good morning, Ed," Charlie said, rubbing at his tired eyes. "Did you sleep well?" "I slept okay, but waking up is a different story," Ed said, rising to his feet and dusting off his clothing. "That's good," Charlie replied absently. Ed could tell that his brother wasn't fully awake, so he decided to spare himself the humiliation of having to explain why he was sprawled out on the cabin floor and change the subject to something more palatable. "Let's get something to eat." Once the brothers were dressed and had washed up, they moved into the kitchen to rustle up some breakfast. Ed had a special plan in mind, knowing that their time on the train would soon come to an end. He wanted to make the most of it while they still had the chance. After rummaging through the pantry for a minute or two, he quickly realized that their options were limited. Most of the cupboards had been ransacked by the rest of the crew, and the refrigerator was largely empty due to the absence of electricity. Jim had initially rigged up a generator to provide power, but once it ran out of gasoline, it became too much of a hassle to fill it back up. From that point on, the crew depended mainly on dry foods and canned goods. "What are our options?" Charlie asked. Ed reached into one of the cupboards, pulled out a small bag of oatmeal and placed it on the counter. "Oatmeal gives me gas," Charlie complained. "It's all we have," Ed said with a frown, "but I think we still have some toppings left in the fridge." Ed opened the refrigerator and pulled out a brown bag filled with blueberries. The berries weren't exactly fresh, but they were better than eating the oatmeal plain. "Great idea," Charlie said excitedly. Ed reached for a pot above the stove, filled it with water, and placed it on one of the burners. He then switched on the ignition and watched as a small ring of fire enveloped the base of the pot. Despite their inexperience, it only took them a few minutes to prepare their meals and dish it out into separate bowls. The pair then grabbed a handful of berries from the bag, mixed it into their oatmeal, and added a spoonful of brown sugar for good measure. Once they were satisfied with their creations, they sat on a couple of stools and began to eat. It wasn't often that the boys were able to eat blueberries, and Charlie was especially pleased with how the berries popped in his mouth with every bite. Once they had finished their meals, the morning took on a much more foreboding tone. It was nearly impossible for the brothers to rid their minds of the fate that awaited them in the coming days, and the need to come up with a concrete plan to avoid this fate concerned them greatly. "So how are we going to get ourselves out of this mess?" Charlie asked as he pulled on his jacket. "I don't know," Ed said despondently. "We don't exactly have a lot of options to choose from." Charlie sat on the couch and let out a deep sigh. "Maybe we should just yell for help at the next station. I'm sure someone would come to our rescue." "I think you're forgetting one thing," Ed objected. "Jim has a gun and he's not afraid to use it." "What if we wrote a note and left it at the station?" Charlie suggested. "Someone might find it and help us." Ed scratched his head thoughtfully as he considered his brother's proposal. "Actually, that's not a bad idea." "Great," Charlie said as he grabbed a pen and paper from the table in front of him. "What should we write?" Ed began pacing back and forth across the kitchen floor, mumbling quietly to himself. "Help," he finally said. "We're being held hostage by 3 men on a train heading north to Malik Mine. Their names are Jim, Sully, and Lamont. They have a gun and are planning to rob the mine. Sincerely, Ed and Charlie Whittle." Charlie scribbled down the message as fast as he could and held it up to his brother for inspection. Aside from the poor penmanship, Ed was satisfied with the note, so he folded it up into a small square and stuck it into his shirt pocket. "What do we do now?" Charlie asked. "We wait until we reach the next station." "No," Charlie explained. "I mean, what do we do after we're rescued? Will we have to go back home?" Ed let out a long sigh. "I don't think we have a choice, Charlie. We have nowhere else to go." Suddenly, the boys felt the train begin to slow as the wheels screeched loudly against the rails. "This is it," Ed said nervously. "I'll find somewhere to place the note. Just try to stay calm and act natural." The boys made their way over to the back door and stepped out onto the metal platform. As the train made its approach towards the station, they couldn't help noticing the complete absence of an actual building. The boards on the platform were almost completely rotten, and there were no other signs of life other than a water tower and a large truck that was parked in the adjacent lot. Once the train had come to a stop, Ed and Charlie watched the other members of the crew step down from the front cab and move quickly towards the vehicles. 2 men dressed in white caps and dirty blue overalls stepped out of the truck, followed by a heavy-set woman in red high heels and draped in a long fur coat. Jim initially ignored the 2 men and began speaking directly to the woman. A moment later, the woman removed an envelope from her purse and handed it over to Jim. The brothers were somewhat taken aback by the strange interaction, but did their best to hide their suspicion from the rest of the crew. "Get over here, you 2. Ed and Charlie turned their attention towards Sully, who was standing impatiently next to the boxcars alongside Lamont. The boys jumped down from the cabin and walked along the wooden platform towards the 2 men. Sully then slid the boxcar open, and Lamont climbed up into the car and began unloading the shipment. The pair then turned their attention back towards Jim, who was now heading in their direction with the 3 strangers. "Who do we have here?" the woman asked. Ed flashed an awkward smile as they stood next to the boxcar. "I'm Ed, and this is my brother Charlie." "Pleased to meet you, boys," she said with a smile. "I trust my friend Jim is taking good care of you." Ed nodded his head nervously as he took a box from Lamont and began walking towards the truck. "It's good to see that you boys aren't afraid of a little hard work," she said as she turned in Jim's direction. "I'll just leave my men here with you to help with the rest of our shipment. I'm going to need this job done as quickly as possible, so I won't waste any more of your time." As the woman moved swiftly towards the truck, Ed felt the overwhelming urge to call out for help, but the words simply wouldn't come. There was something about that woman that didn't sit well with him. Despite the warm introduction, Ed could tell that something was off about the whole situation, and the 2 men gave him a similar feeling of unease. It might have been the way they were dressed or the way they talked, but whatever it was, there was a strange coldness about them that he simply couldn't shake. It took roughly an hour for the crew to finish loading the boxes into the truck, and Ed could already feel his heart racing as he placed the final box inside the vehicle and watched as one of the men slammed the gate shut. As the crew made their way back to the locomotive, Ed began searching frantically for a place to hide the note. "Come on, lads," Lamont said, waving the boys towards the train. "We're ready to go, so shake a leg." Ed glanced around in desperation, knowing that his window of opportunity was closing, but instinctively knew that he couldn't risk getting caught hiding the note by the other members of the crew. The only option he had left was to move on to Plan B. So he picked up a large rock that lay next to the platform and shoved it in his pants pocket. "Get moving!" Sully shouted impatiently. The boys reluctantly made their way back inside the passenger cabin and shut the door behind them. "Did you hide the note?" Charlie asked nervously. Ed pulled the note out from his jacket and held it up in front of his brother. "I didn't get a chance." "That was our only hope," Charlie said with a frown. "We won't arrive at the next station until tomorrow, and who knows what they might do to us before then." "Don't worry," Ed said as he pulled the rock out from his pocket. "I have another idea that might work." "What is it?" Charlie asked. "Follow me." Ed led the way across the cabin and pushed his way through the doors leading into the captain's quarters. He then walked over to the map that was pinned to the far wall and examined it carefully. After a few seconds, he pointed to a spot on the map that was marked with a red tack. "I noticed that Jim has been marking all of our stops since the beginning of our journey," Ed explained. "The red tacks show us where we've been, and the blue tacks show us where we're going. As you can see, there are several roads that intersect with the tracks on our way up north, so I thought we could attach the note to a rock and toss it onto one of the crossing roads. That way someone might find it and call the police. It's a long shot, but it's better than nothing." "Good thinking," Charlie said excitedly. "There's just one problem," Ed explained. "I think there's only one road that's still used by the public, so we only have one chance to hit our target, and we have to throw it somewhere obvious. Otherwise, no one will find it." Ed pulled the note from his pocket, wrapped it around the rock, and secured it with a piece of string. "According to this map, we should be passing by 7 different roads on our way to the mine, and the road we're looking for is the 5th one. As long as we count the roads accurately, we should be able to find the right one." Charlie forced a smile as he glanced over at his big brother. "Do you really think this will work?" "It's worth a shot." The sound of the steam whistle brought the boys back to attention as the train slowly lurched forward. "Come on, Charlie," Ed said with a wave. "We have to start counting the roads or we're going to miss it." The boys retreated back to the lounge and took their position by the window near the entrance. Their attention was now firmly fixed on the passing landscape, intent on counting every road they passed along the way. It wasn't long, however, before they realized that the spacing between the roads wasn't as accurate as they thought, and once they had counted off 4 roads, they found themselves struggling to stay focused on the task at hand. Ed was sure that they hadn't passed a road for quite some time, but after a few minutes the pair were back on track as they rounded a sharp bend. "There it is," Charlie shouted. Ed peered out the window and watched as the train approached the 5th and final road. "Let's do this!" The boys quickly ran towards the back door and pushed it open. Ed felt a sudden gust of wind as he forced his way outside and ushered Charlie out onto the platform. He then stepped out onto the first rung of the ladder and grabbed the handle that was attached to the side of the car. "Hold on to me," Ed instructed. With one hand on the door frame, Charlie leaned over and took hold of his brother's shirt as Ed peered out towards the front of the train and waited for the crossing to draw near. All of a sudden, the brakes kicked in without warning, causing Ed to lose his footing and slip off the top rung of the ladder, his hand gripping tightly onto the bar while his feet dangled helplessly over the edge. "Hold on!" Charlie shouted as he tried to hoist him up by the collar. "Grab my hand!" Ed took hold of his brother's hand and quickly found his footing on the ladder as he slowly eased himself up onto the platform and collapsed in an exhausted heap. "Are you okay?" Charlie asked nervously. "I'm fine," Ed said with a relieved sigh. "What's going on?" Charlie asked. Ed leaned over to get a better view of the tracks ahead, but couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. "Check your side, Charlie." Charlie stepped over to the other side of the platform and peeked his head around the corner. He then watched as Lamont adjusted the switch on the other side of the tracks. "Lamont's switching the tracks." Ed slapped his hand against his forehead. "I forgot that the tracks need to be changed at this crossing. This is where the train starts heading west, so we have to switch the tracks to continue traveling north. But don't worry, the road that we need should be coming up soon." Once again, the train slowly lurched forward, and the brothers promptly rose to their feet. It only took Ed a few seconds to summon up the courage to move back into position on the lowest rung of the ladder. "I see the road," Ed said nervously. As the train made its approach, Ed pulled the rock out from his jacket pocket and fixed his eyes firmly on the target. A few seconds later, he wound up and hurled the rock out onto the road and watched it bounce several times before landing directly in the middle of the right-hand lane. Ed smiled broadly as he climbed up the ladder and ushered his brother back inside the cabin. "We did it," Ed said with a confident smile. "Now we just have to pray that someone finds it." "What if they don't?" Charlie asked. "Then we're in a lot of trouble," Ed said, closing the door behind him. "But at least we have a chance." The boys stood by the window and watched as the train rolled past a large railway crossing sign before coming to another stop on the opposite side of the road. "Why are we stopping?" Charlie asked. "Oh no," Ed said nervously. "I forgot that Lamont has to switch the tracks back to their original position." Ed and Charlie ran towards the window and felt their hearts sink into their stomachs as they watched Lamont walk slowly across the road and stop directly in the middle of the right-hand lane. The only thing the brothers could do was look on in horror as Lamont picked up the rock, untied the string, and began reading the note. Once he had finished reading it, he glanced up at Ed and Charlie as they looked down at him in stunned silence. He then placed the note inside his jacket pocket, threw the rock into a nearby bush, and continued on his way back towards the locomotive. Chapter 14. Ed and Charlie paced back and forth across the cabin as their minds raced at 1,000,000 miles an hour. They knew they were about to reach the station at any moment and desperately needed to come up with a new plan. "Do you think Lamont will tell the others about the note?" Charlie asked with a panicked look in his eyes. "I don't see why not," Ed replied, "and who knows what Jim and Sully will do to us when they find out." "I say we make a break for it," Charlie suggested. "But if we run now, we'll just end up getting stuck out here in the middle of nowhere." "Well, we can't just sit here and do nothing," Charlie shouted. "We're as good as dead if we stay here." "I know," Ed said calmly. "But we have to plan this out right, or we could end up making things worse." "So what's your plan?" Ed paused briefly before responding. "We'll start by packing a few supplies before we arrive at the next station. Once we reach the station, we'll sneak off the train and hide in the bush. The crew will probably think we jumped off somewhere near the last road, so once they continue on to the next station, we'll find someone to help us." "That's not a bad idea," Charlie said with a smile. "But do you really think they're going to fall for it?" "There's only one way to find out," Ed responded. "Let's just hurry up and pack our bags." For the next several minutes, the boys began stuffing supplies into their backpacks, including a few scraps of food and 2 empty jars that they filled with water. Once they had finished packing, they returned to the lounge and sat down on the couch. There, they waited anxiously until the brakes finally kicked in and the train began to slow. The brothers then sprang to their feet and rushed to the side window. Charlie could feel his heart pounding as the station gradually came into view. The approaching platform filled them with growing anxiety, each second feeling like an eternity. The final hiss of the engine acted like an improvised starting pistol, propelling the boys into action. "Let's go, Charlie." Ed and Charlie raced towards the rear door and flung it open, but stopped dead in their tracks when they saw Lamont standing in the entryway of the cabin. "Get out of our way!" Ed shouted as he tried desperately to force his way past the big man. "Calm yourself, lad," Lamont said as he pushed his way inside. "I'm not going to hurt you." "I don't believe you," Ed said defiantly. "You and the others are nothing but a bunch of crooks." Lamont turned and closed the door behind him. "I understand why you wouldn't trust me, but all I'm asking for is a chance to explain myself. If you're not satisfied with my explanation, then I promise not to stand in your way." "All right," Ed said as he dropped his bag onto the floor. "I'll give you 1 minute to explain yourself, and then we're leaving this cabin one way or the other." Lamont ushered Ed and Charlie towards the couch and settled in on the armrest beside them. Surprisingly, the boys didn't feel an immediate threat from his presence. It was as if Lamont had somehow managed to lower their defenses, creating a false sense of security. Perhaps their imaginations had exaggerated Lamont's villainous nature over the past few days, making him appear worse than he truly was. "How did you make it to the cabin so quickly?" Charlie asked with a puzzled expression. Lamont smiled. "I thought you boys might try to run, so I told Jim and Sully that I needed to check on one of the brake lines and jumped off before we reached the station." "How clever of you," Ed said sarcastically. "Listen, lads," Lamont said with his head lowered. "Now that the cat's out of the bag, I think I owe you both an apology. I never should have agreed to be part of Jim's plans, and as a result, I think we all might be in a lot of trouble." "Why would you be in any trouble?" Ed asked. "Even if what you're saying is true, we're the only ones who made the mistake of getting on this train with a bunch of crooks. You can leave this place whenever you want." "It's not that easy," Lamont explained. "Jim and Sully have been planning this for months, and they'd kill me if they knew that I was having second thoughts. I only agreed to take part in their scheme so that I could pay the bills after I lost my job, but it's too late for me to back out now." "That's your own fault," Ed said bluntly. "It was your choice, and now you'll have to live with the consequences." "I know," Lamont said with a frown. "I'm not trying to make excuses for what I've done, but sometimes it's hard to think clearly when you've reached your breaking point. I became a desperate man after I was laid off by the railway." "Why didn't you just find another job?" Charlie asked. "I'm sure another company would have hired you." Lamont forced a smile. "I tried, but no one wants to hire an old man like me, especially an ex-con." "You're an ex-con?" Charlie asked. Lamont nodded. Ed and Charlie stared at each other in disbelief. "Did you kill someone?" Charlie asked. "Oh no," Lamont said with a chuckle. "It's nothing as exciting as all that. I was actually arrested when I was only a few years older than you, Ed. Ironically enough, my father had lost his job and my family was going through a rough patch, so one day I decided to steal a car. The only problem was that I didn't know how to get the bloody thing started, so the owner caught me red-handed. I spent a little over 2 years in prison and embarrassed my entire family as a result. The worst part about it was that my dad found a job the next day, so I threw away my future for nothing." "Well, that was dumb," Ed said unsympathetically. Lamont grinned. "You're right, but you'd be amazed at what someone's willing to do when he's desperate enough. I guess old habits have a bad way of catching up with you." "Why don't you just run away with us?" Charlie asked. "We can find somewhere to hide together." "I'm afraid it's not that simple," Lamont said as he walked towards the window. "Jim and Sully know a lot of people up north, so it wouldn't take them long to track me down. They'd stop at nothing to steal that gold, and that includes killing anyone standing in their way." "Can't we just call the police?" Charlie asked. "That wouldn't help," Lamont replied. "I'm just as guilty as they are at this point, so even if we did phone the police, they'd have me arrested as an accomplice." "But why would the police arrest you?" Ed asked. "You haven't actually robbed the mine yet." "That's true," Lamont said as he turned towards the boys. "But conspiracy to commit a crime is still punishable by law, not to mention the fact that I'm also an accessory to a number of other crimes, including smuggling, theft, and murder," Ed interjected. Charlie swallowed hard as he was reminded of the newspaper article they found in Jim's office. "So Jim really did kill the security guard back at the rail yard?" Lamont nodded. "I only agreed to take this job if there was no violence, but that night at the rail yard changed everything. Now I'm just as guilty as they are, "Why don't you try explaining your side of the story to the police?" Ed asked. "Maybe the judge can cut you a deal if you're willing to help them catch Jim and Sully." "It's too late for that," Lamont explained. "I'm already in this too deep. Besides, I don't think the judge would be willing to take the word of an ex-con like me." "It's worth a try," Charlie said. "I'm afraid that wouldn't work," Lamont responded. "The important thing is to help you boys escape without leaving you stranded out in the middle of nowhere." "But what about you?" Charlie asked. "Don't worry about me, lad. I'll find a way to get out of this mess, one way or the other." "We're not leaving this train without you," Charlie said, looking over at his brother in frustration. "You're the only one who's actually treated us with any respect, and we're not going to let you fight Jim and Sully alone." "I appreciate your concern, Charlie, but I can't risk putting you boys in any more danger. Jim and Sully are a lot smarter than you think, so I have to make sure that you two make it out of here alive before they do anything rash." "Can't we just run away?" Ed asked. "Charlie and I were planning to follow the road out of the station." "That wouldn't work," Lamont explained. "There's nothing left of this town but a few empty buildings and the odd drifter. You boys could walk for miles in every direction and find nothing but wilderness for days on end. You're going to have to wait until we reach the next station. Once we make it there, I'll find a way to distract Jim and Sully while you boys follow the main road leading into town." "No," Charlie shouted abruptly. Lamont looked over at Charlie and could already see a determined expression creasing his face. "We're not going to leave you here to deal with those two crooks by yourself. Isn't that right, Ed?" "That's right," Ed agreed. "We can't just run away and let you fight them alone. We're in this together." Lamont smiled at the brothers' unexpected display of courage. "You boys are really willing to risk your lives just to help me, even after everything I've done." "Isn't that what family's for?" "I guess you're right," Lamont said with a grin. "Then it's settled," Charlie said confidently. "Now we've got to come up with a plan to stop the others." "All right," Lamont said agreeably. "I do have one idea that might be crazy enough to work, but it won't be easy." "What is it?" Ed asked curiously. "We go through with the robbery at the mine." Charlie looked over at Lamont with a confused expression. "How is that going to help us?" "It's simple," Lamont said, rising to his feet, his hands gesturing animatedly as he spoke. "Our first step will be fixing the two-way radio I gave you. Once we get that working, we'll wait until the night of the robbery, and then you boys can contact the police on the radio while the rest of us break into the vault at the mine. I'll come up with an excuse to sneak away from Jim and Sully, so they'll both be trapped inside the mine when the police arrive." Ed scratched his head thoughtfully. "Won't Jim and Sully just tell the police that you were in on the robbery if they knew that you were responsible for their arrest?" "Good point," Lamont said, scratching his beard. "I guess I'll have to think of a way to sneak away from the others without causing any suspicion." "You can always tell them that you have to use the bathroom," Charlie said with a broad smile. Lamont laughed. "I don't think that'll work." "Why don't you just tell them that you heard a noise in the other room and leave to investigate?" Ed suggested. "That's not a bad idea," Lamont said with raised eyebrows. "There's still a chance that I'll be implicated in the robbery, but Jim and Sully would be far less likely to point the finger at me if they thought that I was on their side. The only problem is that I'm going to have to keep going along with their plans to avoid any suspicion." Lamont sat down on the edge of the couch and leaned in towards Ed and Charlie. "You boys are going to have to lay low for the time being, so don't do anything that might draw any suspicion from the others. As long as we act natural, we should be able to pull this off. Are you with me?" The boys nodded their heads in agreement. "Then it's settled," Lamont said as he stood up and walked towards the door. "In the meantime, I'll go join the others and help load up the rest of our supplies." "Do we have another delivery?" Charlie asked. "Not at the moment," Lamont explained. "We just have to pick up a few items from one of Sully's friends. After that, we'll be spending a few days at the boneyard. It's a remote service station where a lot of old trains are laid to rest. We've been having some problems with the piping lately, so we'll have to locate a few parts and do a little repair work. That being said, we're probably going to be stopped here for a while, so why don't you boys get out and stretch your legs?" Ed and Charlie spent the remainder of their day exploring the station and its vast, desolate surroundings. To their surprise, the dilapidated building loomed larger than the brothers had anticipated, its decaying walls bearing the weight of forgotten memories. However, despite its imposing size, not a single soul roamed about during their stay. An eerie silence enveloped the place, conjuring thoughts of the countless stories Ed had heard of old mining towns that once flourished during the height of the gold rush, but later faded into obscurity once the mines had ceased operation. Finally, the sun began its slow descent over the horizon as the clock inside the station began to chime. "It's time to go," Ed said with a wave. The boys navigated their way through the building and back out onto the platform. They were surprised to see a few vagrants chatting together on a bench, and a small part of Ed felt an overwhelming urge to call out to the men for help. However, he knew that doing so would jeopardize their plans, so he let out a deep sigh and pressed forward. "Hurry up, you two!" Jim shouted near the front of the locomotive. "We still have a schedule to keep." Ed and Charlie climbed up the ladder and pushed their way through the doors of the passenger cabin. Almost immediately, they felt the train lurch forward and continue on its journey northward. The brothers quickly strolled into the kitchen to grab something to eat, and much to their surprise, the cupboards had been restocked with an assortment of fresh supplies. The pair then grabbed a few bags of chips and a couple of sodas before heading back to the lounge. "Come on, Charlie, let's go eat on the roof." Charlie's face lit up with anticipation as Ed led the way outside and up the ladder of the boxcar. Once they reached the top, they carefully inched their way towards the center of the car, turning to face the front of the slow-moving train. With exhilaration in his heart, Ed stood up, stretching his arms out wide, embracing the rush of wind against his face. Charlie, catching his brother's infectious enthusiasm, quickly followed suit, both of them reveling in the breathtaking beauty of the passing wilderness. "Look at the sky!" Ed exclaimed. Charlie looked up and could immediately see great swathes of green light trailing across the sky. It was as if there was a massive green river flowing high above the mountains, washing over them with a strange, hypnotic rhythm. "That must be the Northern Lights," Ed remarked. "I remember learning about them in one of my science classes, but I never thought I'd get to see them in person." Ed and Charlie laid down on the roof and stared up at the mesmerizing lights in the sky. The traumatic events from the last several days seemed to just melt away as they remained transfixed by the extraordinary display. For once, the brothers felt a small glimmer of hope, something that they hadn't felt since the beginning of their journey. Chapter 15. The crew spent the remainder of the night parked on a siding only a few hours away from the mysterious boneyard. Early the next morning, the train continued on towards its destination. Ed and Charlie found themselves sitting by the window, sipping on mugs of tea as they eased into their day. They couldn't help but notice the dramatic change in scenery. This section of forest was almost entirely devoid of vegetation due to a fire, with only charred trees remaining. "Look," Charlie said, pointing out the window. A sudden shiver ran down Ed's spine as they passed by an old graveyard nestled in a valley adjacent to the tracks. The train was moving too quickly to discern the details of the grave markers, but the atmosphere surrounding the cemetery sent a chill through his bones. The ancient burial ground whispered of forgotten souls from a bygone era, evident in its weathered headstones and overgrown foliage. "That's funny," Charlie said. "We're going to a place called the Boneyard, and we just passed by a cemetery." "Perhaps it's an omen," Ed said with a grimace. Charlie glanced over at Ed with a worried expression. "Do you think they brought us here to kill us?" "No," Ed said, shaking his head. I'm sure Lamont would have told us if they were planning something like that. Besides, I think they need our help for a few more days." "Do you really think our plan will work?" "I don't know," Ed said, taking a long sip from his mug. "But let's try not to think about it. We have Lamont on our side now, so as long as we do what we're told and act like everything's normal, we should make it out of this alive." "I hope so," Charlie replied doubtfully. The brothers sat in silence until the train came to a slow stop in front of a chain-link fence surrounding an old derelict rail yard. Ed and Charlie raced out of the cabin and joined the others in front of the locomotive. A middle-aged man was already speaking with Jim and Sully through an opening in the fence. After a few minutes of small talk, Jim pulled out a roll of bills and slipped it to the man through the fence. The stranger took the money, shoved it in his pants pocket, and promptly forced open the massive gate. "Come in, gentlemen," he said with a wave. The crew quickly squeezed through the opening and exchanged greetings with the stranger. The man then stepped forward and extended his hand towards the boys. "Good morning," he said with a broad smile. "I'm Sid, the foreman of the yard, and who might you be?" "I'm Ed, and this is my brother Charlie." "They're my nephews," Jim interjected. "Pleased to meet you," Sid replied. "Are you boys having fun travelling with your uncle?" "Yes, sir," Ed said with an awkward smile. "I'm glad to hear it," Sid said, ushering them inside. "Feel free to wander around the yard as much as you like. There are plenty of things here to keep you busy." Ed and Charlie stared out in amazement at the countless objects scattered across the yard. At least a dozen trains of various shapes and sizes were lined up on spur lines, most of them covered in a thick layer of grime and rust. They could see steam-powered locomotives as well as modern engines, but most had been stripped for parts. "Come over here, lads," Lamont said. "I have to speak with you for a minute before you take off." Ed and Charlie joined Lamont near a large piece of machinery that he was busy examining. "Do you remember what I told you about fixing up that old radio?" Lamont asked, glancing nervously at the rest of the crew. "I'm going to need you boys to find me a new microphone to replace the old one. However, it's important that we keep it out of sight from the other men." The brothers nodded in agreement. "Good," Lamont replied. "We'll meet up again a little later this afternoon. Good luck, lads." After retrieving their backpacks, Ed and Charlie wasted no time in their search for a microphone. Before long, they found themselves scaling the ladder of an old diesel-powered locomotive. The cabin was roughly the same size as their steam locomotive, but with significantly less soot staining the walls from the furnace. The interior was filled with an array of buttons and dials intricately connected to the main panel. What struck them the most was the clear view from the front window, a stark contrast to the limited visibility they were accustomed to in their own locomotive. "Look," Charlie said, gesturing towards the control panel. "Do you think that radio still works?" Ed leaned over and examined the old radio. The case was badly damaged, and there were several wires sticking out from the bottom of the unit. "I doubt it works," Ed said as he fiddled with a few knobs, "but the microphone might be okay." Ed unscrewed the microphone from the base of the unit and placed it in his backpack. "Come on, Charlie, let's keep searching." After descending the ladder, the brothers continued their exploration of the yard in search of a new microphone. Their gaze settled on a remarkably small yellow locomotive, and with curiosity piqued, they climbed inside. The interior had long since been stripped of its electrical equipment, giving the place an eerie emptiness. However, amidst the barren surroundings, something caught Charlie's attention in the dimly lit corner of the cabin. At first, he thought the object was some kind of doll, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was actually a marionette. "Check this out," Charlie said, picking up the strange figure. "It's dressed like an old train conductor." "It looks creepy," Ed said indifferently. Charlie carefully wiped off the layer of dust that had collected on the marionette's clothing, revealing the exquisite craftsmanship beneath. He couldn't help but notice that the frame was made entirely out of polished wood, bearing the marks of skilled hands that had brought it to life long ago. The little figure donned a finely tailored white and grey pin-striped suit, exuding an air of old-world charm. Yet the defining element that completed its appearance was, without a doubt, the traditional conductor's cap, firmly perched on its head, like a symbol of authority and command. "Why do I feel like this thing's about to come alive and try to kill us?" Ed said with a laugh. "It's not that scary," Charlie objected. "Just keep it away from me," Ed suggested. "Who do you think left it here?" Ed shrugged his shoulders. Maybe the last owner bought it as a gift for his kid and forgot about it. Or maybe his kid left it behind after his father took him on a tour of the train, Charlie suggested. "Either way, it's ours now," Ed said as he placed it in his bag. "Let's see what else we can find." Ed and Charlie dedicated the next few hours to scavenging several more engine rooms, hoping to find a working microphone. However, more often than not, their efforts proved fruitless, leaving them empty-handed. Despite most of the trains having been largely empty, the pair still managed to come across a few options. It was only after they had thoroughly searched the final train that they decided to call it a day and head back to the cabin. As the boys entered the lounge, they were met with cold stares from Jim and Sully, who were already seated on the couch, engrossed in their meals. "What have you two been doing all day?" Jim asked, taking a long sip from his mug. "Just wandering around," Ed responded. "We found a marionette," Charlie said proudly. "Good for you," Jim said, placing his mug down on the table. "You're going to have to keep yourselves busy for the next few days because we still have a lot of work to do on the engine. The throttle valve needs replacing, so it's going to take some time to repair. You boys just try to stay out of Sid's way and don't give us any trouble." "We won't," Ed said, ushering his brother towards the kitchen. "Come on, Charlie, let's get something to eat." The boys got to work making a couple of sandwiches, and by the time they finished preparing their meals, Jim and Sully had already exited the cabin. The brothers were just beginning to clean up their mess when they heard the sound of the rear door open and Lamont entered the room. "It's good to see you, lads," Lamont said with a warm smile. "I trust you've had an eventful day." "We have," Ed said, as he picked up his pack off the floor. "And we found a few microphones for the radio." "Good work," Lamont said, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. "Let's see what you got." Ed reached into his backpack and pulled out the microphones one by one. Lamont examined the connection plugs carefully, then divided the items into two piles. One pile contained microphones with the wrong connection sockets, and the other potential candidates. "Bring me your radio," Lamont instructed. Charlie hurried over to his bed and pulled back the covers, revealing the radio underneath. He then picked up the device, brought it back to the lounge and set it on the table in front of the couch. Lamont quickly turned a dial on the radio and got to work testing out each microphone one after the other, discarding the ones that failed to produce a signal. After a few minutes, he settled on a microphone that produced a red light whenever he held down the button. "This one might work," Lamont finally said, "but we won't know for sure until we test it out." "How do we do that?" Charlie asked. Lamont placed the microphone down on the table and walked towards the window. He then peered out into the yard until he could see the other members of the crew. "Stay here and wait for my signal," Lamont said, sliding the door open. "I'm going to switch the radio in the driver's cab to the same frequency and talk to you on the other end. All you have to do is push the grey button on the side to respond. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," Ed replied. "Good," Lamont responded. "I'll be right back." As Lamont made his exit, the boys moved over to the window and scanned the surrounding area. "You stay here and keep an eye out for the others," Ed instructed. "I'll wait for the signal on the radio." Ed picked up the microphone and waited patiently for the signal from Lamont. It was only a few seconds before a faint voice could be heard on the other end. "Can you hear me, lads? Over." Ed listened carefully for the beep before responding. "I hear you, Lamont. Do you hear me? Over." "I didn't get that," Lamont responded. "Can you hold the microphone a little closer to your mouth? Over." Ed held the microphone up to his lips. "I'm holding it a little closer. Can you hear me? Over." The boys were greeted with silence. Ed made a few more feeble attempts to make contact before he finally gave up and hung the microphone on the side of the unit. "I don't think it's working, Charlie." As soon as Ed stood up from the couch, Lamont re-entered the car and closed the door behind him. "It's not working," Lamont said, sagging down onto the couch. "There must be a problem with the wiring." "Why don't we just use the radio in the locomotive during the night of the robbery?" Ed asked. "Charlie and I can sneak into the driver's cab and call the police for help while you and the others are robbing the mine." "I'm afraid that won't work," Lamont said with a frown. "Jim and Sully are planning to lock you boys in this cabin during the robbery. The locomotive is our only means of escape, and they don't want to take any chances." "Why don't you just unlock the door for us when Jim and Sully aren't looking?" Charlie asked. "I can't risk getting caught by the others," Lamont explained. "Besides, Jim has the only set of keys." "No problem," Ed said with a confident smile. "Charlie and I will just break out of the cabin." Lamont shook his head. Most of the railways in the south had to outfit these old passenger cars with hardened glass and reinforced doors to prevent vandalism while they're left out on the sidings. "I'm afraid you boys will be stuck in the cabin whether you like it or not." Ed looked over at Lamont with a defeated expression. "Then what are we supposed to do?" "I still have one idea that might work," Lamont said as he sat down on the edge of the couch. "What is it?" Ed responded. "It's a bit risky," Lamont explained, "but I noticed that the microphone in the front cab looks a lot like the one on your radio, so if we switch them out at some point before the robbery, you should still be able to contact the police." "Good idea," Charlie said as he quickly unscrewed the microphone from the unit and headed for the door. "Wait a minute," Lamont said suddenly. "We still need the radio to communicate with the railway for a few more days. Otherwise, we may end up causing an accident. We'll have to wait for the right time to make the switch." "When will that be?" Ed asked. "Good question," Lamont said as he leaned back on the couch. "We're going to be stuck in the boneyard for one more day, so we can afford to be patient for the time being. It's going to take us another day to reach the mine, so the only option we have left is the night of the robbery." "Isn't that cutting it a bit close?" "We have no other choice," Lamont responded. "If we switch them out too soon, we could risk getting caught." "What if we don't have enough time to make the switch?" Ed asked in frustration. "What are Jim and Sully going to do to us when they get back from the mine? We already heard them say that they plan on getting rid of us." "I won't let anything happen to either one of you," Lamont said reassuringly. "But I completely understand if you boys want to back out before it's too late. So just say the word, and we'll move on with Plan B." "What's Plan B?" Charlie asked. "Making a break for it." Ed pulled Charlie aside, and the brothers quickly huddled their arms together, engaging in a quiet discussion about their options. After a few seconds, Charlie turned back towards Lamont with a wide grin on his face. "We're with you to the end." "I'm glad to hear it," Lamont said with a smile. "So what's our next move?" Ed asked. "I'll be getting together with the rest of the crew the night before the robbery to scout out the mine. It should only take us about 10 minutes, but I'll signal you through the window by touching my beard. That way you'll have enough time to switch out the microphones before we get back to the train. Do you think you can handle that?" "No problem," Ed said reassuringly. "Good," Lamont replied. "That should do it for now, lads. I'll touch base with you again tomorrow." Chapter 16. The following morning brought with it a renewed sense of energy as the boys kept themselves busy exploring the vast ruins of the boneyard. Never before had the brothers been given such uninhibited freedom to roam around in such a fascinating place, and they were especially thrilled to be working with Lamont on a plan to thwart the robbery at the mine. The entire experience made them feel like a couple of secret agents fighting against the forces of evil. Ed and Charlie had also come to develop a friendship with the yard's caretaker, Sid. The boys plunked down on the ground near an old boxcar and engaged in a conversation with the older man on their last day in the yard. "Have you always been interested in trains?" Charlie asked. "Even before you started working at the yard?" "I have," Sid said proudly. "As a matter of fact, I was a lot like you boys when I was young. I was always running around my neighborhood looking for grand adventures." "What sort of adventures?" Charlie asked. "Well," Sid said with a smile, "one summer my friends and I found this old service car parked next to the tracks, so we decided to take it out for a joyride." "Really?" Charlie said in amazement. "Did it have one of those pump handles like in the cartoons?" "Nah," Sid said with a wave. "It was basically just a small platform on wheels that you could pick up and place on the rails. The four of us would stand on each corner and take turns pushing the car as hard as we could. It was a bit tricky making it up the steeper grades, but the effort was well worth it when you reached a good downhill. Sometimes we'd only give it one good push and we'd travel for miles." "Did you ever run into any trains?" "We had a few close calls," Sid admitted, "but none of us were ever seriously injured. The more I think about it, the more I realize that it was a miracle that we were never killed, although my parents would have probably done it for me if they knew what me and my friends were doing." "I can relate to that," Ed said with a frown. "I have to admit that I didn't make it easy on my parents when I was young, but I think they were just glad that I made it home in one piece. They only had my best interests at heart, but I guess most parents are like that." The brothers stared at Sid in awkward silence. "So Jim says that he's your uncle," Sid said, studying the boy's expressions carefully. "I hope you don't mind me asking, but what happened to your real parents?" "They died," Ed said, averting his gaze. "I'm sorry to hear that," Sid said with a frown. "It's never easy losing your parents at such a young age. Every boy needs someone to watch over them and teach them how to become a man. I hope you two know how lucky you are to have an uncle who's willing to take you under his wing." Ed glanced uncomfortably at his little brother. "Sometimes life can be unfair, but we have to make the most of it when times get rough. We may not always end up with the perfect family, but as long as you have someone you can trust, then you have everything you need." A sudden voice interrupted their conversation. "Come over here, boys." The brothers turned towards the locomotive to see Jim gesturing impatiently towards them. They quickly rose to their feet and glanced back helplessly at Sid. "We have to go," Ed explained. "That's all right," Sid said with a smile. "It's not often that I get to meet such interesting people out here. It's been nice talking to you boys. Let's do it again sometime." Ed and Charlie gave Sid a friendly wave and then made their way towards the locomotive. As they neared the engine, they could see that Jim was busy pulling off a panel that was mounted to the front of the locomotive. He then reached inside the opening and unscrewed a small pipe. "I need you to find something for me," Jim said, handing the pipe to Ed. "I have to replace one of the pipes on the locomotive, and I need you to find me a new one with the same threading. Sid said that he might have a stack of spare parts located somewhere near the back of the yard, so you might have to do a little digging." "No problem," Ed said, examining the object. "I'm also going to need you to find me a pipe that's about the same size as my forearm, including the end caps, but I don't want you telling Sid. Is that understood?" The boys nodded their heads obediently. "Good," Jim said firmly. "Now get moving." Ed and Charlie turned and walked back towards the middle of the yard. It didn't take them long to find the pile of scrap that they were looking for, but they quickly realized the difficulty of sorting through such a large stack. "I wish we had gloves," Charlie complained, "and we don't have any bandages left in our first aid kit, so we have to be careful not to cut ourselves on any sharp edges." The brothers began sorting through the pile, and it wasn't long before Ed found their first candidate. Once the object was freed from the pile, he realized that the pipe was well over 4 feet long and completely rusted out, so he tossed it off to the side and continued on with his search. "Why do you think Jim doesn't want us to tell Sid about the other pipe?" Charlie asked. "I think I know why," Ed responded. "Is he planning to hit us with it?" "No," Ed said with a laugh. "I think he's planning to make a bomb out of it, and he doesn't want Sid to know." "Why does he want to make a bomb?" "It's for the robbery," Ed said as he threw a piece of metal onto the ground. "He's going to need a bomb to break into the vault at the mine, otherwise he can't get the gold." "How did you figure that out?" "I saw it in an old Western movie when I was around your age. The bad guys used horses to board a train and blew up the vault using a few sticks of dynamite." "Clever," Charlie replied. "Perhaps," Ed said as he pulled a pipe from the stack and examined it carefully. "But I don't think Jim and Sully were counting on the 3 of us foiling their plans." Just then the boys heard footsteps approaching and turned to see Lamont greet them with a friendly wave. "How are you making out, lads?" "Not bad," Ed replied. "We found a few already." "I'm glad to hear it," Lamont responded. Charlie glanced around the yard for any sign of Jim and Sully, and once he saw that the coast was clear, he leaned in towards Lamont and whispered in his ear, "Is Jim planning to make a bomb?" Lamont nodded. "How did you know?" "Ed saw it in a movie," Charlie explained. "Is that right?" Lamont said with a curious smile. "I guess television's good for something after all." Ed laughed. "Try telling that to my parents." Charlie picked up a pipe and handed it to Lamont. "Is this one big enough?" Lamont examined the pipe carefully. "This should work nicely, but we still have to find the end caps." The boys turned their attention towards the massive pile of scrap and continued on with the search. "Can I ask you something, Lamont?" Charlie said. "Go ahead." Charlie fumbled absently with a small piece of scrap metal as he considered his words carefully. "What were your parents like?" "Well," Lamont replied, "my father worked on the railway for most of his life, and my mother took care of us kids. I guess you could say that I come from a traditional family. Both of my parents were hard workers, especially when it came to taking care of me and my older brothers." "What was your father like?" Ed asked. "My father travelled out of town a lot, and he spent most of his spare time working on odd projects around the house. I can't tell you how many hours I spent watching him tinker. I wanted to be just like him when I grew up." "What about your mother?" Charlie asked. "My mother had the patience of a saint," Lamont said with a smile. "She had to deal with 4 rambunctious boys for 20 years, but she rarely ever had to raise her voice. She had a way of calming us down simply by the tone of her voice. As a matter of fact, I saw the same trait in Rachel when we were together. She had a special knack with children." "I can't imagine taking care of 4 boys," Ed said. "Don't you have any sisters?" "I'm afraid not," Lamont replied. "I was my mother's last hope of having a daughter, which is probably why she dressed me in a kilt for most of my childhood." The boys laughed loudly. "Did the other boys tease you?" Charlie asked. "No, not really," Lamont explained. "But life was a lot different back in those days. Most families struggled just to put food on the table, so people were a lot more understanding when it came to your appearance." "Ed and I were always getting teased at school because of the way we dressed," Charlie admitted. "Our parents only washed our clothes when they had enough money to go to the laundromat, so the kids at school would tease us if our clothes looked dirty or wrinkled." "I'm sorry to hear that," Lamont said with a frown. "It's not easy going through life with so many hardships. Speaking from my own experience, I know that it can drive you to do a lot of impulsive things. Like running away from home? Charlie suggested. That's right, Lamont agreed. But I don't blame you boys for what you did. No child should have to go through what you two have been through. It breaks my heart to see children suffering at the hands of tyrants. It's important for kids to have someone they can trust to help them through hard times, whether it's a friend or a teacher or a man named Lamont, Charlie interjected. Lamont smiled warmly and placed a reassuring hand on Charlie's shoulder. I'm glad you boys feel that you can trust me, even after everything I've done. I may not have the right qualifications for the job, but I'd be honored to stand by your side and teach you boys everything there is to know about becoming a man. You have my word. Thanks, Lamont, Charlie said with a smile. Lamont gave the brothers an encouraging nod. Ed pushed a heavy metal sheet off to the side and then bent over to pick up a small pipe from the ground. What do you think of this one? He asked, holding it next to the pipe that Jim had given him. Lamont took the object from Ed and examined it carefully. It certainly looks like the right threading, but we won't know for sure until we get it back to Jim. Although it might be worth finding a few more just to be sure. The crew spent the next few minutes searching through the pile of scrap before finding one more potential replacement for the broken pipe. Once they had finally discovered the missing end caps, they hurried back to the locomotive and set the items down next to Jim. The boys found the pipes you were looking for, Lamont offered. Did you need them for anything else? Jim slid out from underneath the train and moved himself into a sitting position. Placing his wrench on the ground, he began wiping his hands with a handkerchief. That's it for now, he replied absently. But don't make yourselves too comfortable because most of the repairs should be finished by tonight, and we'll be heading out first thing in the morning to pick up our next shipment. Ed and Charlie turned back towards Lamont and watched as he gave them both a knowing smile. Go clean yourselves up, lads, Lamont said. I'm planning to cook a batch of my world-famous chili, and I'm going to need your help in the kitchen. You want us to help? Charlie asked excitedly. I don't see why not. Ed and Charlie raced back to the cabin and quickly washed up in the bathroom sink. The majority of the dirt was easy to scrub away, but the brothers quickly learned that the grease spots were especially stubborn to remove. Once the boys were finished in the bathroom, they hurried into the kitchen and watched as Lamont got busy preparing the ingredients for his chili. He placed a large pot on the stove, pulled out a handful of vegetables from the cupboard, and dropped them next to the cutting boards. Do either of you know how to dice? Ed and Charlie shook their heads. No problem, Lamont continued. All you have to do is chop up these vegetables into pieces that are roughly the same size as a 6-sided dice. But be careful not to cut your fingers, because the blades are extremely sharp. Lamont handed each of the boys a knife. Charlie, why don't you come over here and chop up this onion while Ed gets started on the tomatoes? The brothers slowly moved into position and began hacking away at the vegetables while Lamont analyzed their techniques and gave a few pointers along the way. Always remember to hold your fingers above the blade. You don't want to end up with any missing digits. Lamont stood by as Ed chopped up the tomatoes with perfect precision and then turned his attention towards Charlie, who was having a hard time getting started. Here, lad. Let me show you how to do it. Lamont took the knife and pushed his way in front of Charlie. You have to cut the layer of skin off first. That way, it'll be easier for you to chop up the onion. Lamont cut away the thick layer of skin from the onion and handed the knife back to Charlie. Once Charlie had successfully sliced the onion in half, Lamont took a step back and watched as Charlie's eyes began filling with tears. Lamont laughed quietly to himself as Charlie frantically wiped away at his eyes with the sleeve of his shirt. Keep up the good work, Lamont said with a broad smile. You'll be finished in no time. I have an idea, Lamont, Ed said cryptically. Lamont glanced over at Ed and watched as he pulled out a bag of hot peppers from the refrigerator. "What do you say we spice up Jim and Sully's chili with some extra hot peppers?" Ed suggested. "That's not a bad idea," Lamont said with a thoughtful smile. "Allow me to do the honors." It took roughly 30 minutes for the crew to finish chopping up the rest of the ingredients, and before they knew it, the pleasant aroma of the homemade chili was filling the cabin. Lamont was just adding the last of the meat and spices to their meal when Jim and Sully entered the cabin and sagged wearily onto the couch in the lounge. The boys peeked their heads around the corner and watched as Jim flipped absently through an old newspaper. Ed grabbed a stack of bowls from the cupboard, set them down on the stove, and Lamont began dishing out each serving into the bowls before placing them on the counter. He then picked up a handful of cooked hot peppers, divided them into separate piles, and mixed them into the bowls on the far end before handing one to each of the boys. "Remember, lads, don't say anything when you give Jim and Sully their chili. Just act natural." The brothers nodded as they brought the bowls out into the lounge and handed them to Jim and Sully. Once the meals were delivered to the crew, they hurried back to the kitchen, muffling their laughter as best they could. A moment later, Lamont led the boys to the edge of the kitchen, and together they stealthily peeked around the corner. Jim took the first bite of his meal, followed by Sully only a few seconds later. Almost immediately, beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads as they struggled to maintain their composure. Despite their obvious discomfort, the men remained resolute, refusing to utter a word to each other, silently enduring the pain. Ed and Charlie could hardly contain their laughter as they observed the men suffering in stoic silence. It wasn't much, but it felt immensely satisfying to exact some measure of revenge on the two villains who had made their lives so miserable the last few days. Chapter 17. The crew slept in much later than usual the following morning due to Jim and Sully's relentless stomach problems. The brothers noticed them making several trips to the washroom during the night, and could even hear them muttering the odd curse word through the door. As far as they were concerned, their prank went off without a hitch, but it didn't do much to put the two men in a good mood. It was mid-morning before Jim put the finishing touches to the repairs and re-entered the passenger car. "Let's get moving, gentlemen," Jim scowled, wiping his hands on an oily rag. "We're already behind schedule, so say goodbye to Sid and get back to the cabin." Ed and Charlie exited the car and raced over to the front gate where Sid was waiting for them. "I guess this is it," Sid said with a sigh. "I hope you boys will come back and visit me sometime." "I hope so too," Ed said with a grin, "and thanks again for letting us explore the yard." "It was my pleasure," Sid said, shaking their hands. "Take care and remember to listen to your uncle." "We will." Sid reached over and tousled Charlie's hair as the sound of the steam whistle blared loudly behind them. The boys reluctantly turned and made their way back inside the rail car. They stood motionless by the window for some time, staring towards the yard as the train backed out onto the main line and began its final trip towards the mine. "What do we do now?" Charlie asked. "I don't know," Ed replied, "but I don't think we're going to stop again until we reach the mine." "How far away is it?" Ed shrugged. "Why don't we check the map?" Ed and Charlie eased their way over to Jim's room, almost expecting him to burst into the car at any moment. The room was a complete disaster, but the brothers weren't interested in doing any more favors for Jim. Ed led the way towards the corner of the room and began studying the map carefully. The red and blue markings were a little confusing at first, but once he got his bearings straight, he slammed his finger down on a small section near the center. "This is the boneyard," Ed said confidently, "and I think the marker to the north is the location of the mine." Ed began tracing his finger along the route and then paused once he had reached the final marker. "It looks like we're about 200 miles from the mine, so we should be there by late afternoon." "What do we do in the meantime?" Charlie asked. I'm getting bored with being stuck in the cabin." "Me too," Ed agreed. "And this may be our last day on the train, so what do you say we make it exciting?" "What did you have in mind?" "Follow me," Ed said with a mischievous smile. The boys made their way back across the lounge and through the doors leading outside. Ed immediately took hold of the ladder leading onto the roof of the boxcar and began his ascent with Charlie following closely behind. "We've done this already," Charlie argued. "Not exactly," Ed explained. "I thought we could jump onto the coal car and spy on the rest of the crew. Why would we want to do that?" "We could listen in on what they're saying," Ed said, standing on the edge of the car. "Maybe we'll hear them say something incriminating that we can tell the police." "Good point," Charlie said with a smile. "But why don't we just wait for Lamont to fill us in later?" "Lamont may not have time to tell us before the robbery," Ed explained. "This may give us an advantage." "But I can't jump that far," Charlie admitted. "Sure you can," Ed said encouragingly. "I'll even go first so I can catch you when it's your turn." Charlie took a deep breath and stared down at the tracks as they moved swiftly between the gap in the cars. "Come on," Ed said, making his way unsteadily towards the middle of the car. "All you have to do is get a head start and you should be able to make it across." Ed moved into position and took a moment to mentally prepare himself for the jump. "Here goes nothing." Ed's heart began racing wildly as he burst into a full sprint and jumped from the boxcar, landing hard on the roof of the passenger cabin. The momentum of the train made it somewhat difficult to find his footing, but he still managed to complete the task with relative ease. "Let's go, Charlie, you can do it." Charlie slowly eased himself into position as he attempted to steady his nerves. A moment later, he took off running towards the edge of the car and jumped with all his might. It was an admirable jump, taking him a good stride onto the roof of the other car, where Ed was able to take hold of his clothing to keep him from losing his balance. "That wasn't so bad," Charlie admitted. "I told you," Ed responded. "But we still have to make it onto the coal car without being seen by the others. They won't be able to hear us over the engine noise, but we should still try to be as quiet as possible." The boys turned towards the front of the train and tiptoed their way along the roof of the passenger cabin. Once they had reached the edge, they peered down into the tender, which had been filled to the halfway point with wood. "That's a long way down," Charlie said nervously. "Don't worry, we can make it." The brothers moved back towards the center of the train and began psyching themselves up for the jump. "Do you want to jump at the same time?" Ed asked. "All right," Charlie replied hesitantly. "On the count of 3, Ed said, crouching next to his little brother. 1, 2, 3. Ed and Charlie shot off like a rocket down the length of the car and hurled themselves across the gap, landing awkwardly in the confines of the tender. After a few seconds, the brothers picked themselves up and brushed the splinters from their clothing. It took a moment to find their footing as they fumbled their way over the loose pieces of wood and pressed their backs up against the front of the car. Ed pushed his finger firmly against his lips. "Try not to make any noise, Charlie. We don't want them to hear us." The pair then peeked through a small crack in the front of the tender and watched Sully poking at the embers with a fire rake, mumbling angrily to himself. "You got something to say?" Jim asked abruptly. "Yeah, I've got something to say," Sully shouted over the roar of the engine. "I don't understand why we're still keeping those 2 runts around. I say we throw them off the train and be done with it. They're nothing but a liability." Ed and Charlie looked at each other in horror. "That wouldn't be very wise," Lamont objected. "Suppose someone came across their bodies and phoned the police. It would put our entire plans in jeopardy." "What a load of rubbish," Sully said as he slammed the furnace door shut and sat down on a nearby bench. "Sully's right," Jim offered. "We don't want any loose ends coming back to bite us. Besides, it would probably take a few months for anyone to find their bodies, and even if they did find them, they'd never be able to pin it on us." Ed could feel his entire body tense up as he suddenly realized how dire their situation had become. He knew that Jim and Sully were hardened criminals, but he didn't realize how cold-blooded they were until that very moment. It was obvious that Lamont was outnumbered when it came to making decisions with the other members of the crew. "We have to be smart about this," Lamont suggested. "What if something goes wrong at the mine and we end up getting cornered by the police? We'd stand a much better chance of making it out of there if we had a few hostages with us. I say we wait until we load up the gold, and if everything goes according to plan, we can just toss their bodies into the bottom of Dead Man's Gorge." "Dead Man's Gorge?" Jim asked. "It's a ravine located about 20 miles north of the mine," Lamont explained. "We'll be heading in that direction anyway, so we could just tie a couple of rocks to their feet and throw them in the river. By the time the cops find their bodies, we'll all be long dead from old age." Jim turned towards Sully and flashed a sinister smile. "What do you think?" "Have it your way," Sully said in defeat. Ed wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. He was grateful that the big man was able to convince the others not to act so impulsively, but the very thought of their untimely demise sent a chill up his spine. "It's a good thing Lamont's on our side," Charlie whispered. "Who knows what would have happened to us if he wasn't there to keep those two thugs under control?" "I just hope our plan works," Ed responded. "Otherwise we could end up sleeping with the fishes." The boys were quickly brought back to attention as Lamont re-entered the conversation. "So what's the plan once we reach the mine? How are we going to deal with the security guards?" "We have to use stealth," Jim explained. "If we make our presence known too early, one of the guards might trip the alarm, and our entire plans could go up in smoke. First, we'll have to scout out the location of the refinery and make a note of all the entry points. Later that night, we'll sneak in through the front entrance and take out the guards." "I don't want to get into any gunfights," Lamont objected. "Besides, we could very well be outnumbered." "Don't worry," Sully said with a crooked smile. "Our source at the mine tells me that they only have 2 guards working the night shift, so it shouldn't be a problem. I was also able to find us a few stun grenades, so we should be able to take them out without even firing a shot." Sully picked up the bag that was sitting next to him and zipped it open, revealing the cache of weapons inside. "Once we tie up the guards, we'll make our way to the safe and use this pipe bomb to blow it open." "Why couldn't your friend find us a stick of dynamite to blow open the safe?" Lamont asked. "That stuff don't come cheap," Sully replied. "The stun grenades already cost me over $300. "We'll make do with what we have," Jim interrupted. "Besides, I've packed that pipe with enough black powder to blow open Fort Knox, so it should do the trick nicely." "When will we reach the mine?" Lamont asked. "We'll be there by late afternoon," Jim responded. "But we need to stop along the way to refill the boiler." Ed glanced over at Charlie and noticed that he was bobbing up and down nervously with his legs crossed. "What's wrong?" "I have to use the bathroom." Ed rolled his eyes. "All right, let's head back to the cabin. I don't want a repeat of what happened at the fair." "That was one time," Charlie objected. Okay, Ed muttered. "Just keep your voice down. We don't want anyone to hear us." The boys carefully made their way across the back of the tender and climbed up onto the rear edge of the car. Ed glanced up at the roof of the passenger cabin, but quickly realized that it was much higher than he had anticipated. He then turned his attention towards the side of the passenger car to see if there was a ladder within reach, only to learn that the front of the carriage was completely devoid of handles or any means of climbing back onto the roof. "Oh no," Ed said in a slight panic. "I don't think we can climb back onto the roof." Charlie searched the opposite side of the car in an attempt to find a ladder, but came up empty-handed. "What do we do now?" "Just give me a minute to think." The boys stood stock-still on the edge of the car as Charlie's right hand began to shake uncontrollably. Ed knew that this was a sign that his brother was beginning to panic, so he placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, Charlie, I have an idea. Ed gently eased himself down onto the locking mechanism that joined the cars together, and then reached up to help his brother onto the small platform. "What's your plan?" Charlie asked. "We wait here until we reach the next filling station and then run back to the cabin before the train stops." "What if the crew sees us?" "Then we'll be in a lot of trouble." "But I have to pee," Charlie said with a frown. "No problem," Ed responded. "You can just turn around and pee off the edge of the platform." "No way," Charlie objected. "It's really windy out here, and I don't want it blowing back in my face." Ed laughed. "Then I guess you'll have to wait." Much to their dismay, the boys found themselves stranded on the edge of the platform for well over an hour, their legs growing weak from exhaustion. They couldn't help but feel grateful that they were traveling during the warm summer months. Otherwise, they might have risked developing frostbite or even pneumonia. "How much longer?" Charlie asked impatiently. "I don't know," Ed responded. "It's been over an hour, so we must be getting close by now." "I hope so," Charlie said desperately. "I don't think my bladder can hold out any longer." Suddenly the boys heard the brakes screeching loudly as the train began easing to a slow stop. "Get ready to jump," Ed instructed. "We'll have less of a chance of getting caught if we hop out on the opposite end of the platform, so we should jump down from your side." The brothers waited with bated breath as the train eased its way towards the next stop. Ed and Charlie then moved into position as the sound of the engine continued pulsing slower and slower until it was barely moving. "Let's go, Charlie." The brothers swiftly jumped down from the platform and rushed towards the passenger cabin. Charlie, leading the way, quickly climbed into the car, followed closely by his older brother. Once inside, they breathed a sigh of relief as Charlie made a break for the washroom, slamming the door behind him. Ed took a moment to brush away the debris from his clothing before moving to the window to observe the rest of the crew. He watched intently as Lamont skillfully lowered a hose directly above the boiler on the locomotive, while the other men hustled towards the rear of the cabin. Ed threw himself down on the couch and picked up a magazine that was sitting on the table. He had just begun flipping through the first few pages when Jim and Sully entered the cabin. They were already in the midst of a lively conversation, and it wasn't until Ed had changed positions on the couch that they even acknowledged his presence. "Don't get too comfortable," Sully sneered. "We'll be arriving at our next destination in a few hours, and we have something special planned for you boys." Chapter 18. After several hours had passed, the train proceeded further into the vast expanse of the northern wilderness. As they approached a curve, the train gradually decelerated, and in the distance the loud clanging of a railway crossing could be heard. Ed leaned out the doorway to get a better view of the upcoming tracks and noticed that they were about to intersect with an old paved road. "What's going on?" Charlie asked. "I think we're getting close to the mine." The boys kept their eyes fixed on the train as it traversed the road and eventually stopped on the opposite side. Their attention remained focused as Lamont descended from the locomotive and proceeded to lift a switch adjacent to the tracks. Shortly after, the train resumed its movement and halted once more, this time behind a narrow bridge. "This must be it," Ed remarked. No sooner had the words come out of his mouth than the brothers saw the rest of the crew climb down from the front cab and gather next to the tracks. The three men appeared to be in the midst of a conversation, but from their position they couldn't make out what they were saying. "What are they doing?" Charlie asked. "They must be planning to case out the mine," Ed responded. "This may be our only chance to switch out the microphones, so we'd better get ready to leave." Charlie returned to his bunk, slid back the curtain, and pulled a bag out from under his blankets. He then raced back to Ed and handed him the backpack. "We have to make this quick," Ed said, taking the bag from his brother and pulling it over his shoulders. Ed and Charlie watched as the crew turned in the opposite direction and began walking down the tracks. The brothers then hurried to the back of the cabin and quietly slipped out the door. Ed peeked his head around the corner and kept a careful eye on the crew as they continued on their mission, gradually disappearing from sight. "Let's go, Charlie." The brothers climbed down the steps and quickly ran towards the locomotive. Once they were in position below the ladder, Ed took one final glance down the tracks to make sure that the coast was clear, and then climbed up into the driver's cab, with Charlie following closely behind. "I can't believe we're doing this," Charlie said nervously. "It feels like a scene from a movie." "Let's just hurry up and make the switch so we can get out of here," Ed instructed. "The last thing we need is to get caught switching out the microphones." Ed made his way over to the captain's chair and slid the pack off his shoulders. He then unzipped his bag, pulled the microphone out of the side compartment, and picked up the radio that had been placed on a table in front of him. He immediately got to work unscrewing the microphone from the base of the unit, and then attempted to reattach the broken microphone, but stopped after only a few seconds. "Oh no," Ed said as his face turned chalky white. "What's the matter?" "The microphone doesn't fit." "What do you mean?" Charlie asked as he took the object from his brother. "Lamont said it would work." "He must have made a mistake. This radio doesn't have the same socket as the one in the lounge." Ed tried desperately to think of a solution as the sound of approaching voices caught their attention. "They're coming back!" Charlie exclaimed. Ed ran towards the entrance of the cabin and peeked his head outside. He watched as the rest of the crew moved swiftly in their direction and then retreated back into the cabin after he unwittingly made eye contact with Jim. "What do we do?" Charlie stammered. "Quick, give me the microphone!" Charlie handed the microphone to Ed and watched as his brother raced over to the captain's chair and immediately began reattaching the device back on the radio. "Hurry up!" Ed fumbled around for several seconds before he had successfully reattached the microphone and placed the radio back on the table. He then stood up, swung his pack over his shoulders, and ran towards the door. He took another quick glance out the side window and could see that the crew were now only a few feet away from the locomotive. "What do we do?" Charlie asked. "Just stay calm and follow my lead." The boys froze as a voice shouted up into the cabin. "What are you boys doing in there?" Ed immediately moved back to the entrance and glanced down at Jim, who was standing by the ladder with his arms crossed and an angry expression creasing his face. "We just wanted to check out the driver's cab," Ed said with a forced smile. "It's amazing that you guys are able to work on such a complicated piece of machinery." "You must be really smart," Charlie added. A smug smile crept across Jim's face as he puffed out his chest with pride. Ed and Charlie had become particularly adept at using flattery as a way of getting themselves out of sticky situations back home, and they knew that Jim shared many of the same narcissistic traits as their parents. "All right, you boys have had your fun," Jim said with a grin, "but I don't want to see you outside of the crew's quarters for the remainder of the night. Is that clear?" "Yes, Captain." "Good. Now get back to your cabin." Ed and Charlie jumped down from the locomotive and ran back towards the passenger car. Once inside, Ed threw his pack to the floor and sagged onto the couch, while Charlie wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Suddenly, the cabin door slid open, and the brothers turned to see Lamont enter the room. "What were you doing in the locomotive?" he asked bluntly. "Why did you leave before I gave you the signal?" "We thought you left to stake out the mine," Ed explained, "so we figured we could make the switch." "We were only checking the condition of the rails," Lamont explained. "We had to make sure that the siding leading into the mine was still operational, because we can't stay parked out on the main line all night." "I'm sorry, Lamont," Charlie said with his head lowered. "I guess we got a bit ahead of ourselves." "That's all right," Lamont said with a reassuring smile. "It was a bit risky going when you did, but as long as you were able to make the switch, I guess it was worth it." "That's the problem," Ed said with a frown. We tried to switch out the microphone, but it wouldn't fit. The radio in the driver's cab has a slightly different socket." "I see," Lamont said, letting out a defeated sigh. "Well, that certainly complicates things now, doesn't it?" "That's okay," Charlie said reassuringly. "We'll just have to think of another way to foil their plans." "We don't have time," Lamont explained. "And I can't let you boys take any more chances. Who knows what Jim and Sully might do if they catch you again?" The brothers watched as Lamont began pacing anxiously across the floor of the cabin. "As far as I can tell, we only have one option left." "What's that?" Charlie asked. "You're going to have to make a run for it." "But what about you?" "Don't worry about me, Charlie. I'll find a way to make it out of this mess one way or the other. The important thing is that you have somewhere safe to go. I have a friend who owes me a favor, and he only lives a few miles north of the mine. All you have to do is explain the situation to him, and he'll take care of the rest. You may have to go in on this alone, but at least you'll be out of harm's way." "No," Charlie said defiantly. "We're not leaving this train without you. Isn't that right, Ed?" Ed paused as he considered his options carefully. "Lamont's right, Charlie. We have to leave while we still have the chance, or we might be killed." Charlie's eyes began filling up with tears as he stared at his brother in disbelief. "But we can't just leave Lamont here to deal with those two crooks all by himself." "Listen to your brother, Charlie," Lamont said, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Jim and Sully would stop at nothing to go through with the robbery, and that includes killing anyone who stands in their way." "But what will happen to you?" Charlie asked. "I'll be fine," Lamont said with a smile. "The important thing is that you boys remain safe." "But how are we going to make it out of here without being seen by Jim and Sully?" Ed asked. "We can still salvage what's left of our old plan," Lamont explained. "Once we move the train into position, we'll head out to stake out the mine. That's when you boys can take off and follow the last road north for 5 miles. You'll eventually reach a sign that says, 'Welcome to Kettle Valley.' At that point, you'll have to make a right turn at the next intersection and keep walking until you reach a farm located only a few miles down the road. The farm belongs to my friend Emmett and his wife Clara. Just tell them that I sent you and they'll be more than happy to take you in." "Will we ever see you again?" Charlie asked. "You can count on it." Ed stuck his hand out towards the older man. "Thanks for everything, Lamont." "The pleasure's all mine," Lamont said, shaking his hand. "And the best of luck to both of you." Charlie leaned forward and gave Lamont a big hug. "Take care, Charlie." The boys then watched as Lamont walked back towards the entrance of the car and slid the door open. "Keep your chin up, lads," Lamont said as he gave the boys a friendly nod and shut the door behind him. "I guess this is it," Ed said with a frown. "We'd better start packing, Charlie. It's going to be a long day." Ed scooped up his backpack from the floor and made his way into the kitchen. Charlie reluctantly grabbed the second pack that was sitting next to his bunk, and the boys began stuffing their bags with supplies. A few minutes later, the train rolled slowly onto the siding leading into the mine. Once it had come to a complete stop, the brothers ran over to the window and waited for the crew to depart. "Are we really leaving?" Charlie asked. "We have no choice," Ed responded. "If we stay on this train, we're as good as dead. I made a promise not to let anything happen to you, and I refuse to break that promise." The boys observed the crew as they climbed down from the front cab and gathered next to the train. Ed kept a watchful eye as Jim shoved a pistol into his jacket pocket and gestured impatiently towards the others. A moment later, the men set off down the tracks towards the mine. It's now or never. Ed made his way to the door but turned back when he realized that his brother wasn't moving. He glanced over at Charlie and noticed tears welling up in his eyes. "We can't do this, Ed," Charlie whimpered. "We can't just leave Lamont here all by himself. He needs us." "We don't have a choice," Ed explained. This may be our only chance to make it off this train alive." "I say we stay here and help Lamont," Charlie suggested. "If it weren't for him, we'd both be dead by now. We owe him that much for saving our lives." "But I can't risk putting your life in any more danger," Ed reasoned. "I'm the one who's responsible for your safety, and I won't allow you to get killed." "Stop worrying about me," Charlie insisted. "I'm not some helpless baby who can't take care of himself, and I don't want to be the reason why Lamont throws the rest of his life away. I say we stay here and come up with a plan." "But we don't have time." "There's always time for family," Charlie insisted. Ed clasped his hands behind his head and let out a defeated sigh. "All right, Charlie, have it your way." Charlie's face lit up with excitement. "But I'm only staying on one condition," Ed explained. "We have to come up with a real plan to save Lamont, or we're leaving this train one way or the other." "Don't worry," Charlie said with a mischievous smile. "I've already come up with the perfect plan." Chapter 19. Ed and Charlie hurried around the kitchen with a renewed sense of urgency, their hearts pounding in their chests as they anxiously awaited the crew's return. Ed skillfully sliced an assortment of vegetables, while Charlie attentively stirred a pot of diced potatoes. It had been a while since they felt such unwavering determination, reminiscent of their first day on the train. Excitement surged through them as they eagerly anticipated the execution of their new plan. The boys could already feel their nerves beginning to take hold when a sudden noise caught their attention. Ed turned back just in time to see the crew enter the cabin and couldn't help but notice the puzzled expression on Lamont's face. It was obvious that he wasn't expecting to see them still on the train, let alone acting in such a nonchalant manner. "What are you doing?" Jim asked sternly. "We're making dinner, Captain," Ed replied. "Have a seat and we'll bring you some when it's ready." "It's not more chilly, is it?" "No, sir," Ed responded. "Good," Jim replied as he took a seat on the couch. "Why don't you keep an eye on them, Lamont?" "No problem." Lamont slowly made his way into the kitchen where he stood at the counter with his arms crossed. "What are you still doing here?" Lamont whispered. "I told you boys to leave when we left for the mine." "We came up with a new plan," Charlie said with a devilish smile, "and this time it's foolproof." Charlie peeked his head around the corner and ushered Lamont towards the opposite side of the kitchen. He then opened the cupboard next to the stove, reached inside and pulled out a small red tin with a picture of a skull and crossbones clearly visible on the label. Lamont took the can from Charlie and examined the warning carefully. "What were you planning to do with this?" Charlie snickered as he moved in closer to Lamont. "We're going to put it in their stew." Lamont sat down on a stool next to the counter and scratched thoughtfully at his beard for several long seconds. "I can't let you do that, lads." "Why not?" Charlie asked with his face turning red. "They deserve it after everything they've done." "Maybe so, but killing them isn't the answer to our problems. If you go through with this plan, you'd both be guilty of murder and you'd be no better than they are. Do you really want to stoop to their level?" "But it's our only chance," Charlie whimpered. "There's always another way." "Does that mean you have another plan?" Ed asked. "Not at the moment," Lamont said with a sigh. "But you're going to have to trust me. I'll think of a way to get us out of this mess, but we can't risk doing anything foolish." Lamont stood up from the counter and handed the can back to Charlie. "Do you trust me, Charlie?" Charlie paused briefly as he peered down at the can in his hand, and then placed it back in the cupboard. "I trust you, Lamont." Several hours had passed since the train had arrived at the mine, and the tensions between the members of the crew had grown substantially as the evening progressed. Ed and Charlie spent most of their time in their bunks, reading an assortment of magazines as they watched the clock tick closer to midnight. For the most part, Jim remained in his room, while Sully spent most of his time napping on the couch. The boys only saw Lamont a handful of times as he was left in charge of the locomotive, making sure that it was ready for their escape. It wasn't until the sun had completely set that the boys noticed more movement from the crew. "Look alive, gentlemen," Jim shouted as he burst through the door. "We'll be leaving in a few minutes." Sully sat up on the couch and began rubbing at his eyes just as Lamont exited the bathroom. "Do you have our supplies?" Jim asked. "I've got everything we need," Sully responded, picking up a thick black canvas bag from the floor. "Good," Jim responded. "Let's get moving." The boys pulled back the curtains in their bunks and watched as the men got ready to leave. "We'll be back in an hour," Jim explained. "Under no circumstances do you leave this cabin. Is that understood?" "Yes, Captain." Lamont turned back towards Ed and Charlie and gave them a quick nod. The brothers then watched as each of the men exited the cabin one after the other, until Sully was the only member of the crew that remained. He then turned slowly in their direction and flashed a devilish smile. "See you soon, boys." As Sully walked out onto the platform, he turned his attention towards Lamont, who had just begun his descent down the ladder. He then proceeded to point two of his fingers at Lamont's head in a threatening gesture. The only sound the boys heard from that point on was the cabin door slamming shut and a lock engaging from the outside. Charlie jumped down from his bunk and made his way towards the lounge near his older brother. "Did you see that?" Charlie asked as he sat down on the couch. "He just aimed his fingers at Lamont." "I've got a bad feeling about this," Ed responded. "I don't know what they're up to, but Lamont had better watch his back or we could all be in a lot of trouble." "Do you think they're going to kill him?" "I don't know," Ed admitted, "but I wouldn't put it past the two of them to stab him in the back." "We've got to get out of here," Charlie said anxiously. "We can't just leave him alone with those two maniacs." "What are we supposed to do?" Ed asked as he pulled hard on the door handle. "They locked us inside." Charlie walked towards the kitchen and retrieved a stool from underneath the counter. With determination in his eyes, he carried it back to the lounge and hurled it with all his might at one of the side windows. To his dismay, the stool simply bounced off the glass without leaving a scratch and crashed down to the floor in defeat. "It's no use," Ed protested. "Lamont already told us that there's no way to break out of this place. I say we just wait for the others to come back and ambush them." "We wouldn't stand a chance against them," Charlie objected. "Jim would just shoot us on the spot." "Lamont would never let that happen," Ed said defensively. "I'm sure he's got something planned." "But what if something happens to Lamont at the mine?" Charlie asked. "We'll have no one to protect us." "What do you want me to do about it?" Ed shouted in frustration. "We had the perfect opportunity to leave only a few hours ago, but you convinced me to stay and fight. Now we're trapped in this cabin, waiting for our execution." Charlie stood in silence as he watched his brother move swiftly across the room and drop down on the couch. Ed then leaned back and placed his hands behind his head while Charlie ran towards his bunk and disappeared inside. The only thing Ed could do was stare up at the ceiling as he listened to his brother sobbing underneath the covers. He sat there for several long seconds, desperately trying to come up with an idea, but his mind just spun in circles. It wasn't until his eyes had begun glazing over that Ed suddenly jumped up from the couch and began shouting with excitement. "That's it! I've got it!" Charlie leapt out of his bunk and raced into the lounge where his brother was now standing in the middle of the room with his eyes fixed firmly on the ceiling. "Look up and tell me what you see." Charlie lifted his head and immediately saw a large skylight secured to the ceiling above them. The window had a latch that could be opened from the inside and was wide enough for a full-grown man to fit through. "That's our way out," Ed explained. "If we manage to climb through that skylight, we should be able to contact the police using the radio in the driver's cab." "Good thinking," Charlie shouted as he hugged his brother with excitement. "We can celebrate later," Ed replied. "In the meantime, you'll have to help me move some furniture." The boys immediately got to work arranging every piece of furniture they could find, starting with the coffee table. Once they had moved a few more pieces onto the pile, Charlie held on to the rickety structure, while Ed used the couch as an improvised stepping stool and did his best to scale up the makeshift ladder one step at a time. It wasn't until he reached the top that he realized the tower wasn't quite high enough to reach the skylight. "We need one more piece," Ed explained. "What about the desk in Jim's room?" Ed nodded as he led the way through the kitchen and into the captain's quarters. The boys wasted no time moving the heavy object through the open door and inched their way towards the pile of furniture in the middle of the lounge. "The desk's too heavy to put on top," Ed admitted. "We'll have to switch it out with one of the bottom pieces." The brothers made quick work of rearranging the furniture into a more manageable structure, and after only a few short minutes they had reassembled the tower with the larger pieces on the bottom and the lighter pieces on top. "This is kind of fun," Charlie remarked. Ed glanced over at his brother in disbelief. Who knew that trying to escape from a train while two maniacs are trying to kill you would be such a thrill? "I'm just trying to be positive," Charlie explained. "Why don't you just hold on to this mountain of furniture so I don't fall and break my neck?" Charlie took hold of the coffee table and watched as his brother began scaling the small pile of furniture. Once he had made it to the top, he reached his hand up, carefully turned the latch on the window, and forced it open. "Do you smell that?" Ed said, as a sudden breeze forced its way inside. "It smells like freedom." No sooner had the words come out of his mouth than the furniture beneath him began to rock uncontrollably. Ed quickly moved himself into a squatting position and leapt from the table just in time to see the tower crash down to the floor. Charlie took a few steps back and stared up helplessly at his older brother as he dangled from the ceiling above. "Pull yourself up!" Charlie shouted. Ed's feet began kicking wildly as he struggled to pull himself up into a better position. After only a few seconds, he had finally managed to get his arms through the opening and rest them on the roof outside. Charlie watched in amazement as Ed hoisted himself up the remainder of the way and quickly disappeared from sight. "What do I do now?" Charlie shouted in frustration. "I can't stack up all of this furniture by myself." Ed leaned over the opening of the skylight and pointed Charlie towards the bunk room. "Grab the sheets from our beds and start tying them together," Ed instructed. "You'll have to make a rope and climb out of the cabin, but try to be quick about it." Charlie rushed back to their bunks, hastily pulling the sheets loose. Without wasting a moment, he skillfully tied them into knots, fashioning a makeshift rope that was roughly half the length of the room. "Is this going to hold me?" Charlie asked. "There's only one way to find out." Charlie smiled nervously as he put the final touches to the last sheet and rolled it up into a tight ball. He then positioned himself below the skylight and threw the sheets up and into his brother's arms. A moment later, the makeshift rope dropped down from the ceiling, and Charlie took hold of one end and held on tightly with both hands. "Start climbing and I'll pull you up from my end," Ed said, moving his feet into position. As Charlie began his ascent towards the skylight, he was instantly reminded of the time he spent trying to scale the rope in gym class. Despite his best efforts, he was never able to make it to the top, but with a little help from above, he somehow managed to climb the rope with relative ease and found himself standing on the roof next to his brother. "Come on, Charlie," Ed said, throwing the sheets down into the lounge. "Let's call for help." The brothers wasted no time descending from the cabin and raced over to the locomotive. In a matter of seconds, they scaled the ladder into the driver's cab, where Ed swiftly positioned himself in the chair next to the radio. Picking up the microphone, he slowly turned the dial clockwise, causing static to crackle loudly from the speakers. "How do we call the police?" Charlie asked. "I have no idea," Ed replied. "There are so many dials on this thing that I don't even know where to start. Let's just keep talking until someone answers." The brothers flipped aimlessly through the channels, and every now and then Ed would speak into the microphone, hoping to find someone on the other end. Several long minutes had passed before the boys finally heard a voice responding to their cries for help. "Mayday, Mayday, can anyone hear me?" "I can hear you," a voice returned. "Please state your location and the nature of your emergency. Over." Ed's heart raced as he considered his words carefully. "My brother and I have been kidnapped by two men named Jim and Sully, and they're about to rob Malik Mine. Please send the police immediately. Over." A brief silence was heard on the other end. "Listen, boys, this is a private bandwidth used for emergencies only. I don't have time to deal with any prank calls. Please turn off your radio. Over and out." "This isn't a prank," Ed shouted angrily. "Our friend is in danger. You have to send the police right away." "Has your friend been kidnapped as well?" "No, not exactly," Ed responded. "He was planning to rob the mine with the others but had a change of heart. Now he's trapped inside the mine with those two crooks, and we think they're planning to kill him." "Does your friend have a name?" "His name is Lamont." Suddenly the radio went silent for several long seconds before Ed pushed the button to regain contact. "Hello? Are you still there?" "I'm still here," the man continued. "You wouldn't happen to be referring to Robert Lamont, would you?" "I am," Ed shouted. "Do you know him?" "I do," the man responded. "I used to work with him on the railway until I retired a few years ago." Ed and Charlie stared at each other in disbelief. "Is your name Emmett?" "It is," the man replied. "How did you know?" "Lamont told us about you," Ed responded. "He said that you'd be able to help us if we just mentioned his name. I know this all sounds hard to believe, but we're telling you the truth. Lamont's in danger, and we need your help." Once again, the radio went silent for several long seconds as the brothers waited eagerly for a response. "Don't worry," Emmett finally said. "You boys just find a safe place to hide, and I'll phone the police." Ed and Charlie jumped up and down with excitement as they savoured every moment of their unexpected victory. After regaining his composure, Ed sat back down on his chair and picked up the microphone. "Thanks for your help, Emmett." "It's my pleasure," Emmett replied. "Lamont's lucky to have you boys watching out for him. I don't know what got you into this mess, but just try to keep your heads down and stay safe. I'll be here if you need anything, so don't be afraid to reach out. Help is on the way. Over and out." Ed placed the microphone next to the radio and leaned back in his chair in triumph. He then glanced over at his brother and watched as his face turned pale white. "What's the matter, Charlie?" Ed asked with a puzzled expression on his face. "Emmett said that he's going to contact the police. Aren't you glad that our plan worked?" "But Lamont's still inside with the others," Charlie explained. "Won't he be arrested with Jim and Sully?" Ed's heart sank at the realization that Lamont's fate would soon be in the hands of the local authorities. Chapter 20. The boys stirred anxiously inside the locomotive as they considered Lamont's current plight. They contemplated sneaking into the refinery at the mine to warn him before the police arrived, but that posed a very dangerous risk. "We have to do something," Charlie shouted. "We can't just sit back and watch Lamont get arrested." "But what can we do?" "I don't know," Charlie responded, "but we have to at least try to find a way to get Lamont out of there." Ed began tapping his fingers loudly on the radio as his mind raced through a variety of possibilities. On the one hand, he didn't want to risk their lives, but on the other, he knew that his friend was in danger and needed their help. "You're right," Ed finally agreed. "We can't just leave Lamont in there with those two crooks, but we have to find a way to sneak into the mine without Jim and Sully noticing. Otherwise, all our work would be for nothing." Charlie nodded in agreement. "All right," Ed said, taking a deep breath. "We don't have much time to lose, so let's get going." The boys quickly descended from the locomotive and dashed towards the mine. Charlie was surprised by the sudden look of determination on Ed's face, which reignited hope within him. It didn't take long for them to reach the fence encircling the main building and parking lot. Without hesitation, they dashed through the open gate and raced towards the front entrance. To the boys' surprise, the entire building appeared to be constructed from metal and was about the same size as their school back home. It was challenging to envision what the mine might have looked like during the height of the gold rush, although several structures from that era still stood on the property. One building in particular bore the distinct appearance of being built during the turn of the century, but was now in a desperate state of disrepair. The brothers were only a stone's throw from the main entrance when a sudden noise caused them to duck behind a stack of barrels. They quickly turned to see a row of red and blue flashing lights heading in their direction. "It's the police," Ed said nervously. "We have to find Lamont before he's trapped inside with the others." The brothers sprinted the remaining few feet towards the entrance and pushed their way through the front doors. Much to their surprise, the main lobby greeted them with an enormous atrium, filled with plants, flowers, and decorative sculptures. It was the last thing they expected to see at an old mine, but they were captivated by the beauty nonetheless. "This place is a lot nicer than I thought it would be," Charlie said in amazement. "It must have cost a fortune." "It's one of the largest mines in the world," Ed explained. "They obviously have the money to spare." The brothers walked slowly down the main corridor and rounded a corner leading into the main reception area. The pair froze in stunned silence as they stared at the bone-chilling sight before them. There on the floor behind the desk were two security guards, tied up by their hands and feet. Both men were unconscious, but still breathing. "What happened to them?" Charlie asked, as he bent over and picked up a dirty rag from the floor. "They must have used a stun grenade to surprise the guards and then knocked them out using chloroform." "Chloroform?" Charlie responded in confusion. "I thought they only used that stuff in the movies." At that moment, the brothers heard the sound of screeching tires coming from the parking lot. They peeked their heads around the corner and watched as a dozen police officers leapt from their vehicles with guns drawn. "Come on, Charlie, we have to find Lamont." The boys turned and ran down a hallway towards the back of the building, stopping briefly by the elevator doors. "Where do they keep the gold?" Charlie asked. "I think the refinery's our best bet," Ed responded, pointing to a label on the elevator directory. Ed then pushed the down arrow on the main control panel and ducked inside just as they heard the sound of the officers bursting through the front doors. Ed quickly pressed the button marked B and watched the doors slide shut. "How are we going to attract Lamont's attention without the others noticing?" Charlie asked. "Your guess is as good as mine." A few seconds later, the elevator doors opened and the boys stealthily crept down the hallway towards what they hoped was the refinery. Ed set a careful pace for his little brother as they moved towards the door that blocked the entrance to the adjacent room. As they approached, they noticed that the door had a large hole cut out of it. "I think it's safe to say that they went this way," Ed said as he reached his hand through the opening. The boys were suddenly startled by the sound of the elevator moving back up to the main floor. Ed swiftly pushed the door open and led his brother into the adjacent room, ensuring to close the door behind them, muffling any noise that might give away their presence. The brothers then found themselves standing in a vast space filled with an array of industrial equipment. Two large furnaces dominated the far wall, accompanied by hydraulic presses and cylindrical containers that stretched out before them. The sight of all the machinery fascinated them, but their attention was quickly diverted by the sound of a loud voice emanating from a nearby room at the end of the dimly lit hallway. "Stand back, men! She's ready to blow!" In a matter of seconds, the bomb detonated, and the force of the shockwave sent the boys flying to the ground. The painful ringing in their ears immediately set in, leaving them little time to recover from the blast. Ed staggered to his feet, firmly grasped Charlie by the elbow, and slowly led him towards the hallway where the blast had originated. As they cautiously approached, the voices grew louder, and upon carefully peering around the corner into the next room, the brothers witnessed the rest of the crew disappearing into an enormous vault that had been blown wide open. The boys quietly made their way towards the vault, carefully poking their heads inside. There, they were met with an astonishing sight. The men were filling a large canvas bag with gold and other precious metals. It only took them about a minute to fill up their bag with the remaining items, and just as Lamont was about to zip it closed, Jim pulled a gun out of his jacket and aimed it directly at his head. "Lamont, look out behind you!" Jim gave a start and pointed his gun in Ed's direction. Without hesitation, Lamont leaped forward, his desperation driving him to grab Jim by the arm and attempt to wrestle the gun from his hands. As the two men struggled for possession of the weapon, Sully seized a small metal bar from the floor and struck Lamont forcefully on the back of the head, causing him to collapse instantly to the ground. "It looks like your plans have failed," Jim said smugly as he moved in on the boys. "Did you really think that we didn't know what you were planning with Lamont? Sully and I heard you talking about us back at the boneyard, so I knew that Lamont would eventually betray us. I'm just glad that we had the good sense to keep an eye on you. Now we can send all three of you to the bottom of Deadman's Gorge." "I wouldn't count on it," Ed said with a confident smile. "Charlie and I brought a few friends along with us." Ed took a few careful steps back as over a half-dozen officers stormed noisily into the room behind them. The look of horror on Jim's face was evident, but the devious ringleader paused for only a moment. All of a sudden, he lurched forward, grabbed Ed by the collar of his shirt, and pressed his revolver directly against his temple. Similarly, Sully held Charlie's arm in a firm grip, preventing him from escaping. Both boys struggled frantically to break free from their captors, but the men's strength was overwhelming. "Hold still, you little runt," Sully ordered. "You're going to be our ticket out of this place, and if you play your cards right, you might just make it out of here alive." The brothers froze in place as they watched the police move into position only a dozen feet from the vault. Sully made one last-ditch attempt to shut the door, but the debris from the blast made it impossible to shift it even an inch. "We've got hostages in here," Jim shouted. The head sergeant gestured to the other officers to stand down and then inched his way closer to the vault. "Nobody move," the sergeant said anxiously. "I don't want anyone to get hurt. Just try to remain calm." "We want out of this place," Jim demanded. Ed glanced over at Lamont and noticed for the first time that he was beginning to regain consciousness. A quick glance at Jim and Sully told him they were completely distracted by the presence of the officers. "Don't do anything rash," the sergeant warned. "Just let the hostages go and we'll try to work out a deal." "Over my dead body," Jim shouted. "Let us go or I'll shoot these boys before you even have time to blink." Once again, Ed glanced back and watched as Lamont picked up the steel bar that Sully had dropped, slowly got to his feet, and then lunged at Jim with all his might. "Watch out!" Sully shouted. Jim quickly turned and raised his gun in Lamont's direction, but it was too late. Lamont swung the object at full force and sent the gun flying across the room. Ed was thrown violently to the floor as a result of the attack and hit his head painfully against the ground. In that same instant, Charlie stomped down hard on Sully's foot, wrenched free from his grasp, and took off like a flash towards the officers in the next room. A few seconds later, all three men found themselves entangled in a battle of life and death. Sully dove towards Lamont, sending the big man to the floor with a hard punch to the jaw. He then hauled him to his feet and locked his arms behind his back, while Jim struck him in the stomach with a few savage blows. Jim then turned back to where his gun had landed, but before he even had time to grab it, Ed climbed to his feet and kicked him directly between the legs, dropping him to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Sensing his opportunity, Lamont drove a hard right elbow into Sully's face, causing him to stumble back several paces. Lamont then grabbed Ed by his arm and made a mad dash for the vault door. With one final act of desperation, Jim scooped up his gun from the floor and aimed it straight in their direction. At that very moment, the sergeant's voice echoed loudly across the room. "Everyone, get down!" Ed and Lamont instantly dropped to the floor and covered their heads as a hail of gunfire erupted all around them. In a matter of seconds, the room went deathly silent. Finally, the sergeant's voice put an end to the sudden chaos. "Hold your fire!" Charlie, who had taken shelter behind a large piece of machinery in the other room, watched intently as the officers slowly made their way into the vault. Meanwhile, Ed and Lamont remained on the floor, their heads covered, taking every precaution they could to keep out of harm's way. "The suspects have been neutralized," the sergeant finally announced. "Get the EMTs down here immediately." Ed and Charlie stood with Lamont outside the building, wrapped in thick wool blankets, while several officers bustled about the area. Near the entrance of the building, a plainclothes detective interviewed one of the security guards. When it was the crew's turn to be questioned, they took only a few minutes to tell their side of the story and answer the policeman's questions. Lamont breathed a sigh of relief as the detective finally placed his notebook inside his jacket pocket and walked back to his patrol car. "I think they bought our story," Lamont said, smiling warmly at Ed and Charlie. "I can't thank you enough for what you did for me back there. I don't know what would have happened if you boys hadn't shown up." "That's what family's for," Ed replied. A moment later, a black sedan pulled up in front of the building and parked near the entrance. The vehicle's owner seemed to be quite affluent, as the model boasted a full set of chrome-plated rims and a fancy hood ornament. Once the car was parked, the driver opened the rear door, and a well-dressed man stepped out onto the pavement and headed towards the building's entrance. He had an eccentric appearance, donning a three-piece suit with a gold chain dangling from the front pocket. After a brief conversation with one of the officers, he turned his attention to the boys. "Allow me to introduce myself," the man said, extending his hand. "My name is Samuel Tibbs." "I'm Ed, and this is my brother Charlie," Ed said, taking the man's hand. "And this is our Uncle Lamont." "Pleased to meet you," Mr. Tibbs responded politely. "The sergeant tells me that I owe the three of you a great debt of gratitude for what you did for me back there." "It was nothing," Charlie said bravely. "You're far too modest," Mr. Tibbs replied. "Who knows what might have happened if you boys hadn't reached out for help when you did. You're real heroes." Ed and Charlie smiled at the older man's words. "I take it that the locomotive parked on my rails belongs to you, Mr. Lamont?" Mr. Tibbs asked politely. "Yes, sir," Lamont responded. "I was told that you and your nephews were taken hostage. That must have been quite the ordeal." "It's not one that I'd care to remember," Lamont said with a sigh of relief. "I'm just glad it's all over." "Quite right," Mr. Tibbs replied. "And you may be happy to know that I've agreed to have a friend of mine ship those stolen boxcars back to their original owner." "I appreciate that," Lamont replied. "You may also be glad to know that I've decided to keep your real identity between us for the time being." The crew fell silent at the older man's words. "What do you mean?" Lamont said nervously. "You don't have to play coy around me," Mr. Tibbs said cryptically. "I know you weren't really taken hostage." "Of course I was," Lamont stuttered. "Come now, Mr. Lamont," Mr. Tibbs said with a knowing smile. "You may have been able to fool the police with your story, but you're not going to fool me." Lamont glanced over at Ed and Charlie and flashed an embarrassed smile. "How did you know?" "I heard it from a mutual friend," Mr. Tibbs said with a wink. "I wasn't sure if I should have turned you in or not. But there's clearly more to this story than meets the eye, so I don't mind keeping this between us for the time being. After all, these boys wouldn't be sticking up for you if they didn't have a good reason. You must mean a lot to them." "They mean a lot to me too," Lamont said as he discreetly wiped away a tear from his eye. Charlie shuffled over towards Mr. Tibbs, tugged gently on his coat, and motioned him closer. "Do you really have to take back the boxcars?" "I'm afraid so," Mr. Tibbs replied. "But we need them for our business," Charlie explained. "If you take them back now, then we won't be able to make any money and we'll end up homeless." "I certainly wouldn't want to be the cause of that," Mr. Tibbs said sympathetically. "But I may have a solution that I think you're going to like. Follow me, gentlemen." Ed and Charlie followed closely behind Mr. Tibbs as he led the way towards a massive garage that was standing on the opposite side of the tracks. He then opened the garage door and stepped inside. The boys' eyes grew as wide as saucers as they stared up at two luxury passenger carriages towering high above them. The outer surface of the cars had been painted crimson red with black accents, and iron railings adorned each side. But the true crown jewel was the bright gold lettering that spelled out Mountain Express Railway. "I sold my tour company a few years ago, but I decided to hang on to these two cars," Mr. Tibbs explained. "They are what made me into the man I am today, but I can't help thinking that it's time to find them a new home. As long as you're willing to put in a little hard work, you should be able to restore them to their former glory. So, what do you say? Are you willing to take them off my hands?" "You mean you're just going to give them to us?" Charlie asked in amazement. "As far as I'm concerned, you've earned it," Mr. Tibbs said with a smile. "I would have lost a lot of money if it weren't for the two of you, so just think of it as my way of thanking you for everything you've done." Ed and Charlie stared at each other in disbelief. "Go ahead, gentlemen, it's all yours." "Thank you, Mr. Tibbs," Charlie said with excitement. "Come on, Lamont, let's check out the train." "I'll be there in a minute," Lamont replied. "It was a pleasure meeting you and your boys," Mr. Tibbs said, extending his hand. "How can I ever repay you?" Lamont asked, taking the man's hand. "I don't deserve such kindness." "Maybe so," Mr. Tibbs replied, "but these boys deserve a break after everything they've been through. You don't know the half of it." Mr. Tibbs smiled as he walked slowly towards the entrance of the garage before turning back one last time. "I almost forgot," Mr. Tibbs said, pulling out an envelope from his jacket pocket. "You're going to need some permits for your business. This should help you get started." Lamont took the envelope, and before he even had time to open it, Mr. Tibbs had already made his exit. Ed and Charlie jumped down from the cabin and joined Lamont as he ripped open the envelope, standing in stunned silence after examining the contents. "What did he give you?" Ed asked curiously. Lamont reached inside the envelope and pulled out a large stack of money and held it up in front of the boys. "What do you say the three of us make a trip out west? I think there's someone I'd like you to meet."